Chapter 3087. Strange, Hanju's avatar made a strange sound of astonishment and asked, Xiaohua, do you have a Saraira or not? Xiaohua looked at the avatar and coldly replied, Is it important whether I have a Saraira or not? While facing him coldly, Xiaohua quickly thought of a way to deal with it. But in the end, it seemed that he really didn't have any other means besides his wishful staff. Of course it's not important. Hanju sneered, I only need to crush your physical body, and everything you have will belong to me. Do I care whether you have a Saraira or not? Humph. Xiaohua's mind slowly entered the space. In this so-called Buddha formation, even his mind couldn't move freely. The Buddhist sects means we're really powerful. However, I'm very curious. Hanju calmly said, You are the first Tao sect disciple I have met in 100 years who has the cultivation of a Buddhist sect. I had high hopes for you, but I never thought that, in the end, you would not even be able to cultivate a Saraira. But I feel that you clearly have a Saraira. You really make me puzzled. Humph. Xiaohua snorted again. He was really at his wit's end, so he simply ignored Hanju's words. Xiaohua, Hanju continued, when I first met you, let's say it was during the Feather Immortal Gathering. At that time, you already had Buddhist awareness. Even if you didn't have a Saraira, you should have been able to cultivate your Saraira with that mental cultivation method. But why is your Saraira so strange? Hehe. Xiaohua pondered for a long time, then replied indifferently. Do you want to know? Then tell me first, what's going on with this Buddhist sect's ruins? Hehe, what's so strange about it? Hanju laughed. There are no Buddhist sect ruins in this world. What ruins? What treasures? That's just what the world thinks. The Buddhist sect has already been destroyed by the Taoist sect for tens of thousands of years, or even millions of years. How could there still be ruins? Even if there were any ruins, they would have been completely destroyed by the Taoist sect. This so-called Buddhist sect's ruins is just the Buddha formation left behind by the Buddhist sect on the Siyu continent. It's just a dangerous obstacle that I occasionally encountered in Crouching Buddha Mountain. But Xiaohua was somewhat confused. He clearly knew that the two foundation establishment cultivators of the Imperial Thunder sect had already come to the Buddhist sect's ruins and even obtained the exquisite stellar derivation pagoda in the ruins. How could it be a simple Buddha formation? Perhaps. Xiaohua asked again, he asked. This Xiao is a bit strange. The Buddhist sect has always emphasized compassion and sacrifice oneself for others. Even if you just said that you want me to offer my spiritual power and Buddhist awareness, why? Do you want to devour other people's Saraira? Do you think the Buddhist sect is full of good people? Do you think the Buddhas of the Buddhist sect are all merciful? Hanju said mockingly, since the Taoist sect's methods are ever-changing, with some defying the heavens and some obeying the heavens, then the Buddhist sect is the same. There are also bloody cultivation habes. This old man's glaring Vajra cultivation is a secret technique to devour other people's Saraira. Actually, the great strength Vajradharma body I gave you also has a way to devour Saraira. It's just that you don't know about it. When Xiaohua heard this, he couldn't help but be speechless. That's right, back then. I seem to have devoured other people's Saraira too, right? Unfortunately, you actually failed to live up to this old man's expectations. You didn't succeed in cultivating the great strength Vajradharma body. Instead, you cultivated the Phoenix Dharma body. This really puzzles this old man. I'm afraid it's also because of this that the Taoist sect was able to defeat the Buddhist sect and unify the Siyu continent. Hanju ignored Xiaohua as the blood-colored Saraira slowly grew in size, slowly absorbing all the essence blood and Saraira as it spoke. This Xiao and the others. I'm afraid this isn't the first time you sent them into the Buddha formation, right? Xiaohua asked again. Hehe, do you think this old man will answer you? Hanju sneered. Don't be delusional. Even if you're a terrifying phoenix, even if you're that nascent soul nameless. Once you're here, you can only be manipulated by this old man. This Buddha formation is also the Buddhist sect's last resort in the Siyu continent. If nascent soul cultivators fall into it, they'll also end up being devoured by this old man. You actually devoured nascent souls before? Xiaohua turned pale with fright. Unfortunately, how could Hanju answer him? He said coldly, Can you tell me whether you cultivated a Saraira or not? This old man hasn't seen your situation in many years. All right, this Xiao will answer you. This Xiao naturally cultivated a Saraira. Otherwise, wouldn't all my years of cultivation have been wasted? Xiaohua said indifferently. That's strange. When Hanju heard this, he became even more interested. All the disciples of the Buddhist sect whose Saraira didn't fly out when my glaring Vajra Dharma body borrowed the Buddha's power from the Buddha sect. Why are you an exception? Let's talk after you answer this Zhao's question about how you treat this blood relative of mine. Xiaohua replied indifferently. Does that even need to be said? Hanju said with a smile, this old man wants to see this child's future. If he really has the cultivation of a Buddha, this old man will assist him and also attain Buddha fruit. Otherwise, this old man will first nurture him and then devour him. In other words, you don't plan to awaken him this time? Of course. Hanju said without hesitation, this nirvana realm is so rare. Even when the Buddhist sect was flourishing, I've never heard of anyone who could enter the nirvana realm without cultivating a cultivation method. Awakening him now is truly a reckless waste of God's gift. A reckless waste of God's gift. Xiaohua's eyes narrowed. In Hanju's eyes, these Buddhist sect disciples seemed to be his captive prey. After thinking for a moment, Xiaohua asked again, then, what is a Buddha fruit? This old man has already said before that the Buddhist sect is different from the Taoist sect. Cultivation and achievements are not the same. A Buddha fruit is personally conferred by the Buddha and is the achievement of a Buddha son, while the Buddhist sect's cultivation is the ability to subdue demons and tigers. In other words, the Buddhist sect's ability has nothing to do with a Buddha fruit. Xiaohua asked. That's right. Hanju replied, just as this old man said before. Even if you have a Bodhisattva Buddha fruit, you still might not have the strength to truss up a chicken. Moreover, this old man will not hesitate to tell you that the glaring Vajra cultivation method that I cultivate is related to my ability. I don't seek a Buddha fruit. Damn it! Xiaohua finally understood that Hanju had probably already devoured a lot of relics to cultivate to such a realm, right? Xiaohua, this old man has said so much, you should answer this old man's question. Why is the Prajna Parmitha Sutra that you cultivate so strange? This old man has already seen this sutra that day, but there doesn't seem to be anything special about it? Hanju asked again. Xiaohua didn't want to answer Hanju's question, but he knew in his heart that the karma of this world was here. Since he had promised, then he had to answer, otherwise it would become a sin. This Xiao doesn't cultivate the Prajna Parmitha Sutra, but the Exquisite Leaf Sutra. Xiaohua said indifferently. Exquisite Leaf Sutra, this? Xiaohua couldn't see Hanju's expression, but the shock in his tone was obvious. What's wrong? Is this sutra very powerful? Xiaohua asked indifferently. You don't know what this Exquisite Leaf Sutra represents. Hanju said coldly, and there was a kind of jealousy in his tone. If this old man had obtained this sutra, why would I have to work so hard? Ha. Hanju laughed again. It's really Buddha's blessing. Since he gave you to this old man, even if you cultivate the Exquisite Leaf Sutra, even if you're the future Buddha, so what? You're still food for this old man's glaring Vajra cultivation method. The dagger is revealed. Xiaohua replied indifferently, Senior Han, do you want to fight to the death with this Xiao? What qualifications do you have to fight to the death with this old man? Hanju sneered. In this Buddhist formation, only you and I can live. Hanju didn't seem to care about what Xiaohua thought, as if he was the master of this Buddhist sect. Xiaohua was silent. Indeed, in this Buddhist formation, Xiaohua couldn't use all of his Taoist cultivation. He could only use the wishful staff. His Taoist cultivation was now suppressed by the Buddhist formation, so he couldn't use it at all. Thinking about this, Xiaohua's mind came out of the space, and the wishful staff appeared in his hand. Oh, you can actually use your divine sense? Hanju was really surprised. What? Are you curious? Xiaohua shook his arms, and the wishful staff in his hand turned into a flower, and asked coldly. You really surprised this old man. Hanju was somewhat happy. This old man really hopes that you are your Imperial Thunder sect's nascent soul, Wu Ming. This old man swallowed your Saraira, so naturally, I can also swallow your Taoist nascent soul. This way, this old man can also answer to the seniors of the Tai Ching sect. You wish. Xiaohua took a step forward and was about to attack the Dharma body of the glaring Vajra. Wait. Hanju stopped him again. This old man also wants to ask you one last question. Speak. The so-called Exquisite Leaf Scripture is the cultivation method of the future Buddha Lord. You have cultivated for so long. Why don't you see the Saraira? Hanju still didn't give up asking. He was really confused about why Xiaohua's Saraira couldn't be found by himself. He didn't seem to believe what Xiaohua said just now, so he kept probing again and again. This old Xiao will say it again. This old Xiao naturally has the Saraira. But now that it is suppressed by your telekinesis, how can this old Xiao let you see it? Xiaohua had to answer Hanju's question, and he said it with some luck. Haha, now that everything is in this old man's calculations, even if this old man relaxes his telekinesis, do you think you can jump out of this old man's palm? Hanju laughed, and then the endless telekinesis relaxed. Chapter 3088. Humph, you are really so confident. Xiaohua sneered. Sensing the weakening of the pressure, he took the opportunity to release the projection of the Buddha's Saraira. A Buddha statue less than 2 feet tall appeared above Xiaohua's head with incomparable pity. Hiss! Hanju sucked in a breath of cold air, as if suddenly awakening. I understand. I see. In that case, give me your life. Xiaohua urged the Buddha's Saraira. The Saraira waved its arm, and the water bottle in its hand slowly poured out the innate true water. Haha, even if you have the Saraira of the future Buddha, so what? Hanju sneered. The future is the future, never the present. You will never be a match for the power of thousands of Buddhas. Before his voice fell, he saw an endless surge of power, suppressing Xiaohua's Buddha's Saraira. It was impossible to pour out the innate true water. Even under this heavy pressure, the projection of the Buddha's Saraira could not last long and was forced to withdraw in a moment. At the same time, the unparalleled force also suppressed Xiaohua's body. Even if Xiaohua snorted and raised the staff, it was as if the staff was waving in a quagmire, extremely slow. I will let you see the power of this old man. Hanju sneered and roared. The Buddha's light flashed on the Vajradharma body, and the 9-ringed monk's staff that had disappeared before reappeared. With a wave of his hand, the monk's staff smashed toward Xiaohua without hesitation. The seemingly ordinary monk's staff at this time actually had incomparable strength. The whistling wind had the power to destroy everything, and Xiaohua could not dodge even if he wanted to. Xiaohua raised his eyebrows, raised the staff in his hand, and shouted, "Shameless thief! You deceiving the world, you really bring shame to the annihilated Buddhism. I will let you see the shocking staff of this old man." As Xiaohua waved the staff, it actually broke the endless power of imprisonment. The staff drew a mysterious trajectory in the air and hit the monk's staff. Xiaohua didn't have the slightest doubt that this strike under the heavy pressure was already the most powerful strike he could unleash. Even the countless sinister attacks in the past didn't seem to be as magnificent as this one. Pung, unfortunately, Hanju's golden Dharmakaya waved the 9-ringed monk's staff and hit the wishful staff. A huge force that Xiaohua had never encountered before came from the monk's staff. As soon as the wishful staff touched the 9-ringed monk's staff, it was immediately knocked away. A numb feeling came from Xiaohua's arm and instantly spread throughout his body. Haha, Xiaohua, even if you have innate divine strength, how can you compare to the strength of Bodhisattva Wan Qian? Hanju laughed maniacally. I'm borrowing the power of the Buddha formation. How can a mere cultivator from the mortal world be my match? Xiaohua was speechless. He boasted that his divine strength was outstanding, but he had never thought of competing with tens of thousands of Buddhas. Now, looking at the wishful steel staff that had been knocked away, Xiaohua's heart was like dead ashes. Xiaohua, you accept your fate. Hanju said faintly. Your mission is only to bring your blood relative to me. Moreover, I will leave this child here until he can control this world, until he can become Buddha. I have always despised the idea of I control my fate and not the heavens. After all, human strength can't be compared to the heavens. However, you are not the heavens and I am not the earth. Although my fate is in the hands of the heavens are not you. Xiaohua sneered. Even if I die here, I will not bend my knees for you. Ha ha, if you don't bend your knees, who will? Hanju laughed. A huge force that Xiaohua was almost unable to resist came from the wishful Buddha. Xiaohua really couldn't resist it. With a plop, Xiaohua could no longer sit cross-legged. His whole body was about to fall to the ground. At this moment, Xiaohua supported himself with his arms and blocked the ground. Ha! Even a humble scholar would have to kneel before the combined might of so many people. You are nothing. Hanju laughed loudly. At the same time, the endless suction force was born. Xiaohua's Buddha Saraira jumped and jumped. A tearing force was born from the Niwen Palace, making Xiao Hua feel incomparable pain. Alas, Xiao Hua sighed slightly, and the projection of the Buddha Sarira came out from his Dharma eye. Hanju was stunned when he saw the projection of a 3-foot-long Buddha relic slowly and completely appear in the air. Furthermore, there was a grade 3 lotus throne under the feet of the Buddha relic. You. What's wrong with me? Xiao Hua sneered, ignoring Hanju's astonishment. After all, he had seen this kind of astonishment many times. You actually cultivated a 3rd-grade lotus platform. Hanju said incredulously. How could you reach the Rugu realm today when the Buddhist sect was annihilated? Rugu realm? Xiao Hua was stunned. But Hanju did not explain. Even if you are so arrogant. This old man seems to have remembered. Are you that nameless from the Imperial Thunder sect? So what if I am, and so what if I am not? Xiao Hua did not answer and sneered. So what? You are all food in this old man's mouth. Hanju also sneered. The blood-red Buddha Sarira had grown more than 3 times in size, and it was thrown into the Buddha Dharma body again. Then a layer of blood-red mixed with golden light flashed in the Dharma body, and a hurricane was thrown into the Dharma body again. The pressure around Xiao Hua's body became even heavier, and Xiao Hua's waist was almost bent over. So what if you have the exquisite leaf scripture? In this day and age when the Buddhist sect is in decline, what use can it be? Hanju laughed loudly, and his fist and palm moved again, respectively attacking Xiao Hua's Buddha Sarira projection. An indescribable tearing feeling came from Xiao Hua's Buddha Sarira. Although Xiao Hua's Buddha Sarira was still in his body, there were already signs of it collapsing. Humph! Xiao Hua coldly snorted and asked, Hanju, you also want to devour my Sarira? Of course. Hanju said without hesitation. The future Buddha Lord Sarira is precisely what this old man covets. This old man never thought that there would be such a day. This old man might also become the future Buddha Lord in the future. Following Hanju's answer, strands of Buddhist light in Xiao Hua's Buddha Sarira disintegrated and rushed towards the glaring golden light from where the huge force came from. At this time, Xiao Hua was really in a desperate situation. His Buddha Sarira also slowly danced, replacing his psychokinesis to form a Buddhist seal. Unfortunately, Hanju's psychokinesis was even stronger, and did not allow Xiao Hua to do anything. Hanju laughed loudly. This is the Buddha formation. How can you be this old man's opponent? You should obediently give up. After saying that, the glaring golden light became even more dazzling, and wanted to take away the Buddha's brilliance. Following this Buddhist light, the glaring golden Vajra strode in front of Xiao Hua's Buddha Sarira, and once again attacked Xiao Hua with a palm and a fist. Like a receding tide, the projection could no longer hold on, and turned into strands of Buddhist light that flowed into the glaring golden Vajra's fist and palm. Following the disappearance of Xiao Hua's Buddha Sarira projection, Xiao Hua's Buddha Sarira also gradually collapsed, and this collapse began from the 3rd-grade lotus platform under the Buddha Sarira. It was as if when refining, the material was melted by true fire and turned into balls of golden liquid that rushed into Hanju's Dharma body along with the glaring golden Vajra's fist and palm. And Xiao Hua's Buddha Sarira still did not have any resistance. It seems that the Buddhist fire is somewhat abnormal. Xiao Hua was extremely anxious. Only at this moment did he realize that although the Buddha relic was tightly sealed, the Buddha fire in his Buddha's heart was slowly burning. The faint golden threads in the Buddha fire were not restrained by the frost bamboo's thousands of Buddha's psyche power. Or perhaps the golden threads and Buddhist fire could resist the psychokinesis of the outside world. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua did not know how to use the Buddhist fire, nor did he know what the golden threads were. Psychokinesis. Seeing that the 3rd-grade lotus platform was gone and 30% of the Buddha Sarira had disappeared, Xiao Hua simply did not have any power to fight back under the boundless psychokinesis of the Buddha and the glaring golden Vajra. Seeing that Hanju was about to absorb the Buddha Sarira, Xiao Hua suddenly thought of the power of faith that Jiuxia mentioned. Psychokinesis. Isn't that the power of faith? Since he thought of the power of faith, Xiao Hua also thought of the soul technique of Meng Mountain. Seeing that Xiao Hua did not have any power to fight back, Hanju was somewhat pleased with himself. This Futu Buddha formation is a powerful method that the Buddhist sect uses to exterminate the Taoist sect. Not to mention a mere foundation establishment cultivator like you. Even if a nascent soul cultivator came here, they would only be killed by this old man. Unfortunately, this old man's cultivation is still shallow, and it's impossible for me to invite a nascent soul cultivator here. Once this old man has raised this child up, then, boom. Right at this moment, seeing that Xiaohua's Buddha Saraira was about to completely flow into the glaring golden Vajra's avatar, streaks of dark green light surged out from between Xiaohua's brows. These streaks of light were like fish swimming under the heavy pressure of the psychokinesis, occasionally letting out thunderous sounds. In the blink of an eye, these green streaks of light gathered together, and a fist-sized green seal script was smoothly formed. An incomparable thunderous sound came from the green seal script. Immediately after, waves of lightning and thunder appeared out of nowhere, surrounding the entire dilapidated main hall of Jialan Temple. How can there be heavenly lightning here? Hanju turned pale with fright. At the same time, he looked at Xiaohua, whose body was flashing with dark green light. How can you attract lightning in this Futu Buddha formation? Hanju had been scheming since the Feather Immortal Assembly, so how could he not know everything about Xiaohua? Hanju knew all the methods that Xiaohua had revealed. That lightning attraction technique was also within Hanju's calculations. However, he was confident that Xiaohua would not be able to obtain any spiritual energy of heaven and earth within this Buddhist formation, much less attract any heavenly lightning. Unfortunately, Hanju did not know that Xiaohua had a new encounter in Million Man Mountain. Xiaohua's lightning flashes and thunder rolls were unleashed, and thousands of lightning bolts surrounded the entire main hall of Jialan Temple. When the lightning bolts rushed into Hanju's glaring golden Vajra's avatar, they also affected Hanju's connection with the Futu Buddha formation. The unceasing flow of psychokinesis could no longer be as smooth as before. Chapter 3089. Not good. Hanju had naturally sensed the power of these lightning bolts. He was shocked and hurriedly urged the Vajra's Dharma body. He could no longer absorb Xiaohua's Buddha's Saraira. He waved the 9-ringed monk staff and smashed it towards Xiaohua's body. Right now, the only thing they could do was to destroy Xiaohua's physical body. Only then would they be able to stop the lightning from falling. Fight! Xiaohua's wishful staff had now been knocked away. His body could not move at will. He could only wave his hand and take out another mace from the space with difficulty. He used both of his arms to meet the mountain-like 9-ringed monk's staff. Boom, there was a loud noise. It was the sound of the monk's staff hitting the mace. It was also the sound of thousands of lightning bolts hitting Hanju's Vajra's Dharma body. Ah, a heart-wrenching scream came from Hanju's Vajra's Vajra Dharma body. Xiaohua's arms were also greatly shocked. The mace was actually broken into two and flew to both sides of the hall. Although Xiaohua's body was extremely uncomfortable from the shock, Xiaohua's heart was also very calm. Xiaohua's Buddha's Saraira had experienced a lightning tribulation before. Although each lightning tribulation would destroy the Saraira, he could use the heavenly thunder to reform it. When he used the lightning flash and thunder roll technique, he was really a little nervous. He was afraid that not only would he not be able to kill Hanju with the heavenly thunder, but he would also be helping him. But since Hanju was screaming like this, even if his Dharma body could be reborn, he could take advantage of this opportunity to resist again. After the lightning bolts, Hanju's Vajra Dharma body was riddled with holes. His angry face showed a painful expression. However, the endless mind power rushed over and quickly repaired the Vajra Dharma body at a speed visible to the naked eye. As for Frost Bamboo's body, it was still sitting there. Its thick eyebrows were trembling slightly. Although there was a hint of astonishment in its eyes, Frost Bamboo's body emitted a faint Buddhistic glow that blocked the lightning outside, even though the lightning bolt had struck Frost Bamboo. Needless to say, Hanju's body must be wearing some kind of lightning-repelling magic tool. Hanju was dealing with Xiaohua. It could be said that he was trying his best. Boom! How could Xiaohua give Hanju a chance to breathe? The soul strands danced in the air, and the two green seal characters of thunder and lightning emerged one after another. Fortunately, before Xiaohua left Million Meng Mountains, he had performed the art of traveling clouds and summoning rain in front of Elder Wu of Huta Stockade. As a result, he was able to control the art of thunder and lightning with ease. Rumble, rumble, endless flashes of lightning flickered with heavenly might as they emerged from the void of Jialan Temple's grand hall. They were like swords of the heavens that pierced into the enraged Vajra Dharma body. although the enraged Vajradharma body waved its 9-ringed monk staff in an attempt to block the lightning. The enraged Vajradharma body was as thin as a sheet of paper after a few waves of lightning that were denser than the falling rain. Moreover, as Hanju screamed, a blurry avatar separated itself from the glaring Vajra avatar and descended towards Hanju's body. "You want to leave?" Xiaohua sneered. His figure suddenly disappeared along with the lightning. When he reappeared, he was right next to the wishful steel rod. Xiaohua was now close to the level of imperial thunder, and could already use the lightning to escape. Even in this Buddhist formation, he had the ability to escape for a while. Hit! Xiaohua took the wishful steel rod and escaped into the lightning again. His figure appeared behind the enraged Vajradharma body. With a roar, he raised the rod and hit Hanju's body. Hanju sneered. Although he was in a hurry, he was not too flustered. He stood up and urged the enraged Vajradharma body to block Xiaohua's wishful steel rod. His hands formed a Buddhist seal and flipped in midair. Dang. The sound of a bell rose into the sky. It was extremely crisp in the midst of thousands of lightning strikes. When Xiaohua heard the sound of the bell, he immediately felt weak and numb. He could not even hold the wishful steel rod and fell from midair. Humph, ignorant child. How do you know the methods of the Buddhist sect? Ouch! Hanju sneered. He was originally pleased with himself, but at this moment, with a whoosh, the water bottle in Xiaohua's Buddha relic's hand finally poured out under the pressure of the thousands of Buddha's psyche force like a jade spring. Innate primordial water? Hanju was shocked. How do you have so much innate primordial water? However, although the innate primordial water was extremely powerful and scattered the enraged Vajradharma body that did not fall into Hanju's body, it rushed to Hanju's body and blocked the innate primordial water with a faint Buddhist light. The innate primordial water, which was invincible and could melt everything, could not corrode Hanju's defensive Buddhist light. Haha! Hanju's expression changed instantly, but when he saw this situation, he laughed again. He looked at Xiaohua who had fallen and said, "Xiaohua, your skills are so poor. Give the Buddha Saraira to this old man." Is it that simple? Xiaohua was also shocked. He was really impressed by the means of the Buddhist sect, but his face was still calm as he said lightly, What other means do you have?" Hanju raised his eyebrows, a little puzzled. I'll let you see my power today." As Xiaohua spoke, he slapped his hand and the sword gourd flew out. He formed a sword seal and pointed his finger. 2 red and green sword lights flew out. How can you move?" Hanju turned pale with fright. "And you can use magic power?" Hanju naturally did not know that Xiaohua was using a sword. He only thought it was a Taoist Dharma treasure. But even a sword cultivator's sword could not be used here. However, when Hanju looked up, his expression changed again. He saw that he and Xiaohua were only a few dozen feet apart. It was completely covered by the innate primordial water. The Buddha formation he was so proud of had already been isolated by Xiaohua's innate primordial water. Even if it's a competition of Taoist Dharma cultivation, do you think this old man is afraid of you? Hanju looked at the sword light that seemed slow, but was actually fast. He laughed coldly. Unfortunately, before he could laugh, the spirit-slaying origin light suddenly sped up. It was even faster than lightning and suddenly rushed to Hanju's neck. Ah! Hanju was shocked once again. The Buddha's light around his body shone brightly, trying to block the 2 beams of spirit execution vital light. However, the spirit execution vital light was slowed down by the Buddha's light and couldn't break through. At this time, the innate primordial water let out a mooing sound. It was actually the Buddha formation attacking the innate primordial water. The space around Xiaohua and Hanju quickly shrank. Go! Xiaohua did not hesitate. He opened his mouth again, and a wisp of spiritual fire entered the air. In the blink of an eye, it appeared under the spirit-slaying vital light. With a soft sound, the 2 spirit-slaying vital lights turned slightly and instantly rushed through the gap in the Buddha light that was burned by the spiritual fire and rushed into Hanju's neck. Puff! With another soft sound, Hanju's head flew into the air with an incredulous expression. His blood also spurted out several feet. Boom. At the same time, the innate primordial water was unexpectedly destroyed by the Buddha formation. Countless water splashed everywhere. However, after Hanju was destroyed by Xiaohua's spirit-slaying vital light, the heavy pressure of the Buddha sect's psychokinesis quickly receded like the ebbing tide. Just a hair's breadth away. How thrilling! Xiaohua was pushed down by the psychokinesis pressure again. He fell into the messy main hall, and somewhat didn't want to get up. Exhausted, he swept his gaze around and sighed with emotion. This Hanju, although he only has a golden core cultivation, his preparations were too ample. If I didn't use the innate primordial water to isolate the Buddha sect and use the spirit-slaying vital light and spiritual fire in time, even if I had the strength of a nascent soul, I'm afraid I would have died in his hands today. Then, Xiaohua lazily sat there and looked at the destroyed Buddha statue. He was secretly surprised. The Buddha sect's methods were not any worse than the Tao sect's. How could they be completely destroyed by the Tao sect? Moreover, Xiaohua now somewhat understood. The ruins of the Buddha sect. It wasn't that the Tao sect didn't know about it and didn't intend to leave it here. Instead, the Tao sect's cultivators didn't dare to casually enter and were unable to completely destroy it. After resting for the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Xiaohua stopped his wild thoughts. He stood up and helplessly looked at Zhang Luer, who was sitting there. At that time, Xiaohua and Hanju both had some reservations and avoided Zhang Luer. That mountain-like psychokinesis pressure seemed to have no effect on the silent Zhang Luer. Therefore, Zhang Luer wasn't affected at all. This child, Xiaohua bitterly smiled. After a long time, Hanju still didn't have a way to awaken her. He only used her as bait to trick me. I still have to think of a way. But, that's right, Hanju was the only Buddhist expert that Xiaohua knew of. Even the 6 Buddhist disciples that came later, Xiaohua had never seen their faces until they died. Where would Xiaohua go to find Buddhist disciples? Xiaohua tidied up the mess in the Jialan Temple's main hall. He put away Hanju's saraira, small golden bell, 9-ringed monk staff, and the kasaya wrapped around Hanju's corpse into his space. Then, he took Hanju's storage pouch and used a wisp of true samadhi fire to destroy Hanju's corpse. Xiaohua even stomped his feet at the place where Hanju's corpse turned into powder. Hanju was truly too sinister. He acted like a kind elder, but secretly plotted to kill Xiaohua. Xiaohua, who had been through many schemes, didn't notice anything fishy until the end. Now that he thought about it, Xiaohua felt a lingering fear. Then, Xiaohua looked at his Buddha saraira that was more than half damaged. He didn't even have the heart to repair it. Hanju's blood saraira, Xiaohua didn't dare to use it before he figured out the details. He was really afraid that Hanju had left behind a backup plan. There were many things in Hanju's storage pouch. Xiaohua looked at most of the jade slips and threw them to the side. He didn't care about any magic tools or treasures. He only picked up the golden bell and the jade slips that recorded Buddhist secrets. After flipping through the jade slips for several days, Xiaohua finally sighed and pulled his divine sense out of a shabby jade slip. Seeing that there was nothing around him, he waved his hand and put away the jade slip. Chapter 3090. Just as Hanju said, Xiaohua didn't find any information about the Buddhist sect's ruins in Hanju's storage pouch. There was only the Buddha formation near the reclining Buddha mountain. Furthermore, Xiaohua had also found Frost Bamboo's glaring Vajra Heart Sutra from the golden puppets. Although this Heart Sutra also required gradual cultivation steps, it also had a quick-speed Heart Sutra of devouring relics. The golden puppets even clearly stated that the glaring Vajra Heart Sutra was originally a Buddhist sect's Dharma protector. Hanju's other golden stallions were also beneficial to Xiaohua's Buddhist sect cultivation. However, Xiaohua didn't have any use for them now. After roughly looking through the contents, he accepted them. That's strange. Xiaohua took out Qin Mingwei's jade slip and looked at it for a long time with a frown. Then he pinched his chin and looked at the completely shattered Buddha statue and the stone wall in the distance. According to Qin Mingwei's jade slip, there isn't any entrance. However, the distance from here to the reclining Buddha mountain is the same. Xiaohua thought in bewilderment. Why did Hanju's place become a Buddha formation? Or perhaps, is this Buddha formation the ruins that Qin Mingwei mentioned? If I want to enter the Buddhist sect's ruins, do I have to break through this Buddha formation? But since that's the case, what Qin Mingwei and Hanju saw should be the same. Why is Qin Mingwei's record different? Or perhaps the same part is in Zhenxie's jade slip? Unfortunately, I don't have Zhenxie's jade slip. What should I do? Xiaohua had the intention to leave this Buddhist formation now and stay far away from this place that almost took his life. However, when he thought of Zhang Luer in the space and his incomplete exquisite leaf sutra, He still had to stay here and think of a way to find the location of the ruins that Qin Mingwei and Jin Xia had mentioned. He was afraid that only there would be the real golden centipede and the real way to awaken Zhang Luer. Now, I should first practice the method to control this Buddha formation, right? Thinking of Han Ju's 9 rings monk staff when he first entered the Buddha formation, Xiaohua felt that he already had an idea. Xiaohua took out the golden rune related to the Buddha formation and released his Buddhist sense. A golden light appeared, and a page with golden rune written on it appeared in Xiaohua's Buddhist sense. After a few more days, the golden eye within Xiaohua's Buddhist consciousness slowly turned. Fortunately, the 2 arms of the tattered Buddha relic were still intact. The Buddhist seals on the arms slowly danced. Along with these Buddhist seals, the 9 rings monk staff in midair also gradually emitted a faint Buddhist aura along with the Buddhist seals. At the end, Xiaohua's Buddha relic's hands formed a Buddhist seal and hit the 9-ringed monk staff. The monk staff emitted an extremely strong Buddhist light and slowly fell into the relic's hands. Woo! As Xiaohua waved the 9-ringed monk staff, a gust of wind appeared around the Jialan temple. The telekinesis of the tens of thousands of Buddhas under Han Ju's control came again and quickly repaired Xiaohua's Buddha relic. In just the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the entire Buddha relic was back to how it was before. Moreover, under the telekinesis, Xiaohua's exquisite leaf sutra, which had been stagnant for a long time, was once again pushed forward. The 4th-rank lotus platform slowly appeared. Xiaohua was overjoyed. He knew that the previous battle and the damage to the Buddha relic was about to be reborn. He hurriedly closed his eyes and the exquisite leaf sutra slowly flowed. The Buddha relic also flashed with a brilliant Buddhist aura and gradually grew to 4 feet. After a few days, Xiaohua's Buddha relic grew to a certain extent and could no longer grow. The monk staff in the relic's hand was thrown away. Swordsman. As the relic's hands formed a seal, he spat out a golden word. That golden word was like the full-force attack of a golden core cultivator and rushed towards the back wall of the Jialan temple. Boom! With a loud sound, countless Sanskrit and golden inscriptions appeared on the stone wall. The entire stone wall was shattered by Xiaohua's 4th Buddhist divine ability. Damn it, this 4th divine ability is actually a demon-subduing technique. Xiaohua looked at the Buddha relic that was somewhat dimming with Buddhist light. He was both surprised and pleasantly surprised. What surprised him was that Buddhism's methods were indeed impressive. His mantra was comparable to a golden core cultivator's attack. How could Buddhism be inferior to Taoism? What pleasantly surprised him was that the 9 runes mantra wasn't just a useless method of transcendence or soul summoning. In the future, there would be 5 more mantras. There would definitely be other surprises left for him. This was an unknown surprise, and it was exactly what Xiaohua was looking forward to. The stone wall was damaged, but Xiaohua's Buddha relic was also repaired perfectly. In fact, Xiaohua was surprised at the first moment. To be honest, with the willpower of tens of thousands of Buddhas, what kind of relic couldn't he cultivate? Why would he need to go against heaven and reason and devour other people's relic? However, Xiaohua was only surprised for a moment. Then he understood in his heart that the most important thing wasn't the environment, but the cultivation method to practice. His cultivation method, Zhang Luer's cultivation method, Han Ju's cultivation method, and even the cultivation methods of the other 6 people. The moment he obtained the cultivation method, all of his fates had already been determined. It wasn't up to him to choose. Go, Xiaohua's Buddha relic's Buddhist seal flipped, and the 9-ringed monk staff flew to Xiaohua's feet and transformed into a mast. Xiaohua stepped on it, and the mast rushed toward the back wall of Jialan Temple. When it flew out of Jialan Temple, it was really as Xiaohua had seen before. It was another pagoda path, and this pagoda path was extremely long. The end of the pagoda path was another dilapidated temple, but Xiaohua didn't know the name of this temple. Rise, Xiaohua didn't land on the pagoda path, but the Buddha relic once again activated the 9-ringed monk staff. His entire body flew high, crossing the entire pagoda path, crossing the temple, and ascending to the top of the Buddhist sect. Thus, all of the temples, all of the dilapidated structures were in Xiaohua's eyes. Great Pagoda Formation. 10,000 Cultivation Pagoda Formation. At this time, Xiaohua had roughly understood the power of this Buddhist formation. He couldn't help but sigh slightly and released his Buddhist sense again. Xiaohua's Buddhist sense was unknown how many times stronger than Han Ju's. It gradually permeated every corner of the pagoda formation like sweet dew. Xiaohua closed his eyes, looking solemn. The Buddhist light around his body rippled like the sun. After the time it took to eat a meal, Xiaohua raised his eyebrows, looked in a direction, and said with a smile, "Looks like this Zhao's idea is correct. There's something strange about this Buddhist formation. That Hanju Sai, he was really ignorant. He missed such an opportunity for nothing." Immediately after, Xiaohua's relic activated the 9-ringed monk's staff. The 9 rings on the staff rushed toward 9 directions of the Buddhist sect. The entire Buddhist sect flickered with endless ripples, like the ripples on the surface of a lake. Under these ripples, a layer of images was revealed. As the entire image was revealed, an extremely powerful suction force appeared somewhere on the pagoda path. At the same time, a series of Buddhist chants rang out. Xiaohua's body and his relic were unable to resist and were sucked in. Thousands of illusions appeared, as if he had experienced dozens of worlds. Xiaohua's eyes flickered slightly, and when he looked again, everything had changed. The ruined temple had disappeared, and the pagoda path in front of the temple had also disappeared. In its place were tens of thousands of broken Buddha statues. These Buddha statues were different from the Buddha statues in the previous temple. Each Buddha statue was independent, and each Buddha statue had broken limbs. Some were completely collapsed, and some were crooked and collapsed. At the same time, each Buddha statue was filled with compassion and compassion. Each Buddha statue was like a world of its own. Hiss, Xiaohua unconsciously sucked in a breath of cold air. His eyes were filled with death, destruction, decadence, and despair. However, these tens of thousands of Buddha statues were like tens of thousands of sprouts. Each of them emitted a kind of vitality, and when these tens of thousands of vitality gathered together, it was an indescribable brand new 10,000 Buddha diagram. Xiaohua's voice, which was close to a groan, came out from his throat. He already understood that under the incomparably powerful Great Pagoda formation, the destroyed Buddhist sect was the sprout of another Buddhist sect. This was the 10,000 Buddha diagram. The forms of tens of thousands of Buddhas, the comprehension of tens of thousands of Buddhas becoming Buddhas. It was an existence comparable to the 3,000 great Taoists of the Tao sect. What Jin Xie and Qin Mingwei saw was precisely this 10,000 Buddha diagram. Unfortunately, they didn't understand the meaning of the entire 10,000 Buddha diagram. Or perhaps they didn't know that this 10,000 Buddha diagram was the sprouts left behind after the Buddhist sect was destroyed. Therefore, they eagerly hoped for even more Buddhist sect divine abilities, and instead gave up on the final great Tao. Xiaohua sneered. Moreover, that frost bamboo seemed to have fallen into the pagoda formation from the very beginning, which was in line with his glaring Vajra heart technique. He could only fall into the minor Tao of the Buddhist sect's protector, and could never fall into the great Tao of the 10,000 Buddha diagram. At this point, how could Xiaohua not know that the great Tao to the heavens was already in front of his eyes? He released his Buddhist consciousness again, and even the Buddha Sarira fell into the 10,000 Buddha diagram. At this moment, Xiaohua didn't dare to extravagantly hope that he could comprehend any of the Buddha statues and comprehend the Buddha's realm. He only wanted to take this 10,000 Buddha diagram for his own use. Unfortunately, even though the Buddha Sarira was released, the 10,000 Buddha diagram didn't have any reaction in the end. What should I do? Xiaohua slightly frowned. After thinking for a moment, the Buddha Sarira once again chanted the 9 syllables of truth. The 4 syllables of truth, Lin, Bing, Do, and Zhe, rushed into the 10,000 Buddha diagram one after another. As these syllables fell into the 10,000 Buddha diagram, the entire 10,000 Buddha diagram began to flicker with a faint Buddhist light. Excellent, Xiaohua was overjoyed. He understood that his probing was effective, so he was even more generous with his Buddhist consciousness and psychokinesis to send the 9 syllables of truth into the 10,000 Buddha diagram, one after another. Rumble, after an unknown amount of time, the entire 10,000 Buddha diagram seemed to be floating like a picture. The tens of thousands of tattered Buddha statues began to move. Waves of vibrations comparable to the great Tao emerged from the 10,000 Buddha diagram, and they converged and rushed into Xiaohua's Buddha Sarira. Chapter 3091. Boom. Contrary to Xiaohua's expectations, the entire Buddha Sarira was completely obliterated by the fluctuations in just a moment. There was almost no resistance, and Xiaohua couldn't put up any resistance. At the same time, in the Buddha Saraira, where the Mudpill Palace was located, the Buddhist light rippled outside the seal. It was more dazzling than the aurora or the seven colors, and a small Buddha Saraira began to slowly condense again. The psychokinesis of the tens of thousands of Buddhas that had previously disappeared was engulfed in all directions again. The entire Buddha Saraira seemed to be inflated. An indescribable feeling, even more wonderful than Xiao Hua's comprehension of the way of the heavens, slowly filled the Buddha Saraira. And the moment the Buddha Saraira condensed, the 10,000 Buddhas painting flew out from under the Futu Buddhist sect like a scroll, rushed to the outside of Xiao Hua's Saraira, and wrapped around it, turning into a kasaya. This kasaya was faintly discernible and not substantial. The tens of thousands of different Buddha statues turned into wisps of Buddhist light that flowed outside the Saraira. It was this Buddhist light that made up the entire kasaya. What was special was that these seemingly extremely damaged Buddha statues actually changed slightly as they flowed outside the Buddha Saraira. Although this change was minuscule, Xiao Hua's Buddhist consciousness was able to feel it. The Buddhist sect left this 10,000 Buddhas painting to find an heir to the Buddhist sect, and the exquisite leaf scripture that I cultivate is exactly what Hanju said, the Saraira of the future Buddha Lord. Won't this 10,000 Buddhas painting immediately recognize me as its master? Xiao Hua was proud, but when his Buddhist sense looked at the original 10,000 Buddhas painting again, he couldn't help but be stunned. The tens of thousands of worn-out Buddha statues were still there. And they didn't disappear just because Xiao Hua's Buddha Saraira had the 10,000 Buddhas. There was no such thing as the 10,000 Buddhas painting recognizing Xiao Hua as its master. However, the current 10,000 Buddhas painting was different from before. It was like a layer of slow-flowing waves, and a layer of hazy images appeared under this flow. Damn it, what are you doing? Xiao Hua was a little confused by these methods. And then he urged the nine-ringed monk staff to rush into the flow of the 10,000 Buddhas painting. Whoosh, a sound like the sound of water rang in Xiao Hua's ears. Xiao Hua's figure fell under the 10,000 Buddha painting. As the 10,000 Buddha painting disappeared, a completely dilapidated building appeared under the 10,000 Buddha painting. These buildings were very similar to the 480 temples, but upon closer inspection, they were completely different. This was the true Buddhist sect ruins. Sigh. Xiao Hua looked at the Buddhist Saraira wrapped in a layer of specious kasaya, then at the 10,000 Buddhas diagram above his head. Finally, at the real Buddhist ruins, he couldn't help but sigh. The Buddhist sect's methods are indeed profound. Presumably, countless Taoist sect cultivators have fallen on the Buddha path, and countless Buddhist sects arhats have fallen in the 10,000 Buddhas diagram. What 10,000 Buddhas is Buddha sect? S10. Buddhas. Even people as strong as Qin Mingwei and Zhen Xie could only observe the small details, and didn't know the overall situation. In the end, they fell into the so-called Buddhist sect ruins, and could no longer escape. The Buddhist sect ruins they were talking about should be the 10,000 Buddhas painting. Because they didn't have the Buddha Saraira, they couldn't open the 10,000 Buddhas painting. And the exquisite Leaf Sutra and the exquisite Derivation Pagoda they obtained became the proof for me to become the future Lord Buddha. As for the exquisite Leaf Sutra and the exquisite Derivation Pagoda, the Buddhas of Buddha sect deliberately left them on the 10,000 Buddhas painting, or even on the Buddha path, wanting to leave behind their inheritance? As for the nascent soul masters and spirit-severing masters, they probably knew that they couldn't defeat the 10,000 Buddhas' mental power, so they didn't dare to enter. This is why the Buddhist sect ruins have always been a legend, and it has been passed down until now. Xiao Hua's gaze fell on the thousands of ruins, and he said with some sadness, "These ruins. I'm afraid they are the real ruins, and not some illusion." Before the Buddhas of Buddha sect died, they gathered the divine abilities of many Buddhas and moved the thousands of ruins of the Dawn Rain continent here. Making them into such ruins, the Dawn Rain continent no longer has the thousands of temples, thousands of Buddha statues, and thousands of mental power from the Buddhist sect's time of prosperity. The divine abilities of Buddha sect are nothing more than this. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua still underestimated the divine abilities of Buddha sect's Buddhas. When his Buddhist sense overlooked the entire Buddhist sect ruins like a bird's eye view, another powerful force swept out from somewhere in the ruins. Xiao Hua didn't have any chance to resist, and with just a thought, he fell into a mysterious place that even spirit-severing cultivators couldn't detect. Hiss! Xiaohua only felt a strong force holding him, and this force wasn't something he could resist. His entire body rapidly fell, and some light flashed before his eyes, and his body stopped again. When he looked up, he couldn't help but be dumbstruck. Empty. Meru Mountain? 3,000 great worlds? What that bastard Hanju said was actually true? In front of Xiaohua was an incomparably huge mountain. The top and bottom of the mountain were relatively thick, and only the middle was relatively thin, like a lampstand. Below the mountain was a boundless sea of blood. In the sea of blood, there were bones, skeletons, and completely tiny monsters. It was no different from the sea of bitterness Xiaohua saw on the pagoda path. Looking at empty Meru again, the Buddhist light lingered, and he couldn't see the specifics clearly. The faint Buddhist sound entered his ears, and the dang-dang of a wooden fish was slowly knocked. It was a scene of peace and bliss. Excellent. Xiaohua couldn't help but put his palms together, and a kind of piety arose from his heart. Phew, just as Xiaohua was piously bowing, he saw a Buddhist light rush out from Tusita heaven on empty Meru like a rainbow, and it landed at Xiaohua's feet. Ba, another compassionate Buddhist chant came from Tusita heaven, and along with this Buddhist chant, countless sounds came from all over empty Meru. It was as if before Xiaohua came, empty Meru was asleep, and Xiaohua's arrival awakened it. No way! Xiaohua was surprised. Could it be that on empty Meru, there is still a living Buddha? And there is more than one Buddha? Just as the doubt in his heart arose, the Buddhist light brought Xiaohua's figure to the top of empty Meru. Sure enough, the Buddhist sect's methods were meticulous. Xiaohua's figure moved, and immediately, heavenly flowers fell from the sky around him. Faint Sanskrit sounds could be heard, and countless celestial beings were also born. Each of them was vivid and lifelike illusions. Xiaohua's vision blurred, and he was already in front of a tall Buddha statue. With Xiaohua's current cultivation, he didn't even realize how he came here. His mind was still in the illusion from before. However, Xiaohua didn't have time to think about it. He hurriedly put his palms together and bowed. Disciple. Xiaohua greets the Buddha Lord. The Buddha statue flashed with Buddhist light. It was very tall, and the top couldn't be seen at a glance, and it was also impossible to see the face of the Buddha statue. But whether it was Xiaohua's first glance or the moment he bowed, the Buddha statue was reflected in Xiaohua's eyes. This Buddha statue was exactly the same as Xiaohua's Buddha relic. The ears were over the shoulder, the face was compassionate, and the arms were at the shoulder level. One hand pointed to the sky, and the other pointed to the earth. In Xiaohua's eyes, the compassionate face was somewhat similar to his own appearance. Furthermore, behind the head of the Buddha statue, there was a round mirror-like surface. The surroundings of this mirror were burning with orange karmic fire, and the Buddhist light in the mirror was overflowing. It was as if there were thousands of worlds and thousands of fairies and heavenly flowers. Xiaohua bowed and didn't dare to raise his head, quietly waiting for the Buddha Lord's instructions. Another half a cup of tea's worth of time passed, but he didn't hear any reply. Instead, the rhythmic sound of the wooden fish and the chanting of sutras from before gradually became softer, and even disappeared. Only then did Xiaohua slowly raise his head. That Buddha statue was still a Buddha statue, like a high mountain, giving off the feeling of looking up to a high mountain. But at the same time, Xiaohua's Buddha relic gave off an eager feeling. If Xiaohua's Buddha relic didn't have a Naiwan palace, perhaps it would have already jumped out of Xiaohua's body, right? Xiaohua's heart was moved, and he hurriedly projected the Buddha relic in front of Xiaohua through the swastika character between his eyebrows. The moment the Buddha relic projection appeared, a golden light was projected from the mirror behind the Buddha statue's head, and this golden light covered the entire projection. Xiaohua's exquisite leaf sutra was originally incomplete, and this Buddha relic was also incomplete. But in this golden light, all the flaws in the projection were slowly mended. Of course, this kind of mending wasn't a complete mending, but a kind of outline. The outline of the Buddha relic projection was completely mended. In contrast, the Buddha relic in Xiaohua's body was also miraculously mended, just like when the Buddha relic was released from the body. Many thanks, Buddha Lord. Xiaohua was overjoyed, and he bowed to express his thanks. But at this time, Xiaohua's heart was moved again, and with a wave of his hand, the exquisite pagoda flew out and landed in the other hand of the Buddha relic. Dang dang! A few more bell sounds came from the mirror behind the Buddha Lord's head, and 2 more golden lights were emitted from it, landing on the clear water bottle and the exquisite pagoda. After the golden light passed, the broken clear water bottle not only recovered, but it also emitted a faint Buddha light. But the willow branch in the clear water bottle still didn't move. What surprised Xiaohua the most was that the exquisite pagoda was also completely mended. Above the empty grooves, except for the last 3 grooves on the topmost layer, everything else had been mended. Excellent, Xiaohua was really satisfied. He had been searching for these gold leaves for many years, but he didn't have any clues. He didn't expect to find so many in the ruins of the Buddhist sect. However, he was slightly cursing in his heart. If he didn't find more gold leaves, would he still be able to replenish them in the ruins of the Buddhist sect? Thinking of this, Xiaohua's eyes turned again, and he put away the clear water bottle and the exquisite pagoda. Then he took out the kasaya, the 9-ringed monk's staff, and the small golden bell he obtained from the frost bamboo. Chapter 3092. Contrary to Xiaohua's expectations, this time it wasn't as straightforward as before. After a while, golden lights fell. In addition to the Buddhist light on the kasaya, the 9-ringed monk's staff, and the small golden bell, there was also a golden puppet in front of Xiaohua. It seemed to be even more stingy than Xiaohua. Many thanks, Buddha Lord. Xiaohua was very happy. His greedy little plan was finally satisfied by this Buddha Lord. He hurriedly waved his hand and put away the Buddhist artifacts, as well as the golden puppet and the Buddha's Sarira projection that he didn't have time to check. Then he took Zhang Luer out of the space, bowed, and said, "This is the Bodhisattva who is fated with our Buddha. Buddha Lord, please be merciful and wake her up." Unexpectedly, as soon as Zhang Luer came out, a huge bell rang from outside the Tusita heaven. It was as if there was a big movement on Mount Meru. Not only did the Tusita heaven tremble, but even Mount Meru shook a little. Then, a strong golden light came out of the mirror behind the Buddha statue's head, enveloping Xiaohua and Zhang Luer. The golden light was trembling extremely, as if the Buddha Lord was angry at Xiaohua's insatiable greed. Then a faint suction force came out of the golden light, and Xiaohua and Zhang Luer's figures slowly fell into the mirror. That's right. At this time, Xiaohua suddenly realized. Zhang Luer is practicing the Prajnaparamita Heart Sutra, not the Exquisite Leaf Sutra. I'm afraid the corresponding Buddha Lord is not this one, right? This bell should be to send Zhang Luer to another Buddha Lord, right? Thinking of this, Xiaohua didn't resist the suction force. He pulled with his hand, and it was Zhang Luer's arm. When the two of them fell into the mirror at the same time, Xiaohua's eyes darkened slightly. Then countless thunderclaps sounded, and endless rain fell on his body. Io, what layer of sky is this? There's wind and rain? Xiaohua was stunned. The golden light protecting his body involuntarily spread out, protecting Zhang Luer. But at this time, Xiaohua was shocked again. Not good. On Mount Meru. How can I use the Dao Sect's magic? At the same time, he had an extremely bad feeling in his heart. Sure enough, when Xiaohua released his divine sense and saw the thousands of mountains around him, as well as the rolling thunderclouds and earth-shattering rain above the mountains, Xiaohua's heart turned cold. Xiaohua had already been sent out of the Buddhist sect ruins. How can this work? Xiaohua is dumbfounded. This Xiao is going to the Buddhist ruins. Isn't it to wake Zhang Luer up? How can we go back empty-handed? Just now, was it this Zhao's greed that made the Buddha Lord angry? Thinking of his actions just now, Xiaohua was very regretful. Almost without thinking, he hurriedly sent Zhang Luer into the space again. He released his Buddhist awareness, trying his best to find his location and the location of the reclining Buddha mountain, so that he could enter the Buddhist sect again. He had already decided that this time, he would no longer take out any Buddhist tools or golden puppets. He wanted to take Zhang Luer out of the space and place her in front of the Buddha Lord. Unfortunately, the night was dark and the rain was heavy. Even with his Buddhist awareness, Xiaohua couldn't find any trace of the reclining Buddha mountain in this unfamiliar place. This Xiao knows where the reclining Buddha mountain is. I just need to find a cultivator and ask, won't that be enough? Xiaohua thought to himself. After roughly looking around, he hurriedly flew in a certain direction. An hour passed. Xiaohua didn't see any figures, nor did he see anything else. In front of him, apart from the night, there was only the rain. The night seemed endless, and the rain also seemed endless. This made Xiaohua's heart more and more anxious, and more uneasy. Kacha! Just as Xiaohua was hurriedly flying away, A bolt of lightning as thick as the mouth of a bowl streaked across the sky, illuminating the dark night for several kilometers to the left. Xiaohua's tall, thin and anxious figure impressively appeared in midair. Xiaohua? Two exceptionally surprised voices came from the edge of the light. Immediately after, two powerful divine senses rushed over like a wave, sweeping past Xiaohua and immediately locking onto him. Who is it? Xiaohua was originally feeling ashamed, angry, and regretful. He was about to use the lightning escape technique in this lightning, but unexpectedly, he heard a soft voice within the sound of thunder. At the same time, he was astonished, and at the same time, his divine sense swept out. Boom! When Xiaohua's divine sense came into contact with the other party's seemingly solid divine sense, it was immediately repelled. Even Xiaohua's mind was roaring. Nascent soul cultivator. Xiaohua immediately understood his situation. Moreover, those two divine senses firmly locked onto him. How could there be any good things waiting for him? An incomparable fear immediately emerged from Xiaohua's heart. Xiaohua didn't even think about it. Lightning flashed around his body, and he immediately used the Imperial Thunder Guard, wanting to escape. Unfortunately, no matter how high Xiaohua's cultivation was, no matter how fast his lightning escape technique was, he was now very close to the two nascent soul cultivators. The two nascent soul cultivators turned into rainbows a few li away, and at the same time, they rubbed their hands together. Countless silver rays fell into the air, and then disappeared. Xiaohua had just urged his magic power, but he felt that the surrounding space was already imprisoned by magic power. It was the same as when he was imprisoned by the thousands of frost bamboo Buddha's divine sense in Jialan Temple. Granny, I just left the wolf's mouth and entered the tiger's den. Xiaohua's teeth creaked as he anxiously thought, how can I live like this? Roar! Xiaohua knew that in the face of two nascent soul cultivators, he couldn't have any slack. He roared to boost his courage and took out the wishful staff. The dragon transformation art and celestial body bestowment technique in his body began to revolve. His golden core was also agitated. True essence rushed into his meridians like a flood bursting a dam, and wisps of heaven and earth spiritual energy also poured into his body from the surface of his body. Open, Xiaohua let out a roar. This full-strength staff really broke the imprisonment of the two nascent soul cultivators. Xiaohua didn't even look back as he fled into the distance. He only flew a few zhong when a powerful force was born in front of him. It was like an incomparably tall giant wall blocking Xiaohua's front. Xiaohua crashed into it, and the brilliance of his whole body shone brightly. He couldn't move even half a step. Whoosh, a wisp of crimson spiritual fire flew out of Xiaohua's mouth like a silk thread, and in a moment, it burned through the giant wall that couldn't be seen with the naked eye. Xiaohua's divine sense swept out, and his body was like a gust of wind, passing through the spiritual fire and rushing into the distance. This Xiaohua is indeed powerful. Needless to say, the two mid-nascent soul stage cultivators chasing after Xiaohua were naturally Daoist Dube Yi and Shan Xingzi. When Daoist Dube Yi saw his spell being defeated, he was alarmed and said with some surprise, this is a nascent soul nameless. Shan Xingzi didn't find it strange. Otherwise, our master wouldn't have let us take action. That's right. Daoist Dube Yi nodded, but at the same time, he cried out in alarm. Not good, Daoist Shan Xingzi. Let's take turns casting magic. We must not let him use the lightning escape technique at full strength. This old man sees that his lightning escape technique is about to catch up to Master Qian Lei. That's right, when we were discussing that day, this old man said that a secret technique that can restrict the lightning escape technique. Naturally, this old man will use it now. How can I let him escape from our hands? Shan Xingzi turned his hands slightly, as if he was twisting something, and said with a confident smile, in order to capture this guy, this old man specially recomprehended this technique. You won't let him escape easily? However, this guy's lightning escape technique is really beyond this old man's expectations. It can actually catch up to Master Qian Lei. Of course, if not, do you think that Daoist Lei Meng of the Thunder Palace will be chasing after us? I'm afraid that he also knows that we are looking for Xiaohua. As Shan Xingzi opened his mouth, a blood arrow fell into the air. As Shan Xingzi grabbed it with his hand, several spells were cast into it, and the blood arrow turned dark. Like a snake the size of a thumb, it rushed into the void and disappeared. Blood curse? Daoist Dube Yi's heart trembled, and a trace of thoughtfulness appeared on his face. Alas, Shan Xingzi sighed, this old man has used up his profound qi to cast the secret technique. But I'm afraid that I can't do anything to Lei Meng anymore. Humph, good luck, Lei Meng. Daoist Dube, he took a look at Xiao Hua, who was struggling in the distance, and said coldly, if Xiao Hua didn't suddenly appear here, we might have set up an ambush and killed him tonight. Since Xiao Hua has already appeared, we don't have to meet him face to face. Xiao Hua is now an abandoned disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. Although Master Qian Lei wants to take back the punishment order, as long as Xiao Hua falls into our hands, he will never be able to take it back. The Imperial Thunder sect will always be the laughingstock of others. That's true. Although Shan Xingzi's face was somewhat pale, the magic power in his body was rapidly surging. He looked at Xiao Hua, who was about to approach, with some puzzlement, and said curiously, this Xiao Hua suddenly disappeared in Haoming City. He should have used some secret technique to disguise himself. We just guessed that he passed through Mo Zhao and Black Forest, but in Meng Kingdom, there is no trace of Xiao Hua at all. We were like headless flies running around randomly. Tonight, how did he suddenly appear in front of us? Where did he go? What did he do there? It's really mysterious. There doesn't seem to be any secret area nearby. Won't we know once we capture him? Daoist Dubi sneered, and then he didn't forget to remind Shan Xingzi, after we capture Xiao Hua, we have to discuss how to report to our respective masters. Don't worry about this, fellow Daoist. Shan Xingzi smiled, and then said in astonishment, oh no. Just when Shan Xingzi and Daoist Dubi thought that they had already captured Xiao Hua, they saw the sword light around Xiao Hua's body flourish, and a huge sword gradually appeared. The quagmire that Shan Xingzi used to trap Xiao Hua was also defeated by Xiao Hua. This Xiao Hua is really too powerful. Shan Xingzi blurted out, if we give him another 100 years, we won't be his opponent even if we join hands. Chapter 3093. What a pity. He won't have another 100 years. If you let him escape from our hands today, you and I would have cultivated to the middle nascent soul stage in vain. Taoist Master Dubi sneered. In this distance of a few li, a middle nascent soul stage cultivator had enough means to trap a golden core stage cultivator, even if he didn't release his nascent soul. Taoist Master Dube, he had already prepared the spell in his hand when Shan Xingzi cast the spell. At this time, he just waved his hand and a ray of golden light flew out. Tens of thousands of flowers grew near Xiao Hua's sword. Every time the golden petals burst, they produced a powerful force, blasting Xiao Hua's sword out of the giant sword. Wasn't this the method Xiao Hua used to deal with the sword cultivators of the Huan country? The karma of this world was really unpleasant. At the same time these tens of thousands of flowers burst, wisps of ink-black blood appeared in the void. These wisps of blood were very difficult to detect. Along with the impact of these petals, they flew into Xiao Hua's flickering sword light and quickly disappeared. It's really karma. This Xiao just came out of the Buddhist ruins and encountered such karma. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. The sword light around his body was still flickering. He was depressed in his heart and slowly turned around in midair. He calmly looked at the two nascent soul stage cultivators who were already close to him. At this point, what was the use of panicking? Xiao Hua just couldn't figure out why these two nascent soul stage cultivators were making things difficult for him. Maybe it's that seal. Suddenly, Xiao Hua's heart gave birth to a kind of intuition. It was as if the answer he had been looking for was now in front of him. He couldn't help but feel excited and nervous. Two martial ancestors. However, Xiao Hua still pretended to be calm and asked loudly, "Why are you blocking this junior's path? Why do you want to escape when you see the two of us?" Taoist Master Dube, and Shan Xingzi came together and said with a smile, "Martial ancestor, how do you know that this junior is Xiao Hua?" Xiao Hua looked at the two people and then looked at the place where he couldn't escape. Suddenly, he thought of something and the hand in front of his chest slightly withdrew. Terrifying Phoenix, nameless nascent soul, which one of them isn't famous in the three kingdoms of cultivation. Perfected Dube and Shan Xingzi had already closed in on Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua, who was only at the Golden Core realm and could barely resist an early-stage nascent soul realm cultivator, had already fallen into a desperate situation. Therefore, Shan Xingzi asked with a smile. Xiao Hua's expression changed, and he said coldly, "So the two grandmasters were spies from Huan country." "Spy? Haha." Reverend Dubi laughed and pointed his hand. The golden flowers rushed out behind Xiao Hua, completely blocking his path. Junior doesn't know the two grandmasters. Xiaohua was very puzzled and asked curiously, Junior doesn't know why the two grandmasters. As he spoke, Xiaohua suddenly clasped his hand in front of his chest and muttered something. He raised his hand, and a faint green light flashed, instantly enveloping the surrounding area. Perfected Dube Yi and Shan Xingzi were in it. Not good. The green light flashed past the two nascent soul realm cultivators, and they immediately sensed a very terrifying aura. While they knew that things weren't good, they hurriedly urged their magic power to protect themselves, and at the same time, they hurriedly separated and flew to Xiaohua's two sides. Unfortunately, even if the two were as strong as mid-stage nascent soul realm cultivators, it was too late to react. A clear bjie sound was heard, and it was unusually loud in the night sky. From Xiaohua's hand, a huge phoenix phantom rushed out, as if it was reborn after nirvana. The green light that formed the phoenix phantom rolled up the endless spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and in an instant, it sucked out everything within a few miles. An indescribable imprisonment shrouded several miles. Wasn't this the phoenix illusion that Xiao Xinrui exchanged for with mid-grade spirit stones in Jinghua City? It was originally hidden in front of Xiaohua's chest, and even when he encountered 3 second-grade sword transformation realm swordsmen, he was not willing to take it out. Until today, Xiaohua no longer had any means to escape from the joint attack of the two mid-stage nascent soul realm cultivators. Xiaohua had no choice but to activate the phoenix illusion, which he regarded as a treasure, and recite the dozens of words to activate this rare Phoenix Jade Talisman. As expected of the Phoenix Jade Talisman, the cyan phoenix shadow completely covered immortal Dube Yi and Shan Xingzi. Within a few miles, the cyan light rotated rapidly, and in a moment, it turned into vortexes thinner than hair. In the middle of these vortexes was the void. The entire phoenix shadow pounced on the two cultivators at the middle stage of Yuanying realm, just like a real void storm. Seeing the terrifying destructive aura approaching, perfected Dube Yi and Shan Xingzi's expressions changed greatly. Without hesitation, they waved their hands, and a dozen or so magic treasures of various colors flew out from their storage pouches, each flashing with a strange brilliance and blocking in front of the two. Boom, boom, boom. Wherever the green light passed, the dozens of magic treasures were immediately riddled with holes, and their brilliance immediately dimmed. The two of them hurriedly tried to fly up, but in the shadow of the phoenix, the two of them couldn't move at all. The two waved their hands almost at the same time, and the magic treasures that were destroyed exploded one after another. The impact of the explosion was very fierce, and it blocked a lot of the green light. However, after the magic treasures exploded, the green light still rushed into the two's protective brilliance. Almost at the same time, a colorful brilliance appeared above the two's heads, and two nascent souls emerged from the top of their heads. Each of them was holding a ring in their hands, but the two rings were different in color, one black and one white. The rings in the hands of the nascent souls were activated, and a black and white halo covered the two from top to bottom. After the halo fell, the two nascent souls looked a little dispirited, and at the same time, it disappeared into the two's bodies. CSISI. The sound of a silkworm swallowing mulberry leaves sounded, and the void storm finally fell into the black and white halo. As the two expected, the black and white halo was immediately hit with a complete hole, and it was annihilated in a moment. Then the brilliance of the two shone brightly, and at the same time, it trembled rapidly. After a few breaths, the brilliance was annihilated. The two's figures seemed to have been seriously injured, and they fell from mid-air. Especially Shan Xingzi, there was black blood flowing out of his mouth and nose, and his face was abnormally pale. The two nascent soul middle-stage cultivators fell from mid-air, and the green light of the Phoenix Phantom also disappeared. Within a few miles, the mountains that were just washed by the rainstorm, the trees, and everything else disappeared. It was as if they had never existed, and a chasm of a few miles in size was born out of thin air. After the time to drink a cup of tea, immortal Dube Yi and Shan Xingzi flew from the ground to mid-air again. After taking the elixir, the two's complexion had improved. However, under the Phoenix Jade Talisman, the corrosive power was far from being remedied by elixirs and meditation. They were afraid that they would have to work hard for dozens of days to recover. Damn this brat! Immortal Dube Yi swept out his spiritual sense, and when he saw that Xiaohua had flown dozens of miles away, he couldn't help but scold angrily. I will capture him, and I will make him beg for death. Cough cough. Shan Xingzi coughed twice, which was rare for him. The magic power around his body surged, and he reminded, "Fellow Taoist Dubi, we'd better hurry up. That guy's thunder escape technique is very fast. If we delay for a moment, I'm afraid we can't catch up with him." Immortal Dubi said, and he also turned into a rainbow. Following Shan Xingzi into midair, he asked again, "Fellow Taoist, when will your secret technique take effect?" "There is still half an hour." Shan Xingzi replied after thinking for a while. "Ah, half an hour." Immortal Dubi smiled bitterly. "In another half an hour, that guy's magic power will be exhausted. If he doesn't escape from our sight, he will fall into our hands." "Hee, that guy. How can he fall into our hands so easily?" Shan Xingzi sneered. "In my opinion, even if it is 20 hours, I'm afraid it will not be easy for us to capture him." Immortal Dubi couldn't refute it. After all, they were close at hand just now. Two cultivators at the nascent soul middle stage couldn't capture Xiaohua. Now that Xiaohua had escaped far away, they really didn't know when they could catch up with him. "You and I will split into two directions." Immortal Dubi glanced at the direction where Xiaohua went and suggested, "Since his direction is the Kueha Sea, we will force him to fly to the depths of the Kueha Sea. When the spiritual power of heaven and earth is exhausted, he will fall into our hands." Yes, that should be the case. Shan Xingzi naturally had the same idea, but when they separated, he didn't forget to shout, "Fellow Taoist Dubi, even if you go to the Kueha Sea, you can't go too far. It's too dangerous inside." "I know. How can we let him escape to the Kueha Sea?" Immortal Dubi nodded. "I don't believe that he has a second jade talisman." Immediately, the two of them chased after Xiaohua from two sides. Just as Shan Xingzi said, within half an hour, Xiaohua's speed surpassed the two of them. The distance between the three of them was getting bigger and bigger, but this distance was only about 200 miles, which was not beyond the range of the two's spiritual sense. However, after half an hour, Xiaohua's flying speed gradually slowed down. The two of them were overjoyed when they saw this. They sped up and slowly closed the distance. Of course, although the distance was slowly closing, it took a long time. In a flash, several hours had passed, and the sky was already bright. Damn it, what's going on? Xiaohua felt that although the magic power in his body was still running smoothly, when the magic power was sent into the thunder escape, it always disappeared for no reason. The magic power that disappeared became more and more with the passage of time. By the 4th hour, nearly half of it had disappeared. This half was enough to drag Xiaohua's thunder escape down a lot. From the very beginning, Xiaohua's Buddhist sense could no longer detect the traces of Immortal Dubi and Shan Xingzi. Now, the two of them appeared in the range of Xiaohua's Buddhist sense. Chapter 3094. Damn it! I'm really going to die. At this speed, I'm afraid it won't take more than a few days for them to catch up to me. These are two mid-nascent soul cultivators. How can I escape? Xiaohua's battle with Taoist Jingyu in the past had benefited him greatly, so he came to a conclusion after a little thought. Taoist Jingyu was only an early nascent soul cultivator, while Taoist Dubi and Shan Xingzi were mid-nascent soul cultivators, even close to late nascent soul cultivators. Moreover, although these two were not cultivators of Imperial Thunder Sect, they were proficient in flying techniques and were not much slower than Taoist Qian Lazy of Imperial Thunder Sect. Although Xiaohua's cultivation had improved a lot compared to the past, and his lightning escape technique was also much faster, it was extremely difficult to escape from the encirclement of these two people. Where is the front? Xiaohua was somewhat impatient as he looked into the distance. There was a slight halo in the bright area. Why is it the direction of Kueha Sea? Xiaohua raised his brows, and his heart sank. He couldn't help but hesitate. He always had a deep understanding of his sense of direction and luck, but he didn't expect that just after he used the Phoenix illusion, his luck would immediately turn bad. Going to Kueha Sea, that's a dead end. I must return to Shi country, or at least fly to Huan country. Xiaohua's heart moved. Taking advantage of the fact that Taoist Dubi and Shan Xingzi were still some distance away from him, he hurriedly turned around and flew towards the north. If it was before, I could still escape back to Imperial Thunder Sect to hide. After flying for a while, Xiaohua's heart was sad again. But now I'm a lonely ghost. Where can I hide? Huan country. Yes, Million Meng Mountains. Thinking of this, Xiaohua's eyes lit up. Imperial Thunder Sect abandoned me, so I naturally can't go back to ask for help. Now, I can only go to Million Meng Mountains. Didn't that Shaman King want to see me? Maybe it's because of this. This Shaman King's divine connection technique is really amazing. Of course, the premise is that I can escape from the pursuit of these two old nascent soul cultivators. However, as Xiaohua flew, the consumption of his spiritual power became greater and greater. Even if he took medicinal pills and spiritual herbs, he couldn't make ends meet. Looking at the situation where Zhenrendub Yi and the kind child chased after him, Xiaohua was anxious. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for him to escape from Meng Kingdom, and it was even more impossible for him to go to Mount Million Meng. At this moment, an early nascent soul cultivator from the Imperial Thunder sect flew over to where Xiaohua was controlling the Phoenix illusion. He looked at the abnormality within a few kilometers and scanned the mess with his spiritual sense. He couldn't help but frown. This man was none other than Reverend Lei Meng, who had followed Reverend Dube Yi and Shan Xingzi here. Strange. Aren't these two looking for Xiaohua? Why did I encounter another enemy here? Lei Meng Jinren thought to himself curiously. Could it be that they are looking for someone else, and I guessed wrongly? In particular, what does Xiaohua have that they covet? This doesn't make sense. Furthermore, the expulsion order from the Imperial Thunder sect hasn't been issued yet. They are searching for my Imperial Thunder sect's disciples so brazenly. Lei Meng Daoist really couldn't understand. However, when I came out from the Imperial Thunder sect, I could still find traces of Xiaohua. But when I was about to reach Haoming City, I couldn't find any traces of Xiaohua. And I actually found out that other than me, there were two other mid-nascent soul cultivators looking for Xiaohua's whereabouts. If these two people were looking for Xiaohua, it didn't start when Xiaohua left the Imperial Thunder sect, but earlier? Thinking of this, Lei Meng Daoist suddenly understood. Yes, these two people must have noticed Xiaohua long ago. They even knew that Xiaohua was expelled from the Imperial Thunder sect. That's why they dared to look for Xiaohua so directly. As for the reason, it must be related to Xiaohua's secret. Xiaohua was an Qi refinement disciple, and now he has miraculously reached nascent soul. Furthermore, he has a disguise technique that is rarely seen in the Dawn Rain continent. This secret technique can even make dozens of illusory sword cultivators unable to distinguish him. Perhaps everything here is the result of Xiaohua fighting against two mid-nascent soul cultivators? Thinking that Xiaohua was actually able to fight against two mid-nascent soul cultivators, Lei Meng Daoist's heart trembled with fear. What kind of cultivation is this? Looking at the traces in the surroundings again, Lei Meng Daoist cast several spells in succession, then closed his eyes and pondered for a moment. He raised his eyes and looked in the direction of Xiaohua's escape, and said in a low voice, Xiaohua still can't stop two nascent soul cultivators. He should have escaped. However, Daoist Dube Yi and Shan Xingzi are both mid-nascent soul cultivators. I am also not their match. However, if I go and send a message now and don't give chase, with Xiaohua's lightning escape technique, I won't be able to catch up. Forget it. After a moment, Lei Meng Daoist made a decision. Similarly, thunder roared around him as he chased in the direction of Xiaohua. I am also responsible for expelling Xiaohua from the Imperial Thunder sect. Even if I have to risk my life, I will give him a hand. Unfortunately, although Lei Meng Daoist wanted to help, his cultivation was still inferior to the two mid-nascent soul cultivators. Moreover, Xiaohua had already changed his direction. When Lei Meng Daoist couldn't find the traces of the three people, who knew where Xiaohua had flown to when he used the secret technique again, Lei Meng Daoist, the palace lord of the Imperial Thunder sect's Thunder Palace, was also a famous nascent soul cultivator in the Dawn Rain continent. At this moment, it was actually difficult for him to intervene in the grudge between Xiaohua, Daoist Dube Yi and Shan Xingzi. Facing the pursuit of two mid-nascent soul cultivators, Xiaohua didn't dare to use the same strategy as before to escape from Daoist Jingru. He could only use his best lightning escape technique. Although the lightning attracted the attention of many cultivators, once they realized that there were two nascent soul cultivators chasing after Xiaohua, they immediately retracted their divine sense, retracted their gazes, and hid their heads in their bosoms. Who would dare to pay attention to him? Poor Xiaohua, for the past few days, he had thought of every method to expel the secret technique that Shan Xingzi used on him, and he was even more unable to shake off Daoist Dube Yi and Shan Xingzi. At this moment, just like the beginning, he was chased to within 10 li by the two. If the two hadn't also been injured by the Phoenix illusion, if the two hadn't flown for several days and consumed a large amount of magic power, wouldn't they have already used their divine abilities to capture Xiaohua? Xiaohua, where do you think you're going? At this moment, the setting sun was like blood, and Taoist Dube Yi's words were even more bloodthirsty. Xiaohua opened his eyes wide and saw that below him was a verdant bamboo forest that was several mu in size. Countless bamboos swayed slowly with the evening wind, producing rustling sounds. At a glance, this bamboo forest was emerald green, very pleasing to the eye. However, at this moment, in Xiaohua's eyes, the emerald green was so mournful, and a kind of heavy sorrow was born from his heart. Forget it. Xiaohua's figure stopped, knowing that today's matter would not end well. With a wave of his hand, he took out the wishful staff, then covered his Taoist robe, and secretly took out the sword gourd of the execution spirit primordial light. This Xiao will fight here. If I can't win, this place will be this Xiao's burial ground. Xiaohua faced the setting sun, looked in the direction of the Shi country in the west, and sighed. Hongxia Shueshue, I'm afraid we won't be able to meet in this life. In the next life, this husband will take good care of you. Then Xiaohua slowly activated his magic power. The side of his face was blood red, and the sword-like eyebrows that reached his temples also emitted a faint sword brilliance. Xiaohua would rather die than live in integrity. He was absolutely unwilling to fall into their hands again. He was unwilling to be sealed again, and his memories destroyed. What? Not running anymore? Seeing this, Taoist Dube Yi and Shan Xingzi also slowed down their flying speed, gradually approaching Xiaohua from two directions to prevent Xiaohua from escaping. Shan Xingzi asked coldly. No need. Xiaohua sneered. In just a few days, the news of two nascent soul stage masters chasing after the terrifying phoenix will spread throughout the Dawn Rain continent. This Xiao wants to know, how are you going to explain to the thousands of Dao sect cultivators? How are you going to explain to my Imperial Thunder sect? You have already been expelled from the Imperial Thunder sect. How can the Imperial Thunder sect stand up for you? Shan Xingzi sneered. Even if there are thousands of cultivators, do I need to explain to them? Taoist Dube also mocked. So, Xiaohua narrowed his eyes, looking at the two people who had already fallen into the bamboo forest, and said calmly, You have already been paying attention to this Xiao. You have already started to track this Xiao. Then the 2 layers of seals in this Xiao's body, is it also because of you? Taoist Dube Yi and Shan Xingzi were startled, but they looked at each other and sneered at the same time. And maybe it's not you. Xiaohua said faintly, You don't have such profound cultivation. I'm afraid it's because of your spirit-severing masters? What's the use of saying so much? Shan Xingzi had already scanned the area with his divine sense and sneered. There are no cultivators nearby. Even if you break the sky, what can you do? Who can know? Who said there is no one here? Suddenly, a faint voice sounded beside Shan Xingzi. Shueshue? When the voice entered his ears, Xiaohua felt as if he was struck by lightning, and he looked at the place to his left in disbelief, which was the edge of the bamboo forest. The green bamboo forest flickered, and a very faint figure appeared. Wasn't it Shueshue, who was already in the late stage of foundation establishment? Why are you here? Xiaohua hurriedly asked, and urged his magic power to fly closer to Shueshue. Husband, you can fly to the depths of QC, you are not their opponent, but if you go all the way to the east, there will be a way out. Shueshue's face was snow-white, and her eyes stared at Xiaohua, and said word by word. Her eyes were filled with attachment, reluctance, and endless affection. A foundation establishment girl. Taoist Master Dube Yi was shocked, but when he saw that Shueshue was only in the late stage of foundation establishment, he laughed again. If this old man is included? Behind Shan Xingzi, another voice that Xiaohua was extremely familiar with strangely sounded. Xiaohua was completely dumbfounded. Master. Of course, at the edge of the bamboo forest opposite Shueshue, helplessness, whose hair was now pitch black, and whose face was wrinkled, revealed himself. He was already a complete gold core cultivator. His pitch-black eyes were filled with anger. A teacher for a day, a father for life. Helplessness didn't even look at Xiaohua, and said faintly, Although this old man didn't teach you anything, this old man regards you as his disciple. You will always be this old man's disciple. Are you all sick? Shan Xingzi faced helplessness, but he didn't seem to have any pressure. He clapped his hands, and the pressure above his head surged, and in an instant, helplessness was unable to move. Husband, farewell. Shue took one last look at Xiaohua, and her eyes were completely red. Then a layer of blood mist appeared in her entire body. This blood mist turned into a strange figure in midair. It was somewhat similar to the thunder beast, but it was also different. It was the strange creature that rushed into Shue's forehead in the Thunder Palace in the Misty Mountain that day. However, at that time, the strange creature was jade black, but at this time it was blood red. With a loud boom, this blood mist suddenly exploded and covered Daoist Dubi. Wife! Shue's self-explosion was too sudden, and it seemed that she had prepared for a long time. Xiaohua was completely caught off guard. Seeing the blood mist gushing out, he cried out in sorrow. Daoist Dubi frowned slightly, and his face actually showed impatience. He sneered and said, "Even if a foundation establishment girl self-explodes, what can you do?" Immediately, Daoist Dubi flicked his Taoist robe and used the hand of nascent soul to cover the rolling blood mist. Poor Shue, who had been in seclusion for decades, had cultivated to the late stage of foundation establishment. Now, even if she wanted to die for Xiaohua in exchange for Xiaohua's life, it was impossible. Wife! Xiaohua's heart was suddenly filled with tears. Almost without hesitation, he waved his hand, and the willow branch was taken out from the water bottle in the Buddha's saraira. He waved it towards the sky, and an inexplicable flow gushed out from Xiaohua's body, just like when he summoned Kai Zhuoxia's soul in the Kai family of Luyang. A 10-colored glow that couldn't be seen by the naked eye, spiritual sense, and other mortal magical powers rushed out of the willow branch again, and fell into the blood mist. However, at that time, Kai Zhuoxia's body was still broken, and now Shue came, and there was no trace of blood left. Can Shue still be saved? At this time, Xiaohua's heart felt like it was being twisted by a knife. He finally understood the pain in the heart of Li Zongbao of the Utopia faction, and finally understood the most tragic parting in the world. Boom! At this time, next to the good child, helplessness also self-exploded, turning into a cloud of blood mist in the same shape, and covered the good child. However, just like Shue, although helplessness was a golden core cultivator, he had just stepped into the golden core stage, and the madness of his self-explosion was much stronger than Shue's. However, the good child had long been prepared, and before helplessness self-exploded, he had already used a secret technique. Helplessness's body was flashing with green brilliance. The blood mist was rolling, and the golden core had turned into endless spiritual energy, but under the green light, it only showed a slight collapse. Even if the green light disappeared, the power of helplessness's self-explosion was much weaker. So how could it pose a threat to the good child? Master! Xiaohua's heart twitched again. He didn't dare to imagine that helplessness, who was so disappointed in him, would sacrifice himself to save him. He also didn't hesitate to throw the willow branch again, and another ray of light rushed out and fell into another blood mist. Xiaohua's face inexplicably turned pale. Chapter 3095. The moment the willow light rushed into the blood mist, the green light of Shan Xingzi's secret technique finally collapsed. A few wisps of blood rushed out like arrows, instantly disappearing in midair. The place where they appeared again was the blood mist imprisoned by immortal Dubi Wu. A huge gust of wind blew, accompanied by the rumbling of thunder. Boom! A rather incomprehensible syllable was faintly discernible. It was extremely obscure and filled with the vicissitudes of life. This syllable, this thunder, this wind, Xiaohua was very familiar with it. It was what he heard in the Misty Mountain. And this sound was completely produced from the blood wisps connecting helplessness and the blood mist transformed by Shue. It was really strange. Not good. Whether it was immortal Dubi or Shan Xingzi, they immediately felt that something was wrong. An indescribable palpitation arose from their hearts. But before they could do anything, there was a loud sound of boom. 2 clouds of blood mist rushed through the imprisonment of the 2 cultivators in the middle stage of the nascent soul realm and quickly dispersed within a few meters. Immortal Dubi didn't dare to hesitate. He hurriedly activated the golden light protecting his body. Unfortunately, this blood mist was so strange that the golden light protecting Immortal Dubi's body was immediately contaminated when it touched the blood mist. It quickly penetrated into Immortal Dubi's body. Immortal Dubi was shocked. While the spiritual power in his body was quickly activated, his thoughts turned quickly. He also hurriedly waved his hand gestures and displayed all the secret techniques he knew. Blood curse? Damn it! Shan Xingzi was also flashing with golden light. Unfortunately, his situation was the same as Immortal Dube Yi. The blood mist was like the hatred of Xue Xue and helplessness. The golden light couldn't stop it at all and quickly penetrated it. Shan Xingzi was in a hurry. He hurriedly scanned with his spiritual thought. He immediately knew what this blood mist was, and he shouted angrily. Blood curse? Immortal Dube Yi also understood when he heard it. He immediately stopped the secret technique, clapped his hand, and took out a jade bottle from the storage bag. He didn't open it at all. He squeezed his hand, and a green elixir fell into his mouth. From the strange appearance of Xue Xue and helplessness here to the two of them decided to self-destruct. Xiaohua only had the time to wave the willow branch. At that moment, Xiaohua's eyes turned red when he saw Shan Xingzi and perfected Dube Yi appear in the blood mist again. Without thinking, he waved his hand, and the spirit-killing vital light came out of the space. He didn't even have time to send the willow in his hand into the space. He immediately activated the yin-yang sword gourd, and the green-red spirit-killing vital light rushed out and twisted towards the head of Immortal Dube Yi. At the same time, Xiaohua opened his mouth and a wisp of scarlet spirit fire rushed out. It didn't turn into a net of fire, but rather a spirit snake that flew towards Shan Zizhen's face. This was Xiaohua's most powerful technique. Xiaohua's magic power had already been consumed by a lot because of the blood curse. Taking a few Wucheng pills didn't have much of an effect. Although Xiaohua had many methods, they all consumed a large amount of magic power, so Xiaohua didn't dare to use them. The experience he gained from fighting with Taoist Jing Si made him realize that he absolutely couldn't allow these two middle nascent soul stage cultivators to get too close to him. He was merely an early nascent soul stage cultivator, and the difference between him and these two wasn't just a little bit. The spirit pills and spirit herbs he took now were only enough to maintain the lightning escape technique and keep up with the two nascent soul stage cultivators. These weren't even enough to rely on, so he was still caught up by the two nascent soul stage cultivators. As for the metal essence rich marrow and water essence ice essence in the space, they admittedly contained pure heaven and earth spiritual energy. However, Xiaohua wasn't proficient in metal and water attribute cultivation methods. At this critical moment, how could he dare to casually try? If he wasn't careful, not to mention being captured by the two nascent soul stage cultivators, even his own meridians might not be able to withstand it. But at this time, for the sake of helplessness and for Xue Xue, he was already desperate. After he used these two techniques, he quickly thought of a way to deal with it. Unfortunately, before the spirit-killing vital light and spirit fire could get close to them, a multicolored light flashed above the heads of Taoist Dube Yi and Shan Zizhen. Two nascent souls appeared above their heads, each holding a ring in their hands. However, at this time, the skin of the two nascent souls was also surrounded by a faint blood mist, which couldn't be easily dispelled. Shua! The two nascent souls activated the rings in their hands, and the black and white brilliance once again covered the two at the same time. However, the defensive effects of the two brilliances were different. Kacha! The spirit-killing vital light fell on the black brilliance, and pieces of brilliance were cut off. However, this brilliance seemed to be endless, and the spirit-killing vital light couldn't fall on the black brilliance. On the other hand, the red spirit fire easily penetrated the white brilliance and calmly rushed to Shang Huazong's body. Fellow Taoist, help me. Seeing that the spirit fire was so powerful, Shan Zizhen turned pale with fright. With a scream, the nascent soul threw the ring in his hand, and a strong wave came from the ring. The white brilliance that covered Shan Zizhen suddenly expanded like a cocoon, and the white brilliance spread in all directions like thousands of tentacles. Hearing Shan Zizhen's cry for help, Taoist Dube Yi's nascent soul also threw the ring in his hand, and the black light around Taoist Dube Yi spread in all directions like Shan Zizhen's white light. In just a breath's time, the black and white brilliance seemed to attract each other and rush together, and layers of indescribable shackles surged from the two's bodies. Shan Zizhen let out a long breath. Just now, he almost felt the tentacles of death touching his throat. At that critical moment, Shan Zizhen and Taoist Dube Yi joined forces to create a shackle that blocked the attack of the spirit fire. Although this shackle couldn't completely block the spirit fire, and the spirit fire tenaciously burned the shackles layer by layer, under the urging of the two nascent souls, the shackles became more and more. It seemed that the spirit fire couldn't break through in a short time. Damn it! Kill! The virtuous child who was almost injured by Xiao Hua's spiritual fire. Now that he had a chance, he didn't hesitate in the slightest. The nascent soul's hands rubbed together, and one spell after another was cast out. Strands of brilliance fell into the air, and the void within several zhang of Xiao Hua's body actually produced a rumbling sound of vibration. In contrast, Taoist Du Yi's face was also ferocious. The nascent soul above his head waved his hand, and a 3-inch long thin needle was born. The thin needle emitted an extremely brilliant brilliance, and a huge amount of heaven and earth spirit chi flocked together with the nascent soul's spells. In the heaven and earth spirit chi, the thin needle not only didn't expand, but it became smaller and smaller, and the brilliant brilliance became weaker and weaker. Humph. Xiao Hua sneered. When he saw that the spirit-killing vital light and the spirit fire were ineffective, he immediately put away the spirit-killing vital light and the sword gourd. After the two released their nascent souls, he let Little Black and Little Yellow attack and catch them off guard. Unfortunately, Taoist Du Yi and Shan Zizhen's nascent souls were entangled in a bloody mist, so they didn't dare to stay for long, and Xiao Hua's plan fell through. However, seeing that the two were about to move again, Xiao Hua snorted coldly. A green light flashed between his eyebrows, and a group of green seal characters rushed out. Cryptic syllables that directly touched the heaven and earth spirit chi were released. Rumble. In the midst of lightning and thunder, countless heavenly thunder appeared out of thin air and bombarded the two nascent souls that were forming spells. Rise! Who would have thought that the two nascent souls who were originally afraid of heavenly thunder didn't bat an eyelid? At the same time their hands formed spells, Shan Zizhen threw his hand, and a pitch-black pearl rushed into the air. Zzz, that pearl emitted a strong black silk, like a spider web extending into the sky. When the countless heavenly thunder touched the black silk, it was immediately drawn into the pearl and couldn't hit the nascent souls at all. Damn it! Xiao Hua gnashed his teeth. He almost wanted to take out that small bucket and throw it at the two nascent souls. Facing two incomparably powerful and well-prepared opponents, Xiao Hua was truly at a loss of what to do. Even if he wanted to take revenge for Xue and his helplessness, he couldn't. Ka-ka! A dry sound came from all around Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua immediately felt that his body was as heavy as 10,000 caddies. Not good. Xiao Hua immediately understood that this was Shan Zizhen's nascent soul ability. In order to take revenge for Xue, he had already fallen into the trap of the two nascent souls. In the midst of danger, Xiao Hua's gaze fell on the willow branch in his hand that still hadn't been put into the space. His heart gave birth to a kind of extreme helplessness, and at the same time, a kind of sadness. Since wife and master were able to ambush here without being discovered by me and the two nascent souls, they must have a premonition about this matter. Wife already said that I'm not their match, then. I definitely can't kill them. I'll even be captured by them. But if I can't kill them, I really won't be able to vent my hatred. I'm unwilling. However, if I fight to the death with them here, I'll be letting wife and master down in vain, and I'll be letting down their deaths. Forget it, since wife's words are reasonable. Moreover, I have this strange willow branch in my hand. If Kai Zhuoxia's soul can be preserved, wife and master will definitely have a chance to survive. Why should I be entangled with them here? For the resurrection of wife and master, for the sake of taking revenge for them in the future, I can only escape to the east, to the depths of the Kueha Sea. However, in the face of two nascent soul middle and late-stage cultivators, how could Xiao Hua come and go as he pleased? He only had a plan. The surrounding space had been imprisoned by Shan Zizhen, and the thin needle in Taoist Du Yi's hand had disappeared. A kind of sharp needle pierced through the void toward Xiao Hua's chest at an extremely fast speed. Ouch! At this critical moment, Taoist Du Yi and Shan Zizhen both exclaimed at the same time. The blood mist lingering around the two nascent souls suddenly flourished, and the two nascent souls' magical power suddenly went out of control. Kachachik, seeing such a rare flaw, it was also exchanged with Xue's and Wu Yi's lives. How could Xiao Hua dare to neglect? Hundreds of heavenly thunderbolts fell, breaking the imprisonment around his body. At the same time, with the help of the lightning, he sent the willow branch in his hand into the space, and rushed toward the direction of the Kueha Sea at an extremely fast speed. Humph! Where are you going? Taoist Du Yi and Shan Zizhen's nascent souls flashed with brilliance, and instantly suppressed the blood mist. Seeing Xiaohua escape again, they couldn't help but shout angrily. Chapter 3096. As the two shouted angrily at the same time, the thin needle that had just disappeared suddenly appeared on Xiaohua's back. Xiaohua tried his best to fly a distance of more than 10 feet, but in the eyes of the two people, it was just a short distance. In particular, that kind child raised his hand again, and a big hand of several feet in size appeared out of thin air, covering Xiaohua's body. The space around Xiaohua immediately became as solid as a rock again. Xiaohua is in danger. At this critical moment, an indescribable and obscure wave came from the back of Xiaohua's head. This wave was like a breeze, like a bright moon, like a mountain, and like a river. Xiaohua's figure suddenly disappeared in this wave. The thin needle pierced the air, the big hand missed, everything was void. Under that wave, Taoist Dube Yi and the nascent soul of kind child were extremely excited. The Tao realm that hadn't improved for a long time shook violently, as if it was going to collapse and reform. The two people's faces were pale, and they looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Master, Tao of Heaven. Taoist Dube Yi seemed to suddenly think of something, and a trace of red appeared on his pale face. This old man understands. Taoist Dube Yi thought of it. How could the kind child not think of it? His eyes were wide open, and his face also showed excitement. Although this old man doesn't know the reason, it's obvious that capturing Xiaohua is not only beneficial to the nascent soul masters, but also to us nascent soul masters. Quick, let's chase after him. Today, we have already made a death feud with him. We must not let him escape. Taoist Dube Yi hurriedly released his spiritual sense, but unfortunately, there was no trace within 100 miles. Guihai. The kind child's tone revealed absolute joy, far from the calmness that a nascent soul cultivator should have. That girl said that there is a way out in Guihai. She not only pointed out a way for Xiaohua to live, but also pointed out a way for Xiaohua to die. This old man wants to see how Xiaohua escapes to Guihai. Even if he reaches Guihai, who would dare to help Xiaohua? That's right, let's go. Taoist Dube Yi also couldn't wait, and his figure turned into a rainbow, about to chase to Guihai. But just as the magic power in his body surged, Taoist Dube Yi shouted again, "Damn it. This girl's blood curse is really powerful." So what? Even if we can't match Xiaohua's flying speed, we have nascent souls in our bodies to support us. How could we not catch up to a cultivator who doesn't have a nascent soul in his body and only has nascent soul cultivation base? Shan Xingzi wasn't nervous at all. The two chased after Guihai like shooting stars. Similarly, just like several decades ago, when Xiaohua waved the willow branch, it was still in the extreme west of the Dawn Rain continent. There was a boiling spring water, and a figure that looked like a human, but not a human, was immersed in a 7-colored halo of light. The situation had not changed in the slightest. With the appearance of the life force, the light shadow flew out of the spring and stopped a few hundred feet above the pool. The colorful halo rotated violently, and an emotionless, cold voice sounded again. "It really is Permitha." That's right. Such an aura of rebirth could not be concealed in the mortal realm no matter what. I have not waited quietly for so many days in vain. Before the voice fell, a pair of wings that were several hundred feet long suddenly appeared in the colorful halo. The wings had many layers, but they were very transparent. At this moment, they were a bit clearer than before, but it was still impossible to tell how many layers there were. Moreover, the face of the light shadow was also blurry. It didn't have a mouth, nose, ears, or eyes, as if it was transparent glass. However, the face flickered with a holy brilliance, which covered the face. In this world, regardless of whether it was an immortal or a mortal, how could they not have a face? The wings flapped slightly, and the light shadow quickly flew forward, disappearing in the blink of an eye. When Xiaohua waved the willow branch for the second time, the light shadow in the extreme west had already flown thousands of miles away. Who is it? He actually dares to use Permitha twice in a row? Could it be? At this point, the light shadow stopped and looked hesitantly to the east, not daring to move forward. It seemed that being able to use Permitha once was already amazing, but using it twice made the light shadow afraid. After pausing for a moment, the light shadow suddenly moved. It flapped its wings and rushed to the east. Obviously, the light shadow had made a decision. However, after flying for tens of thousands of miles, the light shadow stopped again. A layer of ripples appeared on the holy face, like a mortal frowning. How is this possible? This is too unimaginable. The aura of Permitha disappeared again. Who exactly is it? However, the light shadow did not give up like before. It flapped its wings again and flew to the east faster than a meteor. After flying for tens of thousands of miles, the light shadow stopped in the air again. Looking at the clear sky in the distance, it whispered, "This place. Why is there a natural restriction? That's not right, although this restriction is natural, but..." At this point, the light shadow's body moved slightly. Its head turned, and its wings gradually retracted into its body. Then the light shadow flashed with a holy white light, and a beautiful woman with a serene expression appeared from the white light. On this woman's round, moon-like face, a pair of pitch-black eyes flashed with coldness. Her cherry lips seemed to be a little captivating. Her straight nose, coupled with her crescent-shaped black eyebrows, gave off an indescribable sense of tranquility. On her originally icy face, on the left side of her eyebrows, there was a red mole the size of a grain of rice. This was where the flaw was, but it gave the woman a kind of charm. That charm was faint, and not only did it make people not dare to blaspheme her, but it also made people who saw the woman's cold eyes feel a trace of warmth. The woman's appearance was very beautiful, and her clothes were even more strange. She wore a white gown that flashed with luster, and her long, beautiful hair was like a waterfall that draped over her back. The curls of her hair were the ripples of the water. The woman revealed herself and slightly turned around. A few hundred miles to her left, a man in brocade clothes flew over like the wind. The man's divine sense swept over the woman, and a shocked expression appeared on his face. He immediately flew to the woman's side. When he got closer, the man's handsome face was revealed. From afar, he bowed with a smile and said, "This little one is Dupung. Greetings, fellow Taoist. May I know which sect this fellow Taoist is from? Or perhaps you're cultivating in seclusion on some celestial mountain. This little one has never seen you before. Your path is not my path. People with different paths cannot work together. There is no need to call me fellow Taoist." The woman's voice was extremely cold. "Oh." Dupung raised his eyebrows, but he was not angry. He smiled and said, "Then how should I address you? What are you doing here?" "My name is Zhang Jie." The woman coldly replied, "I'm waiting for you here. I want to ask you, where is the natural restriction? How do I pass through it?" "Zhang Jie?" Dupung heard this and pondered for a while. Then he smiled and said, "I'll let Miss Zhang know that the restriction is at the Wuming Mountains. This restriction is not easy to pass through." "Wuming Mountains?" The woman's expression did not change. Without waiting for Dupung to finish, she asked again, "What about the other side of the mountains? Other than Wuming Mountains? That's the lost land of the Immortal Alliance." Dupung rolled his eyes and answered. However, when he saw the woman's cold expression, he continued to show off. "I heard that that place was occupied by the Buddhist sect since ancient times. However, after the Buddhist sect was destroyed, it was abandoned by the Immortal Alliance of the Tao sect. By the way, although I'm not talented, I'm also a member of the Immortal Alliance. It's not convenient for me to reveal my background now. If Miss Zhang wants to pass through the Wuming Mountains, why don't you follow me? Perhaps I can help Miss Zhang find a shortcut." "Humph." The woman's pitch-black eyes glanced at Dupung. She coldly said, "How dare you?" As the woman's cold gaze swept past him, a faint white light shot out from her body. It was like a white dove rushing towards Dupung. Dupeng's graceful expression suddenly changed. He activated his dermic powers as if he wanted to dodge. However, before he could move, the white dove had already rushed into Dupeng's body. "Huh!" A dry and hoarse sound came from Dupeng's body. Moreover, wisps of black gas not only came out from Dupeng's 7 apertures, but also from his skin under his Taoist robe. It gradually covered Dupung. A vague demonic figure was outlined in the black gas. "Humph." The woman coldly snorted. She seemed to be extremely annoyed. However, the expression on her face did not match her emotions. It was still cold and holy. She glanced towards the southwest. Then, the white light around her body rose again. She flew towards the east and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The woman named Zhang Jie left, but the black qi around Dupeng's body didn't stop surging. After half a cup of tea's time, the black qi around Dupeng's body gradually converged. Under the black gas, Dupeng's shocked and awed face was revealed. The jade-like appearance from before had already turned into a gust of wind. Who is this?" Why does she have such a remarkable ability? This should not exist in the Immortal Alliance. Dupeng looked in the direction Zhang Jie disappeared and muttered in disbelief. According to her, she was waiting for me here? She wanted to ask me about the passage through Wuming Mountain Range? And she could actually see through me? Isn't Wuming Mountain Range hundreds of thousands of miles wide? She could actually see through the innate restriction that thousands of cultivators could not do anything about? But why have I never heard of such an extraordinary person? Dupeng thought of something again. He hurriedly released his spiritual sense and looked around inch by inch. There were still thousands of doubts in his heart. Why did she go to Wuming Mountain Range? If I ask her, she doesn't know anything about the Immortal Alliance. She doesn't even know about the Dawn Rain mainland or the abandoned land. But why did she go there? After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Dupeng withdrew his divine sense and returned to his previous calmness. His eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the distant east where the sun had just risen. Suddenly, a trace of a smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Chapter 3097. However, the shock on Dupeng's face disappeared and was replaced by ecstasy. He even clapped his hands and said, "Ha ha, such a powerful being. Wouldn't it be easy for her to pass through Wumeng? Since she can pass through, why can't I? Why can't my immortal union pass through? Diluo, oh Diluo, I want to see what you have done. How dare you kill my doppelganger?" While speaking, Dupeng didn't go to the east. Instead, he activated his magic power and flew away like a gust of wind. He also disappeared in a moment. After Dupeng had left for half a cup of tea, 1,000 miles to the southwest, which was the direction that the woman had looked at before she flew away, suddenly appeared on a black stone. A thing that was flashing with the light of animal skin came out of the black stone. A strange voice came from this thing that seemed to be both a human and a beast. Is this the human world? Is this the Dawn Rain continent? How come one is the saintess of the holy light world, and the other is a devil general of the devil world? They have nothing to do with the world of cultivation? When did the Dawn Rain continent become so chaotic? After a while, this thing also wriggled and rushed into the sky. This bullshit immortal union doesn't have any trace of her. Then she might really be in that lost place. I have to go and see, don't let her escape. Otherwise, when my lord arrives, I will have to bear the consequences. While speaking, this thing also flew in the same direction as that so-called Zhang Jie of the holy light world. The root of all this seemed to be Xiaohua's willow branch. At this moment, Xiaohua was filled with unwillingness, helplessness, and anger. He carefully sent this willow branch, which carried the souls of the two people that he treasured the most, into the space. Originally, it was a normal action that he had done countless times, just taking something out of the space and sending it in. However, this time it was completely different. The moment the willow twig entered the space, a black and white brilliance suddenly appeared from where the willow twig touched the space. Xiaohua's mind still hadn't left the space. He only saw a flash in front of his eyes, and a black and white brilliance appeared. Then the black and white brilliance separated into two. The black brilliance rushed into the sky, and the white brilliance rushed into the ground. Following this brilliance, there was another extremely obscure faint wave. This faint ripple was almost imperceptible. As the black brilliance spread throughout the entire space suddenly turned pitch black. Rumble! The entire space began to tremble violently at an extremely fast speed. Everything within the space began to tremble along with this trembling. It was unknown how long it had been. It seemed like an instant, but it also seemed like tens of thousands of years. During this process, the entire space seemed to have disappeared. Xiaohua's mind also seemed to have disappeared. He was in a state that could not be described with words. The entire space lit up again. Xiaohua's mind could clearly see that the white light that had rushed into the ground earlier had returned to the space. In contrast, the black light had rushed into the ground. What's going on? Xiaohua's mind was greatly alarmed, because his mind had also been reflected by the black and white brilliance, and had also been swept by the nameless fluctuation. At this moment, his mind was also trembling along with the entire space. Although he didn't know what had happened, Xiaohua's mind knew that the space was rapidly expanding. It was expanding outwards at an extremely fast speed, and the range was also extremely large. Moreover, at the top of the space, where the brilliance had originally come from, above the reverse light, the nameless thing that had originally surrounded the 10,000 Thunder Valley was now producing another brilliance. One after another, pairs of light spots appeared. After 6 pairs appeared, 3 independent light spots appeared in succession. These 15 light spots rapidly expanded as the space trembled. After a moment, the last 3 light spots that had appeared unexpectedly transformed into 3 blazing suns. And the 6 pairs of light spots that had appeared in front of them had transformed into 6 pairs of suns and moons. 9 suns. Immediately, the 9 suns violently trembled and rose into the sky from the reverse light. The 6 moons, however, flickered with a dark purple color and slowly descended. In addition to the reverse light, which was also like a blazing sun, there were actually 10 suns in Xiaohua's space. Looking up at the suns, the heavenly Tao's starry sky had already hidden under the sunlight, but those specks of starlight had already become solid. The heavenly Tao had already removed the mysterious veil and transformed into a starry sky. Under the blazing sun, the previous hand of karma had also disappeared. However, Xiaohua's mind could clearly sense that the hidden karma was still in this space, under the heavenly Tao. Looking down at the sky, countless mountains and rivers had already risen from the ground amidst the tremors. Countless rivers, swamps, and other landforms were also slowly forming in this vast sea and mulberry fields that could move mountains and overturn seas. A world that far surpassed the space that Xiaohua had previously possessed was slowly forming. What exactly is going on? Xiaohua's mind also expanded along with the expansion of the space. However, the greater the control of his mind, the more doubts he had. At this moment, the entire space had already expanded to a distance of 10,000 li. The tremors of the creation of heaven and earth had slowly disappeared, and the movements of the creation of mountains and seas had also gradually disappeared. The entire space regained its deathly stillness. GG. In this space that had never had any movement before, a low sound appeared. Oh! Xiaohua's mind hurriedly retracted from the entire space. He saw that among the numerous spiritual herbs, a little horse-like thing was jumping around happily. Ganoderma? Isn't this the Ganoderma that I obtained outside the sword tomb? This thing seemed to have turned into a spiritual herb as soon as it entered the space. Xiaohua was greatly shocked. How did it turn into a Ganoderma now? Mother, father, 2 timid voices sounded again. Goldie and Goldie actually flew up and landed right in front of Xiaohua's mind. They seemed to have fear, but also seemed to have intimacy. And how are the 2 of you? Xiaohua asked indifferently. His heart was still filled with deep sorrow. Boy is very good. He seemed to have just taken a bath and immediately became clear-headed. Goldie rushed to answer first. How can that be? Boy seems to have changed from inside to outside. Goldie did not show any weakness and hurriedly explained. Mother! Mother! Another timid voice sounded. Xiaohua was very unfamiliar with this voice. Go to the side. Goldie's voice immediately sounded. It was very domineering. Can't you see that mother is busy here? Yes. Xiaohua looked over. It was actually that little Silver who was very obediently following behind Goldie. Looking at the Ganoderma on the ground again, he saw that it was already lying in front of a spiritual herb that had grown for who knows how many years. That spiritual herb's stem and leaves flickered with a faint brilliance, and a white and fat little baby was slowly transforming. Father! How did you become like this? Just as Xiaohua's mind was looking over, Goldie took the opportunity to ask again. Me? What did I become? Xiaohua's mind usually did not have an image in the space, so when he heard this, he couldn't help but feel astonished. Father, take a look for yourself. Goldie immediately answered. However, when Xiaohua looked towards the Yinyang pond, the water had already disappeared. Dai Ber, who was originally in the shape of a little duck, had now returned to the appearance of a little girl. She was sitting there cross-legged, as if she was meditating. You all can go now, Xiaohua ordered indifferently. With a thought, his mind instantly appeared 1,000 miles away, at the location of another pond. See, when Xiaohua saw the appearance of his mind, he couldn't help but be stunned. He saw that there wasn't a human figure on the surface of the water, but a sparkling and translucent jade archive that looked like a lotus. On the jade archive, 12 faint streams of purple qi were faintly discernible as they flowed, and it also looked like a lotus in full bloom. Where is fellow Taoist? Xiaohua looked at it, but he didn't know why he had become like this. After thinking for a moment, he faintly reprimanded. Greetings fellow Taoist. Xiaohua's voice had just fallen when another Xiaohua appeared in front of him. This Xiaohua was precisely the wisp of primordial spirit that Xiaohua had sent into the space to comprehend secret techniques, refine pills, and refine tools. At this time, his primordial spirit was already the size of a person. Although his body was somewhat ethereal and not substantial, Xiaohua could clearly see that the humanoid core within the ethereal body had already solidified. The small humanoid figure was like the nascent soul of a Tao sect cultivator, with clear facial features. Moreover, the humanoid figure was wearing a Taoist robe with green patterns, which was exactly the same as Xiaohua's Taoist robe. "AI, are you Xiaohua, or am I Xiaohua?" Xiaohua sighed softly. "Fellow Taoist, you're crazy. You're Xiaohua, and I'm also Xiaohua." That Xiaohua waved his hand, and a wisp of true samadhi fire appeared in his hand as he answered with a smile. "Do you know what's going on?" Xiaohua asked helplessly. "You know everything I know, but I don't know what you know." That Xiaohua faintly closed his hand, and the true samadhi fire disappeared. "It's just that you didn't carefully think about it. Speak quickly." Xiaohua coldly said, "If the physical body outside is gone, you and I won't be able to live." "Don't worry," that Xiaohua still smiled. "Right now, you and I are safe. Those two people won't be able to find you no matter what. The longer you stay here, the more likely you'll be able to escape this calamity." "I know." Xiaohua naturally knew that if his mind stayed in the space, his other primordial spirits would temporarily control the physical body to fly away. No matter how long he stayed in the space, on the Dawn Rain continent, it might only be an instant. However, right now his heart was filled with grief, so how could he be polite to this primordial spirit? The Tao of life and death. That Xiaohua shook his head and showed off. Without life, there's no death. Without death, there's no life. Only when life and death coexist can one achieve the great Tao. Damn it! How could I have forgotten? Xiaohua suddenly realized. Before, no soul had entered the space. Even the matter with Kai Zhuexia that day was just a matter of using the willow branch to condense Kai Zhuexia's soul. Kai Zhuexia's soul didn't enter the space. At this time, Zhuexia had no choice but to give up his life for him. He wanted to use the willow branch to save the two of them, but the two of them didn't have a physical body. If the willow branch was useful, their souls would naturally stay in the willow branch, or be captured by the willow branch. When the willow branch entered the space, it was the fusion of yin and yang. The great yin and great yang harmonized, giving birth to yin and yang, evolving life and death. Only then could this space have life. It was also because of this that before, this space only had light and yang. There was no darkness and no yin. All spiritual plants could grow, but all spiritual creatures couldn't live. There was no life. Since there was the Tao of life and death, he was currently on the yang side, which was also the place where all living things grew. Then what about Zhuexia? Xiaohua's heart trembled. He hurriedly waved his hand, and the willow branch fell into his hand. Sure enough, the willow branch was still a willow branch. There was no change. They should be on the yin side. Xiaohua woke up again. The so-called netherworld lotus and netherworld bamboo from before should have been on the yin side that never showed up? Fellow Taoist, you've worked hard. Start refining the heaven-pacifying staff. Xiaohua turned his head and ordered. He no longer paid attention to Xiaohua, but a black brilliance appeared and the jade-shaped Xiaohua disappeared. Alas, my life is bitter. The green-robed Xiaohua sighed. Looking at the direction Xiaohua disappeared, he shrugged his shoulders and said helplessly, "You didn't even know that I haven't mastered the lightning-attracting technique? It's just that. How did you become so ugly? You look like a plate, but also like a lotus. Compared to my jade wind god, you're really lacking." Although the green-robed Xiaohua's words were filled with emotion, his face was still wooden. Even his eyes didn't move. "Forget it. I'd better cultivate the lightning-attracting technique first." Immediately, the green-robed Xiaohua's body flashed. A green light flew into the sky, right next to the strange magic tool. Chapter 3098. Green-robed Xiaohua's thoughts were naturally the same as Xiaohua's thoughts. When Jade Archive Xiaohua fell into a strange place, a black light flashed, and he became another Xiaohua. The place where Jade Archive Xiaohua was now was the same size as the yang side, and there were also 3 sun-like things hanging above his head. However, these things were emitting black light. What was strange was that Xiaohua could see the black light, and this black light reflected the entire yin side. Hiss! This is the netherworld sea of blood? With the help of the black light, Jade Archive Xiaohua saw the inside, and he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. However, the inside was completely different from the yang side. Most of the yang side was land, and although there was water, it wasn't much. Most of the space on the inside was a sea of blood. Although there were waves in the sea of blood from time to time, the sea of blood was dead silent, and there weren't any underworld beasts. There was no sign of life. Looking at the center of the sea of blood, there were several floating pieces of land, and the netherworld lotus was growing on the largest piece of land. Shwe shwe. A very familiar feeling came from the netherworld lotus, and Jade Archive Xiaohua felt his heart ache. The sorrow that had been hidden by the huge changes in space could no longer be held back, and it suddenly burst out, drowning Xiaohua in an instant. Jade Archive Xiaohua could no longer observe the situation of the netherworld sea of blood, and with a thought, he landed on the netherworld lotus. At this time, the netherworld lotus was only the size of a thumb, and a layer of green light mixed with blood. There was also a trace of purple light that wrapped around the netherworld lotus that hadn't bloomed yet. The roots of the netherworld lotus were deeply embedded in the land, and it was precisely the netherworld sea under the land. Strands of blood and inexplicable things came out of the netherworld sea along the roots of the netherworld lotus, and were sent into the netherworld lotus's bud. Jade Archive Xiaohua's eyes were hot, and his nose was sour, but there were no tears. He already understood that Shwe Shwe's soul was sleeping in the netherworld lotus, and she was also the first soul of the inside of the netherworld. It was her death that brought about the birth of the inside of the netherworld. Perhaps when the nether lotus bloomed, Shwe Shwe would be reborn. At that time, Shwe Shwe might have been the ruler of the inside of the netherworld. Shwe Shwe, since you treated me like this, I will definitely repay you 100-fold. The Jade Archive Xiaohua looked at the delicate netherworld lotus. Since I can't accompany you every day in the mortal world, I must accompany you for 10,000 years in the inside of the netherworld. For 10,000 years. With that thought in mind, Jade Archive Xiaohua recklessly cast a secret technique, wanting to separate another strand of his primordial spirit. However, when he activated the secret technique, his entire mind flashed with a faint purple light. Not a single strand of his primordial spirit fell out. Why is this so? Jade Archive Xiaohua was extremely surprised in his heart. He carefully thought about it and knew that this secret technique was not wrong. If it wasn't for the fact that the primordial spirit could no longer be separated, then it would be the result of the spatial anomaly and the mental anomaly. Shwe Shwe. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. I'm afraid I can't fulfill my promise to you. At this moment, Jade Archive Xiaohua's heart was moved again. He raised his eyes to look at the other continents, and his figure flashed again. On another continent, there was a stone statue that looked completely different from Xiaohua standing in the center. The body of the stone statue was wrapped in a pitch-black flag. The pitch-black flag was very strange. Not only was the pitch-black brilliance flowing out of it, but the pitch-black brilliance of the moon was also absorbed into it. Zhang Xiaohua. Yes, my real name is Zhang Xiaohua. The appearance of this stone statue is my original appearance. Jade Archive Xiaohua's image slightly moved, and instantly turned into the appearance of the stone statue Zhang Xiaohua. However, it only took a moment for it to turn back into Xiaohua. The banner of Qiyu? This thing should be damaged. Jade Archive Xiaohua's gaze fell on the flag again, and he immediately thought of something. I'm afraid that because the inside of the netherworld was opened, the power of death repaired this thing in the devil world. However, this stone statue seems to have a spirit. It's actually connected to my mind. In the future, it will be able to give birth to another me. Another real Zhang Xiaohua. Come, Jade Archive Xiaohua waved his hand, and the stone statue and the banner of Qiyu flew to the nether lotus. The banner of Qiyu wrapped around the stone statue and stood in front of the nether lotus like a guard. Shwe Shwe, my wife, my mind can't stay by your side. This stone statue is connected to my mind, and it's also my original appearance. It will replace me to guard you. When it can transform into a fetus, it will accompany you day and night and nourish you every day. Then, Jade Archive Xiaohua stretched out his hand, pointed his index finger at the stone statue, and said indifferently, since it's my substitute, it will be considered as cultivation. Devil flames will refine my devil body. I can't become a devil, so you can become a devil. Boom. Devil flames emerged from the banner of Qiyu and surrounded the stone statue. The Devil Realm's flame refining technique circulated in the stone statue, and a ferocious expression appeared on the stone statue's face. Sai Jade Archive Xiaohua looked at Xue Xue again, and said with a wry smile, Xue Xue, you really hid it from me. You clearly knew that I was going to face this calamity, and that you were going to fall, but you didn't tell me. While speaking, Jade Archive Xiaohua grabbed with his hand, but the place where his hand touched was empty. The pink jade slip he wanted was not in his hand. Oh, I understand now. Jade Archive Xiaohua was enlightened again. Things from the yang side can only be born from the yang side, and can appear from the yin side. Xue Xue, you can never appear in the Dawn Rain continent. Yes, if it was an ordinary soul, perhaps after being formed from the yin side of the netherworld, it would go through some kind of reincarnation to reach the yang side of the space again. Then Jade Archive Xiaohua could bring her to the Dawn Rain continent. But the appearance of Xue Xue's soul caused the formation of the yin side of the netherworld, and completed the entire world. She had already been closely integrated with the yin side of the netherworld, so how could she possibly leave this place? Yes, Xue Xue and Xiaohua had pledged their undying love to each other, and now it seemed that it was indeed so. As long as the space world was not destroyed, Xue Xue would not disappear. Xiaohua could naturally stay with Xue Xue forever. Not to mention 10,000 years. It was even possible for them to live as long as heaven and earth. Forget it. Jade Archive Xiaohua's heart was filled with complex feelings, and he sighed. Looking at the stone statue and the netherworld lotus that were destined to accompany each other for 10,000 years, he pointed at the netherworld lotus, wanting to put the ghost cultivation method into it, but then he stopped. The netherworld lotus was a natural spiritual object of the netherworld, and Xue Xue was the first wandering soul in this world. Wouldn't this understanding of the beginning of yin and yang be 10,000 times more profound than this ghost cultivation method? Jade Archive Xiaohua had no reason to do such a stupid thing like buying the casket and returning the pearl. Then Jade Archive Xiaohua's figure disappeared again. When Jade Archive Xiaohua's figure appeared again, it was on another piece of land not far away. The netherworld bamboo and the netherworld lotus were inserted in the center, and the bamboo was like a lotus, entwined with green and blood-red light. At the same time, there was also a faint purple brilliance mixed in. At the same time, there were also traces of blood-red light coming from the netherworld sea into the netherworld bamboo. It was just that the purple brilliance was clearly much weaker than the netherworld lotus. Master, Jade Archive Xiaohua looked at the netherworld bamboo, and the soul that was similarly sleeping helplessly, and said with regret, "This disciple is really unworthy. Not only did I not let you touch a trace of glory after becoming your disciple, but I also made you angry all day long. This disciple really did not want to make you angry, but this disciple really did not dare to say anything to you. Moreover, this disciple did not know how to say it. Although this disciple won face for you in the great battle of Tao and sword, you were in seclusion. This disciple can imagine the scene when you came out of seclusion and heard that this disciple was expelled from the Imperial Thunder sect. However, this disciple really did not expect that you would be found here by Xue Xue as soon as you came out of seclusion. Although this disciple did not know what Xue Xue said to you, and how you came here, but seeing your determination, and how you did not hesitate to sacrifice yourself for this disciple knows, even if this disciple is unworthy, this disciple is still your disciple. This disciple will remember your words in his heart. A master for a day is a father for life. You will always be this disciple's benefactor. As long as there is a disciple who is willing to show filial piety, you can enjoy it. Master, people often say that bamboo has 7 virtues. Bamboo's figure is straight, and it would rather break than bend. It is upright. Although bamboo has bamboo joints, it does not stop. It is moving forward. It is straight and hollow. Its chest is like a valley. It is empty. Bamboo has flowers but does not bloom. It is plain and simple. Bamboo is aloof and independent. It is indomitable. It is outstanding. Although bamboo is outstanding, it is not like pine. It is kind. Bamboo is passed down through the ages. It is willing to work hard without complaint. It is responsible. Although you may not have such qualities when you were alive, after you died, you became the second soul on the yin side of the netherworld and entered the netherworld bamboo. This disciple hopes that you will give birth to the 7 virtues, lead the souls, and achieve accomplishments that others cannot reach. This is also something that this disciple is willing to help Master achieve. Jade Archive Xiaohua said in a low voice, and then said, "As for Master's wife and Wuqing, you can rest assured. Although you have already severed your mortal fate with them the moment you self-destructed, this disciple will still take good care of them, and take good care of my 10,000 Thunder Valley. After looking at the netherworld bamboo, Xiaohua flew high into the sky. Within the 3 black suns, the power of death was constantly emitted, enveloping the entire inside of the netherworld. Xiaohua looked around and thought to himself, this inside of the netherworld is the same as the yang side above. Although I already feel that I can control it, there are still many mysteries of heaven and earth that have yet to be unlocked. Perhaps only as my cultivation increases can I slowly control the entire space, or even the world in the sky like the frost bamboo. With this thought, Jade Archive Xiaohua's body flashed with a white brilliance. His figure disappeared from the yin side and appeared in the yang side. As soon as Jade Archive Xiaohua appeared, he immediately grabbed the pink jade slip in his hand. He really wanted to know why Shui appeared here, how Wuqing appeared here, and how they knew that he was in danger of being hunted down by a nascent soul cultivator. Chapter 3099. At this time, Xiaohua was in his mind, so he didn't need to use any divine sense. The moment the jade slip touched his body, he immediately knew the contents. Sure enough, just as Shui had said before she died, the life and death restriction had collapsed the moment Shui's soul entered the space, leaving behind the words Shui wanted to say to Xiaohua. Husband, husband, allow this concubine to call you husband again. When husband sees this jade slip, this concubine will have already left husband, separated from husband by life and death. Husband doesn't need to be sad, and husband doesn't need to worry about this concubine anymore. This concubine already knew that this moment would come for me when I was in Kuei Hisi. This concubine already knows that today's death is in your eyes. This concubine is just a passerby by husband's side, a meteor flashing in husband's gorgeous night sky. From the moment this concubine saw husband, this concubine's fate was already decided. Husband, this concubine knows that your love for this concubine is not as deep and passionate as Fairy Hong Xia's. Even now, this concubine thinks that this love is too forced, and is the result of this concubine chasing husband. Thinking about the kind of pursuit I had for husband when I entered the Imperial Thunder sect, this concubine feels ashamed at this time. Husband has a weak temperament, and at that time, this concubine forced you to agree. But this concubine knows that in husband's heart, you may not have put yourself in the same position as Fairy Hong Xia. Although this concubine usually hears husband call this concubine wife, this concubine always has a feeling that it is a joke, and an unrealistic feeling arises spontaneously. This concubine feels that I am a substitute for Fairy Hong Xia, especially when this concubine is intimate with husband. This concubine really feels that what you see in husband's eyes is not the true feelings this concubine has for you. Husband, this concubine really wants to be your real wife for once, and not this kind of verbal nickname. This concubine knows that I can't compare to Fairy Hong Xia, and this concubine has always been changing herself. However, this concubine is changing more and more, and is becoming less and less like herself. Moreover, this concubine feels that at this time, this concubine is simply too accommodating to husband, changing according to the concubine's imagination that husband wants a wife to change. To be honest, this concubine doesn't like this feeling. Do you know? Husband, other than hiding some things from you, there are also some things that I don't dare to tell you. For example, foundation establishment. Actually, I could have reached foundation establishment long ago, but I didn't dare to do so. That's because I already sensed the tragedy that was about to befall me when I suffered qi deviation in Xuanlei Palace. Only by delaying my foundation establishment could I avoid the tragedy of death. Actually, it was just as you thought. These premonitions came from my bloodline. It was the bloodline of the lightning beast that could control heavenly lightning. That gave me such a shocking premonition. My parents had a premonition that I wouldn't be able to return, so they entrusted me to my uncle in the Misty Mountain. This is also something that this concubine has never told my husband. I remember when I was training in Tianmen Mountain, that ghost cultivator Huang, he wanted to kill me. Although everyone is afraid, this concubine isn't. This concubine knows that this might be this concubine's fate. This concubine won't be able to return safely from that experience. This concubine can't escape this fate. Therefore, this concubine was very calm and faced it calmly. I wonder if my husband and master still remember? Unfortunately, this concubine was wrong. That wasn't the end of this concubine's journey. Immediately after, this concubine and husband met the three elders of the ardent fire mountain. The love of the fire Qilin moved this concubine, but this concubine knows that this concubine doesn't love the fire Qilin. Even if this concubine doesn't love this concubine will follow Xiaohua. Even if this concubine becomes a moth flying into a flame, this concubine will still throw herself into that momentary light without hesitation. In the end, at the seaside where I was training, this concubine saw the scene of this concubine's death in front of my husband's eyes. This concubine has a kind of release, and this concubine also has a kind of gratification. This concubine can finally become the most dazzling star in my husband's starry sky. Even if I have to burn all my essence, this concubine is willing to illuminate my husband's entire night sky. Husband, I really want to call you this 10,000 times. I won't feel tired even if I call you again and again. Do you know? Husband, at the seaside where you used your hands to raise the dust and sand, you also took away this concubine's heart. Do you know what this concubine saw in your eyes? It was a river as dazzling as the stars, and this concubine was a drop in this river. This concubine saw the bamboo forest, the late-stage foundation establishment concubine, and the early-stage core formation concubine, martial uncle helplessness. This concubine also saw the two of us explode. At the same time, I also saw my husband's early-stage core formation cultivation. I also saw my husband's back as he fled in panic. Husband, from that moment onwards, this concubine knew that my husband was out of the ordinary. I also knew my own fate, as well as martial uncle helplessness's fate. All of this was unavoidable. For my extraordinary husband, this concubine is willing to sacrifice her ordinary self. Therefore, my husband, you don't need to be surprised by this concubine's appearance, because this was already predestined. This concubine has been planning this ever since the seaside. As for martial uncle helplessness, it was also this concubine who invited him. Of course, this concubine still doesn't know how to invite martial uncle helplessness. However, this concubine knows that since this concubine appeared in front of my husband, martial uncle helplessness will also appear in front of my husband. He will definitely sacrifice himself for my husband. Then, this concubine will definitely invite him here. Even if I have to trick or coax him here, this concubine will still do it. For my husband, this concubine is willing to do anything, even if it means offending everyone in the world. Do you know? Husband, when this concubine wrote this jade slip, her heart was tormented because all this concubine saw was you fleeing in panic. Then, this concubine and martial uncle helplessness self-explode. As for who is chasing after my husband and why, this concubine doesn't know. Therefore, aside from leaving this jade slip for my husband and believing in martial uncle helplessness, this concubine doesn't dare to believe in anyone else. This concubine won't tell anyone about this matter. This concubine can't ask anyone for help. This concubine would rather die for my husband. Because of this concubine doesn't dare to tell my husband. This concubine is afraid that if I do, the ending will change. Not only can this concubine not sacrifice herself for my husband's safety, my husband will also die in a place that this concubine doesn't know about. Therefore, this concubine carefully keeps this secret. Husband, don't blame this concubine for not telling you. Husband, this concubine knows that you're already crying right now. You are that soft-hearted, that kind of benevolence. Don't think about it anymore. Don't care about it anymore. This concubine is just a fallen leaf that floats across the stream and disappears. The one that your husband wants to keep is your fairy Hongxia. This concubine has never seen fairy Hongxia, and I don't know what kind of character she has. However, this concubine will find a chance to explain this matter to her clearly. This concubine is that gentle breeze that blows past my husband's ear and her in that instant. Sigh, my husband, you've called this concubine wife countless times, but I don't know. Until now, has this concubine and my husband done any dual cultivation? If not, this concubine is very regretful. I can't truly be my husband's wife. But if you do, this concubine feels that it's a pity. Perhaps, my husband will miss this concubine even more. Therefore, this concubine will slightly avoid you, so that this concubine's cultivation can leap to the peak of the late foundation establishment stage sooner. This concubine knows that if this concubine can save you, she must have the cultivation of the late foundation establishment stage. As long as this concubine's cultivation reaches the late foundation establishment stage, this concubine will definitely die for my husband. However, my husband, even if this concubine dies, this concubine will die for my husband. This concubine will not hesitate to cultivate with all her might. This concubine will also not hesitate to die. Others may cultivate to live, but this concubine cultivates to die. To die for my husband. My husband, do you know? Perhaps if this concubine did not raise her cultivation, perhaps if this concubine did not go to this place, this concubine might not die. However, this concubine has been waiting here for a long time, waiting for this sad moment to arrive, waiting for my husband's hope of survival. This concubine wants to accompany you by your side for 10,000 years, but now, this concubine cannot. This concubine hopes that in the next life, this concubine will accompany my husband again. Shwe shwe. The jade archive Xiao Hua let out a sorrowful cry. The entire space gave birth to sorrow. The sound of that space, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Dark clouds covered the sky, and specks of rain fell along with Xiao Hua's emotions. Although the jade archive Xiao Hua inside the space could not cry, this entire world was crying for Shwe shwe. For Shwe shwe's almost selfless true love, tears. At this moment, the jade archive Xiao Hua shockingly discovered that the words Shwe shwe left in the jade slip were all true. They were engraved in his heart. Although Shwe shwe's words were somewhat incoherent, it was obvious that Shwe shwe had recorded them in a hurry twice. However, these words and sentences moved Xiao Hua's heart. He really loved Shwe shwe passively. His love for Shwe shwe was not as deep as Fairy Hongxia's. It was because of a kind of lonely love that he loved her. Or perhaps it was because of Shwe shwe's love for him that he loved Shwe shwe. This kind of love did not seem to come from the heart. It was only because he did not want to hurt Shwe shwe that he accepted Shwe shwe. However, it was this kind of unwillingness to hurt her that hurt her even more, resulting in the current tragedy. However, if he was asked to forget Shwe shwe now, then it was impossible. Even if there was no Shwe shwe's soul in the inside of the netherworld, no netherworld orchid, Xiao Hua would definitely not forget Shwe shwe. As it turned out, love was planted in the hearts of the two when Shwe shwe was resentful. Love was so great, and love was so wonderful. I don't know what she would think if she knew about this and saw the jade slip that Shwe shwe left for her. Jade Archive Xiao Hua held the pink jade slip in his hand and thought about what Fairy Hongxia said when she left the Kai family in Liang. The corner of his mouth seemed to reveal a sneer that was close to ridicule. Sometimes you feel that it is true love, but this love will change. Sometimes you feel that it is not love, but this love will also change. Who can tell the difference between true and false? Naturally, this Xiao will not be able to tell. Xiao Hua waved his hand, and the pink jade slip disappeared. He then looked up at the sky. However, this Xiao is clear that since Shwe shwe said that this Xiao would definitely be able to escape if he headed east, then this Xiao will definitely be able to escape alive. In the future, this Xiao will be able to avenge her. Avenge Master. While speaking, Jade Archive Xiao Hua's body flashed brilliantly, and his mind left the space. Both Taoist Dube Yi and Shan Xingzi turned into rainbows and released their divine senses, thinking that they did not know when they would find traces of Xiao Hua. However, after flying for a few dozen feet, Taoist Dube Yi was suddenly stunned as if he had seen a ghost. He shouted, "Quick, fellow Taoist Shan Xingzi, 100 miles away. Xiao Hua." Xiao Hua actually appeared there. What? How is that possible? Hearing this, Shan Jizi was also shocked. He hurriedly scanned the place where immortal Du Yi said with his divine thoughts. Sure enough, Xiao Hua's figure was really flashing with lightning in the air. He was trying his best to fly, and he seemed to have sensed their divine thoughts. Xiao Hua turned back coldly, and his eyes were full of hatred. This is just a few breaths, right? Taoist Dube Yi said very strangely. How could Xiao Hua fly so far? And, if this guy has this ability, why does he need to appear again? He just needs to fly to other places. How can we find him? Shan Xingzi's divine senses locked onto Xiao Hua and said very strangely, "Fellow Taoist, look at his flying speed. It is obviously the same as before. There is no special change." Yes, the shadow that flashed just now did not appear at all at this time. If we were not also hit by the blood curse, we would be able to catch up quickly. Taoist Dube Yi also replied. Chapter 30-100. I don't care. Chase. Since Shan had guessed his master's intention of capturing Xiao Hua, how could he be willing to stop? After sending a voice transmission to perfected Dube Yi, he activated his magic power and chased after Xiao Hua. Unfortunately, just as Daoist Dubi said, the two were now tainted by the blood curse, and their flying speed was also reduced. They were not much faster than Xiaohua. This distance of 100 miles was only enough for them to catch up with Xiaohua, but it was impossible for them to get closer. Of course, this 100 miles was also a relatively awkward distance, and they couldn't use some of their magical powers at will. Although their nascent souls could teleport to the left of Xiaohua, from the information they received, Xiaohua was good at physical cultivation and had great strength. Therefore, nascent soul attacks might not be the best method. Therefore, they would never use it easily until the most critical moment. In particular, their nascent souls were now tainted by the blood curse, so they didn't dare to use it casually. Not to mention Daoist Dubi and Shan were shocked. Even Xiaohua himself was a little puzzled. His mind left the space, and the figure that disappeared because of the yin and yang in the space also appeared in the air. Before he could release his Buddhist awareness or spiritual thoughts, Daoist Dubi's spiritual thoughts immediately arrived. Xiaohua released his Buddhist awareness and found that they had just flown out of the bamboo forest. Naturally, he was very surprised how he could fly so far in such a short time. Or after he left, what happened to Daoist Dubi and Shan, or that made them chase after him now? However, Xiaohua didn't have time to think so much. He only looked back coldly at the two rainbow lights. With a wave of his hand, he took out the blood ring given by Zhang Qingshao. After thinking for a while, he sent it into his body. Since the stone statue could cultivate the demonic fire, why couldn't his bloodline cultivate the demonic blood? Of course, he couldn't cut off a trace of his primordial spirit. However, Xiaohua didn't know the blood shadow technique. It was used to cultivate the blood drop paradise of the demon world. The demonic fire and black flame in the blood ring could be used. Run. Cultivate. Revenge. This was the purpose of Xiaohua's unscrupulous cultivation. Xiaohua and the two nascent soul cultivators chasing after him flew away, and the bamboo forest regained its tranquility. The rustling sound of bamboo leaves told this unforgettable story to the void. Unfortunately, no one heard it. Another 2 days passed, and a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. It seemed to be heading northeast. However, just as the thunderbolt traveled several hundred feet, it suddenly came to a stop. Amidst the thunderbolt, Reverend Lei Meng's anxious, bewildered, and worried face could be seen. At this moment, Lei Meng Daoist was holding a strange-looking magic treasure in his hand. This magic treasure looked like a child's slingshot. It had a handle at the bottom and 2 forks on it. However, the right fork was exceptionally long and was shaped like a hook. It was slanted towards the other fork. At this moment, on the left fork, there was a slight scarlet light flickering. Here. Looking at the magical treasure and the scarlet radiance, Thunder Tomb Reverend scanned the area within a few miles with his divine will. However, other than the mountain breeze, the bamboo forest, and some messy mountain rocks at the side, there was no sign of blood or corpses. Perhaps there are other Imperial Thunder Sect disciples fighting here. Looking at the seemingly undamaged surroundings, Thunder Tomb Reverend muttered, if those 2 old farts were to surround Xiaohua here, wouldn't their battle be earth-shattering? Today, I only have one chance to use my secret technique. If I were to be schemed against, wouldn't I have to wait until tomorrow to find Xiaohua's whereabouts? Immediately, Thunder Tomb Reverend flew up again. Looking down at the magic treasure in his hand that was gradually fading away, he sighed. Fortunately, Xiaohua's cultivation was not crippled. I can still rely on this item to find his weak aura. But where should I go to find him now? Thunder Tomb Reverend looked into the distance. This time, it's Huan country. Could it be that Xiaohua wants to lure those 2 nascent soul cultivators in front of the sword cultivators? Could it be the news from senior brother Miyu is true? Thinking of this, Thunder Tomb Reverend suddenly frowned. That's not right. If Xiaohua had ulterior motives, he wouldn't have met those 2 nascent soul cultivators here. Then, I can only continue to follow him to Huan country. But if Xiaohua didn't have ulterior motives, he might have been caught by those 2 nascent soul cultivators. Then they might have to change direction. If Xiaohua was captured by those 2 old farts, his aura would definitely be blocked by them. Even if I had this item, I wouldn't be able to track him. Forget it. I'll have to use my secret technique again. If I miss something, I'll really regret it. As he spoke, Thunder Tablet's spiritual master returned and tossed the magic treasure in his hand into the air. Immediately after, he formed hand seals and several lightning bolts struck the magic treasure. The entire magic treasure flashed with intense brilliance, and a layer of indistinct purple-red lightning slowly emerged between the two forks. Thunder Tomb Reverend then pointed his hand, and a drop of essence blood fell on the purple-red lightning. Pung! With a light sound, 2 balls of crimson lightning spurted out from the center of the magic treasure. This gave Thunder Tomb Reverend a fright, and he almost cried out, "What? Xiaohua has fallen? No, why are there 2 balls of blood? Could it be there's another Imperial Thunder Sect disciple?" Thunder Tomb Reverend finally understood that this wasn't the place where Xiaohua had fallen. Perhaps it wasn't the place where Xiaohua had passed by. Instead, it was because 2 Imperial Thunder Sect disciples had fallen here that caused the magic treasure to react. Who could it be? Thunder Tomb Reverend was somewhat astonished. At the same time, he was somewhat hesitant. He might be able to use the secret technique of Imperial Thunder Sect to find out which disciple had fallen, but after all, he wasn't very confident. But if he were to use this secret technique, then he wouldn't be able to use it to find Xiaohua's whereabouts. Forget it. But after a moment of hesitation, Thunder Tomb Reverend clapped his hand and took out a Thunder Note talisman. After whispering a few words, he waved his hand and sent out a message. "Better let the other disciples take a look. I'm here to save the face of my Imperial Thunder Sect. Even if 10 of my sect's disciples died, it's not as important as chasing Xiaohua back. It's been a long time now. Even if Sect Master didn't send out the expulsion order, those sects in Shi country should have received the news." Immediately, Thunder Tomb Reverend made a grabbing motion with his hand, and the 2 electric sparks were annihilated within the magic treasure. He then muttered some incantations and narrowed his eyes. After half a cup of tea's time, his eyes opened and flashed with an astonished expression. Looking up, he saw the direction where Xiaohua and the others had flown. Why are they heading towards Guihai? Why aren't they returning to Shi country? Thunder Tomb Reverend didn't understand at first, but then he sighed. Yes, Imperial Thunder Sect can't be returned. Huan country is also filled with wolves. If Xiaohua this child didn't go overseas, where else could he go? But who were these 2 Imperial Thunder Sect disciples who had fallen here? Did they meet Xiaohua and those 2 nascent soul-old ghosts? Although Thunder Tomb Reverend had doubts in his heart, he didn't dare to stay any longer. He hurriedly kept the magic treasure, and once again activated the lightning escape technique to chase after them. As for Shueishua's helpless sacrifice, Thunder Tomb Reverend had no time to care about it. The sun had just risen. In the depths of Guihai, Xiaohua's body was surrounded by lightning as he flew above the calm sea surface. The sound of thunder was sometimes fast and sometimes slow, as if it was brewing an explosion. Xiaohua's current flying speed was much faster than 2 months ago, reaching the level of Imperial Thunder Shock. However, just 100 li behind him, Shan Zongzi and Dube were still flanking him from the left and right, forcing Xiaohua to fly towards the unknown depths of Guihai. Xiaohua's flying speed had increased, and the blood curse of the 2 nascent soul cultivators had also weakened. Both sides were still in an extremely delicate balance. This balance had not been broken in the blink of an eye for 2 months. This Guihai, how can it be a place to escape? The more Xiaohua flew towards the sea, the thinner the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was, the more uncertain he became. In front of him was still the boundless sea and sky. No hope could be seen. In these 2 months, he had also encountered fierce winds and huge waves, and even some sea monsters. However, these were nothing in Xiaohua's eyes. In the eyes of those 2 nascent soul middle-stage cultivators, they were nothing. He was simply unable to increase the distance between them. At this time, Dube and Shan Zongzi, in order to prevent the previous mistakes from happening, the distance between them was not short, forming a triangle with Xiaohua. Xiaohua, in addition to flying straight to the east, whether it was north or south, it was difficult for him to escape the attack range of either of them. Perhaps Shueishua's intention is to keep flying to the east. While flying, I can take advantage of the time to refine a suitable magic weapon. Xiaohua made some wild guesses. Then he swept his Buddhist awareness and his mind entered the space. Xiaohua's spiritual sense and Buddhist sense were also rapidly growing along with the 10 times expansion of space. Although his spiritual sense could already reach more than 200 miles, and his Buddhist sense could reach more than 400 miles, but this growth trend didn't slow down and was still slowly growing. The inside of the space was already different from before. In the earliest area, Xiaohua had already laid down a restriction. That area had undergone the impact of the space's yin and yang. Whether it was the spiritual grass or the spiritual beasts that were incubating and growing, they were definitely different from other areas. Now, Xiaohua was planting spiritual grass in a new and vast area that he had opened up. The planting of spiritual grass now did not require Xiaohua's green-robed primordial spirit, let alone Xiaohua himself. In the place where the Ganoderma horse was previously lying, there was a spiritual wood that had transformed into a 2-chi tall little child. This little child was called Xiaoguo by Xiaohua. Since Xiaoguo was a spiritual wood that took human form, he was naturally gifted in planting spiritual grasses and taking care of them. He was several times faster than the green-robed Xiaohua and was even more nimble. As for the green-robed Xiaohua, Xiaohua was already clear in his heart. This guy had already experienced the green seal text in the heaven's ring of breath. 1 gave birth to 2, 2 gave birth to 3, and 3 gave birth to all things. Now, he had also experienced the yin and yang in the space. In the future, he might really become another great clone of himself. Of course, at this time, this guy could only make his own contribution in this space. 2 gave birth to 3, and 3 gave birth to all things. Chapter 30-101. Xiaohua's mind entered the space and instantly turned into a jade archive. However, this form only lasted for a moment before the jade archive turned back into Xiaohua's original appearance. Immediately, the jade archive Xiaohua raised his eyes to look at the 9 suns in the sky. His figure flashed and shot up into the sky. In the center of the sky, thunder rumbled. Meanwhile, the green-robed Xiaohua was tirelessly refining the material with lightning water. Fellow Taoist, how is this? The jade archive Xiaohua mysteriously appeared beside the green-robed Xiaohua and asked with a bow. Hey, fellow Taoist, didn't see? It's still early. The green-robed Xiaohua didn't seem to be surprised when he saw the jade archive Xiaohua appear. He withdrew his hand, and the lightning that filled the sky disappeared. The lightning water in the inexplicable object flowed back into tracing light. Then, he put his hands behind his back and sighed. I just refined the 5 elements planet disk and used it as the foundation for the heaven pacifying staff. With these 5 element spiritual items, I can smoothly refine the heaven pacifying staff. However, this heaven pacifying staff, I'm afraid it won't be of any help to you. This thing can't hit the butt of a nascent soul cultivator. The green-robed Xiaohua's tone was clear, but his face was still wooden and expressionless. Then what good idea does fellow Taoist have? The jade archive Xiaohua frowned. You know everything I know, and you know everything I don't know. You ask me, but who should I ask? The green-robed Xiaohua seemed to be rolling his eyes. Nonsense, if I knew, would I still need to ask you? The jade archive Xiaohua said sternly. What idea do you have? Quickly say it. If I can't escape from 2 nascent soul cultivators, you can't live either. You don't have to be so fierce, right? The green-robed Xiaohua shrunk his neck and pointed at an object under the scorching sun in the sky. I know you want to refine this object into the soul-punishing light. This object has been divided into yin and yang in this space, and now seems to have a trace of spiritual intelligence. If you want to refine it, you should start as soon as possible. If this object can freeze the primordial spirit of a nascent soul cultivator, I'm afraid it can really help you and me escape this calamity. Since you already knew, why didn't you do it? Xiaohua grabbed the jade archive, and the 3-legged golden crow immediately appeared in his hand. Sure enough, the 3-legged golden crow's 2 eyes, 1 white and 1 black, vaguely had a divine luster. Xiaohua looked at the jade archive, and it seemed as if there was a bottomless abyss in its eyes. He couldn't help but curse. If you don't open your mouth, who would dare to do it? The green-robed Xiaohua argued. Let's not refine the sky-leveling staff for now. Let's refine the spirit-slaying vital light first. When Jade Archive Xiaohua heard this, the corners of his mouth curled into a smile, and he said amiably, Don't tell me you don't know how to refine the soul-punishing origin light. Yes, of course. Well, I basically know. What I don't know, I just have to look at it to understand. It's just that I haven't refined it before. The green-robed Xiaohua naturally nodded his head and replied. After that, he made a grabbing motion, and the sword gourd fell into his hand as well. Sai, hurry up and refine it. The Jade Archive Xiaohua sighed. You've comprehended more secret arts than I have. You're much stronger than me. This Xiao will start now. The green-robed Xiaohua enjoyed Jade Archive Xiaohua's praise very much. He took the three-legged golden crow from Jade Archive Xiaohua's hand, sat down cross-legged, and was about to start refining it. "How's that child?" Jade Archive Xiaohua looked up again. At the edge of the extreme east, he had set up a restriction for Jiang Luer, and it was still there. "There's no change." The green-robed Xiaohua disagreed. "He's like a dead person all day long. However, he's also experienced the separation of yin and yang, so he'll also be extraordinary. He won't die, so you don't have to worry." "Not good." Just as Jade Archive Xiaohua was about to say something, both the green-robed Xiaohua and Jade Archive Xiaohua shouted at the same time. Then, Jade Archive Xiaohua's figure flashed, and he rushed out of the space. "Damn it, these two old farts, what are they doing now?" The green-robed Xiaohua looked at the place where Jade Archive Xiaohua disappeared, and he was very angry. Then, he looked at the soul-punishing origin light sword gourd in front of him and said fiercely, "This Xiao will refine the soul-punishing origin light now, and kill you all one by one." Xiaohua's mind returned to his physical body, and he immediately turned pale with fright when he scanned with his divine sense. When he entered the space just now, the two nascent soul cultivators were still more than 100 li away from him. In just a moment, they had already caught up to him within 50 li. Moreover, the two's flying speed was still increasing. The blood curse that Xueha had planted on the two of them was actually dissolved by them. "Not good," Xiaohua hurriedly urged his magic power. Even though he had the dragon transformation art in his meridians, and also the celestial body bestowment technique, after 2 months of urging his true essence day and night, not only did his dantian have some stabbing pain, his meridians also had an intense discomfort. However, although the blood curse planted on Xiaohua's body by the virtuous child had already been somewhat reduced, it was still very far away from being completely eliminated. Xiaohua really didn't know why nascent soul cultivators had so many secret techniques. Even the blood curse that Xueha and Wu Hai exchanged with their lives couldn't compare. What should I do now? While Xiaohua sped up his flight, his mind was in a mess. The panic that he had put away because of Xueha's prophecy before her death appeared again. Although the Buddhist sect Saraira has the ability to subdue demons, it's still not enough to deal with nascent soul cultivators. Soul cultivators, the power of lightning and thunder is still weak. Poor gold core frost bamboo can't even kill them. I've already tried it just now, unless I directly face a nascent soul cultivator. The spiritual fire has already been used once. Not only will they be on guard, but this Zhao's magic power is also not enough. Thinking of this, Xiaohua's eyes lit up, and he secretly said, "I'm afraid this is the only move. Maybe I can sneak attack a nascent soul cultivator. There's still one left, then it'll be easy." Immediately, Xiaohua clenched his teeth and turned around to release his Buddhist sense, constantly observing the two nascent soul cultivators approaching. They seemed to be fleeing in panic. Seeing that Shan Xingzi and Daoist Dube, he had already approached within a few miles, the two nascent soul cultivators looked at each other and almost simultaneously slapped their foreheads with their hands, releasing the pressure of nascent soul cultivators. The most commonly used confinement technique of nascent soul cultivators, the nascent soul hand, was also displayed. Suddenly, two water blue hands dozens of feet in size condensed out of thin air, one from the left and one from the right, grabbing towards Xiaohua's body. Although the big hands had not yet fallen, the sea that was originally filled with monstrous waves was calm within a few miles, and a faint whirlpool began to form under Xiaohua's feet. Haha, the simplest method is the most effective method. Seeing that Xiaohua's body was still unable to continue flowing lightning in midair, Daoist Dubi laughed. "We thought too much of this guy. Even if he really has the strength of a nascent soul cultivator, he doesn't have the magical ability of a nascent soul cultivator." "Exactly. Huh." Shan Xingzi was just about to answer when suddenly, the pressure of a nascent soul cultivator rushed out from the top of Xiaohua's head. Moreover, with the appearance of this pressure, Xiaohua's figure actually disappeared. "Humph," Shan Xingzi sneered. He rubbed his hands and thumb-sized water blue beads appeared within a few miles. "Explode," Shan Xingzi coldly uttered an incantation. Rumble. The water surface and the air within a few miles shook violently, and the water beads within a few miles exploded at the same time. Even Shan Xingzi and Daoist Dube activated their magic power and slightly retreated. In particular, Shan Xingzi grabbed with his hand, and the water silks within a few miles instantly flashed with a faint green light. Shan Shengzi pointed his left hand between his eyebrows, and layers of light overflowed from his eyes. Huh? Taoist Dubi was stunned. In his spiritual sense, there was no trace of Xiaohua within a few miles. Taoist Dubi, be careful. Shan Shengzi suddenly shouted, Xiaohua is. Hearing Shan Shengzi's shout, Taoist Dubi looked in Shan Shengzi's direction again. Before Shan Shengzi finished speaking, there was a faint sound of a sword. Suddenly, a brilliance flashed under Taoist Dubi's feet, and a few golden silks had already pierced into his protective brilliance, and those golden silks were like flying swords. Similarly, Xiaohua's figure appeared under him at the same time, and the flying sword in his hand was precisely Qin Jian's golden silk invisible sword. Boom! The golden silk sword sneak attack succeeded, piercing through Taoist Dubi's protective brilliance, and instantly piercing into his leg. With a burst of flesh and blood, Taoist Dubi, who was a nascent soul master, immediately turned into blood foam. Haha, Xiaohua laughed, and then he didn't take back the flying sword at all. He opened his mouth, and even if his magic power was exhausted, he still wanted to spit out the spiritual fire. But at this moment, a great force was born from the top of Xiaohua's head. Xiaohua looked up, and a pale black spiritual talisman appeared in midair like a whirlpool, and a strange binding force was emitted from that spiritual talisman. At this time, Shan Shengzi's ridicule also sounded, but he heard Shan Shengzi said coldly, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Xiaohua, you have used the demon realm's concealing technique once in Sentry City. Do you still want to use it today? Accept your fate. As Shan Shengzi pointed his finger, another pale white spiritual talisman appeared above Xiaohua's head. This spiritual talisman also emitted a strange binding force, which was very tacit with the binding force of Taoist Dubi's spiritual talisman. Yin-Yang Seal. Xiaohua's face changed instantly, and he finally found the answer to the two nascent soul middle-stage cultivators chasing after him. However, the sealing power of this spiritual talisman was so great, and the two seemed to have already set up a plan. Taoist Dubi wanted to let Xiaohua get close to him even if his physical body was damaged. At this time, even though Xiaohua tried his best to activate all his magical powers to break free, the spiritual talisman still fell like lightning, trapping Xiaohua tightly. Forget it. Xiaohua sighed. My cause came from this yin-yang seal, and today's effect was also formed from this yin-yang seal. At this time, even though Xiaohua wanted to self-destruct, thinking of Jiang Luer, Shui, Wuji, Xiaohuang, Xiaohe, and the others, he couldn't. Ha ha ha, Taoist Dubi waved his hand and was about to take Xiaohua down, but suddenly a strange change occurred. Roar? A roar like tens of thousands of bulls rose from under Xiaohua's feet, and the whole sea seemed to be boiling, and countless bubbles surged from the depths of the sea. With the bubbles, a great binding force was also born in a radius of more than 10 feet. Good. Although Xiaohua's body was sealed by two spiritual talismans, his 5 senses were still there, and he immediately understood when he saw this situation. Shui, Xiaohua's eyes were filled with tears. Needless to say, this was the chance of survival that Shui mentioned before she died. However, this kind of binding force could even escape Xiaohua, who was only at the Jindan stage at that time, let alone these two nascent soul stage cultivators. This what's going on. Shan Shengzi and Taoist Dubi obviously didn't encounter such a situation, and although they were stunned, they weren't too shocked. They looked at each other, and at the same time, their magic power surged, and their figures turned into a rainbow, trying to escape from this huge binding force. Boom! Just as the two of them urged their magic power, there was another deafening sound, and the sea water within a few miles suddenly collapsed, and a strong suction force was born from that binding force. Woo! A strong gust of wind sounded, and in the space within a few miles, whether it was the seawater or the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, they all sank in an instant. This kind of pressure from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was simply much greater than the weight of the entire mountain. Taoist Dubi and Shan Shengzi, the two nascent soul stage cultivators, were caught off guard, and the brilliance of their bodies was annihilated, and with the huge amount of spiritual energy of heaven and earth, they directly sank more than 10 feet. This what's going on. Shan Shengzi and Taoist Dubi looked down in disbelief. The seawater within a few miles of the entire Qian, he sea collapsed and rushed straight to the bottom of the sea, as if a big hole had leaked out of the whole sea, and the sea water leaked out from the big hole. They couldn't help but be stunned. Chapter 3102. Things seemed to be more than that. Just as Immortal Doob, and Shan Zishan stabilized their bodies, they immediately activated their spiritual power and prepared to fly into the sky. Roar! A series of loud noises came out of nowhere, covering dozens of miles of space. Except for the seawater that had leaked within a few miles, the outer dozens of miles of seawater collapsed one after another. It was as if the entire Kueha Sea was about to fall into the bottom of the sea. Let's go! Although Shan Zishan didn't know what was going on, he was already terrified when he saw that the strange power of heaven and earth was so strong. He no longer cared about Xiaohua and Immortal Doob, who had lost a leg. With a roar, his body flashed with light, and he flew desperately to the north. Whoa! Seeing this, Immortal Doob hurriedly activated his spiritual power and wanted to follow Shan Zishan. Unfortunately, they only flew for a few miles, and the entire space rang with a strange sound, like the cry of ghosts and howling of wolves, and also like the tide of thousands of beasts. An inverted hole that was almost 100 miles wide appeared on the surface of the sea. This huge funnel rotated crazily, and the previous confinement force and suction force instantly increased by almost 10 times. This force was beyond the imagination of the two nascent soul cultivators. It was like a pair of hands that were 100 miles wide had covered the two of them, and it was twisting with all its strength. It wanted to tear the two of them into pieces. This big hand completely froze the true essence of the two people, and they couldn't mobilize it at all. Rule power? How is this possible? Seeing this terrifying force, Shan Zishan's face changed greatly, and he cried out involuntarily. At the same time, his body and everything in front of him spun like a top, and he quickly rushed to the bottom of the sea. Seeing that he was rushing to the bottom of the sea without any strength, Shan Zishan didn't dare to hesitate anymore. He knew very well that if he couldn't rush out of this confinement before the change of heaven and earth, he was afraid that he would really be left at the bottom of the Kueha Sea. Therefore, Shan Shengzi clenched his teeth and slapped his forehead. A nascent soul that looked exactly like Shan Shengzi flew out. This nascent soul was no longer covered in blood mist. The moment it appeared, it waved the black ring in its hand and disappeared from Shan Shengzi's head. The benevolent child didn't even want his own physical body. He only wanted to use his nascent soul to teleport and seize a chance of survival from the power of heaven and earth. Seeing that Shan Shengzi had desperately used his nascent soul to teleport away, Immortal Doob looked at Xiaohua, who had a strange smile on his face in his hand. He didn't care about doing anything else. He gritted his teeth and slapped his head. A nascent soul that was half a head taller than Shan Shengzi's nascent soul also appeared. It also activated the white ring in its hand, ignoring its physical body and Xiaohua, who was imprisoned and disappeared in an instant. My wife is indeed scheming. Xiaohua's figure fell rapidly with the whirlpool. Everything in front of him became an illusion. Looking at Immortal Doob and Shan Shengzi's slightly closed eyes and body that had lost their nascent souls, he thought with a smile, I finally escaped from their hands. But, is there any way out at the bottom of the Kueha Sea? While Xiaohua was thinking, thousands of buzzing sounds sounded. It was the sound that Xiaohua encountered in the Kueha Sea that day. Xiaohua's head was in a daze. It was as if his primordial spirit was about to be shaken out of his body by this buzzing sound. Fortunately, Xiaohua's spiritual power was confined by the yin and yang talisman, so it didn't disperse. However, the golden core in his dantian shook violently with the buzzing sound. The layer of golden qi outside the golden core disappeared. The golden core and thunder core also turned into specks of light and began to dissipate. Xiaohua was extremely shocked. Unfortunately, he didn't have the strength. He could only quietly wait for the final judgment of the power of heaven and earth. If he could escape with his life, so what if he didn't have cultivation? It was better than two nascent soul cultivators without a body, right? Shua. Suddenly, Xiaohua's ears became quiet. All the sounds disappeared again. Then, as if the big hand pressed down hard, Xiaohua's figure instantly fell 1,000 feet or even 1,000 feet. The light in front of him also almost disappeared. GG. Half a mile away, a few small movements were particularly clear in this dead silence. Xiaohua looked up and couldn't help but laugh. It turned out that the nascent souls that Immortal Doob E and Shan Xingzi had just teleported out actually appeared near their bodies. However, at this time, the nascent souls looked extremely weak. Even their figures were somewhat transparent and dim. The rings in the hands of the two nascent souls were also gone. Presumably, it was the buzzing sound that could shatter the golden core that caused the two nascent souls to suffer such heavy injuries. It was also the buzzing sound that blocked the teleportation of the two nascent souls. It even sent the two nascent souls to their bodies. Immortal Doob E and Shan Xingzi's nascent souls didn't dare to stop in front of such a power of heaven. Immediately, the two people's bodies emitted a faint brilliance again. Each of them took out two magic weapons to protect themselves. They actually had the same idea as Xiaohua. They were waiting for the end of the power of heaven. Immortal Doob E and Shan Xingzi even had a strange idea at the same time. Since the dead Xue Xue asserted that Xiaohua could escape from Kuei-Hsi, it seemed that Xiaohua could really escape. But since Xiaohua, a nascent soul disciple, could escape, then how could the two of them, who were genuine mid and late nascent soul cultivators, not escape? Accept your fate. Xiaohua sighed. Looking at the two nascent souls staring at him, he faintly smiled. His mind wanted to enter the space. Unfortunately, under the power of heaven, his mind couldn't enter the space. Xiaohua couldn't even hide his head in the soil. The abyss was still the same, the brilliance was gone. The three people fell deeper and deeper into Kuei-Hsi. They didn't know how deep they were from the sea. In the abyss, the two nascent souls were not close to Xiaohua, but they were also not far away. The nascent soul cultivators couldn't attack Xiaohua again, but they could still see Xiaohua's expression. It was just that this abyss was extremely strange. It was obviously in Kuei-Hsi. Even if the seawater fell, there was no water at all within a few miles of Xiaohua's group. The endless seawater actually went somewhere unknown. Strange, Xiaohua unconsciously thought of the last time he encountered the destruction of the Great Flag Reef in Kuei-Hsi. It seems to be different from this time. This is... Just as he was thinking, a whirlpool-like force came from Immortal Doob E's side. It was like another invisible hand pushed him, and he was pushed to the left, less than 100 feet away from Xiaohua. Not good. Xiaohua saw the ferocious face of Immortal Doob E and shouted in his heart, "I want to see how you can escape from me." Immortal Doob E's legs still hadn't recovered. How could he not hate Xiaohua? Xiaohua was still bound by the yin-yang spirit talisman and couldn't move. In particular, his gold core was on the verge of collapse. How could he be Immortal Doob E's opponent? At this critical moment, the suction force that had been going down suddenly turned horizontally. The three of them flew horizontally. Immortal Doob E was caught off guard and was thrown far away again. This time, the suction force was even stronger. The three of them once again doubled their speed. Xiaohua looked up and saw a light that was smaller than the eye of a needle in the distance. It was extremely eye-catching in this pitch-black darkness. The three of them were simply too fast. Xiaohua had only just seen the light when it had already closed in. At this time, the light had actually turned into a space several hundred feet wide. Moreover, as Xiaohua flew closer, the space rapidly expanded. By the time Xiaohua and the others were truly sucked into the space was actually several hundred miles wide. Xiaohua felt as if he was an ant in front of it. Sumera Buddhist formation? Xiaohua suddenly realized. There is actually a Sumera Buddhist formation here? No, the power of this formation seems to be even greater than the Sumera Buddhist formation we encountered in the Buddhist sect's ruins. If it isn't some Sumera Buddhist formation, then it must be some other formation of the Tao sect that is even more powerful. Xiaohua thought. His figure was sucked into this space by the enormous suction force. Wang! An extremely loud and clear sound flashed by. The entire space was silent, but the blood in Xiaohua's body was about to boil. He knew that this sound had not disappeared at all. Then, in front of Xiaohua's eyes, a faintly discernible silver brilliance flashed and disappeared. Whoosh! The binding of the black and white talismans around Xiaohua's body was easily cut open by the silver brilliance. Xiaohua didn't have time to think too much. Another wisp of cyan brilliance flashed and disappeared. This time, the cyan brilliance actually penetrated Xiaohua's body and meridians. The magic power in his meridians that hadn't been activated was swept away by this brilliance. Huh! What is this? The cyan brilliance flashed, and the entire space rippled with layers of gray ripples. These ripples came in circles, like huge growth rings on a withered tree. Xiao Hua and the others were passing through these growth rings. Whoosh! The corners of Xiao Hua's eyes twitched. His gaze had yet to break away from this strange fluctuation of gray when another hazy blue brilliance flashed. Xiao Hua's body tightened, as if something was being sucked away by this brilliance. But what disappeared, Xiao Hua didn't notice at all. 5. 5 Elements Annihilation Great Formation. Not far from Xiao Hua, Shan Zizhen's extremely shocked voice came. This voice was unexpectedly high and low in the gray fluctuation, appearing especially strange. How could this immortal world great formation be here? Sumera Buddhist formation. Taoist Master Dube, he seemed to have thought of something and also shouted in panic. This seems to be the Buddhist sect's supreme Buddhist formation before the ancient Buddhist sect was annihilated. Shua, hearing this, Xiao Hua was also greatly shocked. The names of these two formations were terrifying just by hearing them. How could their true power be measured by ordinary cultivators? At this time, the fourth red brilliance faintly flashed again. The reaction in Xiao Hua's body was even more intense. Along with the brilliance, more than half of his Jindan was instantly extinguished, and the sword essence flowing in his body also inexplicably disappeared by 30%. Not good. Xiao Hua suddenly thought of the situation when Sunset Island reappeared in the past. The white bones on the white bones, the rings on the white bones, and other things. Almost without thinking, he didn't even have time to put away the invisible golden sword in his hand and threw all the storage bags and spirit storage bags into the space. At this time, he almost forgot that his mind couldn't enter the space just now, but now he could. The last brilliance hadn't appeared yet, but Xiao Hua and the others had already passed through who knows how far away in the gray fluctuation of the same growth rings. Fellow Taoist, do be you. How did you become old? Shan Xingzi and the others naturally didn't have time to kill Xiao Hua and did their best to resist the power of the 5 elements annihilation great formation. At this time, Shan Xingzi suddenly cried out in surprise. Shan Xingzi, you also have white hair. Hearing this, Taoist Du Bi naturally turned pale with fright. He raised his eyes to look at Shan Xingzi and hurriedly cried out. Xiao Hua hurriedly looked at the two. Sure enough, the two middle nascent soul stage cultivators no longer had the same youthful appearance as before. A layer of white frost-like color dyed their hair and eyebrows visible to the naked eye. Moreover, the wrinkles on their faces seemed to be carved with a pair of knives. As the two passed through the growth rings, they were carved one by one. The passage of time, this gray fluctuation, is actually another kind of great formation. Xiao Hua suddenly realized. He opened his eyes wide and looked at the strange gray fluctuation in disbelief. These two nascent soul stage cultivators have a lifespan of nearly 2,000 years, but in this great formation, it turned into a flick of a finger. Thinking, Xiao Hua raised his hands and looked at the invisible golden sword in his hands. He couldn't help but be shocked again. Strange, why didn't I change? Song of Time. Song of Time. This is the Song of Time demon formation. Suddenly, Taoist Du Bi shouted as if he had gone mad. I heard Master mention it before. This is the most famous great formation that the demon race used to deal with my Tao sect in the ancient times. But before Taoist Du Bi finished speaking, his face inexplicably dried up. His head, which was originally made of flesh, suddenly began to shrink and gradually turned into a skeleton with only skin. Swoosh! Xiao Hua's crisis also came. An earthen yellow brilliance faintly flashed. Xiao Hua didn't have time to check other places. He only knew that all the golden cores in the same nebula in his dantian had disappeared. Even the lightning core and the true inner core were as small as broad beans. Ha! Shan Xingzi laughed wildly. Song of Time. Great Meru Buddhist formation. Great 5 elements annihilation formation. Who could be so generous? On the Dawn Rain continent, who could avoid these 3 great formations? This isn't anyone's generosity. It's an innate divine restriction. You. Why haven't you changed? Suddenly, Shan Xingzi saw Xiao Hua, and then looked at Taoist Du Bi, who had already turned into a skeleton in disbelief. He shouted even more incredulously, how can your lifespan surpass mine? But before he could say anything else, the hand he stretched out also withered. Along with the gray fluctuation of the growth ring, it immediately turned into white bones. The power of time, invincible. Seeing these 2 mid-nascent soul cultivators buried in this mysterious song of time demon formation in just a moment, Xiao Hua also felt some sympathy. That's right, Even if he didn't know why he didn't fear this Song of Time, he still had the 5 elements annihilation formation that he couldn't resist. Seeing the silver and green brilliance intertwining together flash again, the invisible golden sword in Xiao Hua's hand immediately turned into nothingness. At the same time, this brilliance brought something that didn't completely disappear into Xiao Hua's body. Then it swept past his dantian. The already collapsed golden core and lightning core instantly disappeared, as if they had never existed. Damn it, Xiao Hua laughed bitterly. Biting his lips slightly, he clenched his fists. He didn't know that the golden core and lightning core that had disappeared, and even the nebula that had been condensed by the golden energy from before, had been wiped out by the formation, left behind a bit of pitch black. That pitch black was now stained by the invisible sword and was even more invisible. This was also the benefit of going through the third gold lightning tribulation. After a few waves of brilliance, Xiao Hua's Buddha relic also began to collapse. The 1000 Buddha diagram outside the Buddha relic was also completely separated into specks of light, barely covering the Buddha relic. In just a moment, the Buddha relic was almost as invisible as the golden core in his dantian. Under the Buddha relic, the black and white intertwining outside the Naiwan Palace, the seal that was nimbly flowing from time to time was finally revealed. And as soon as this seal appeared, 2 faint black and white lines immediately rushed into Xiao Hua's middle dantian. There, the same 2-colored seal was flowing in a very regular pattern with the seal of the Naiwan Palace. Not only that, in the 5 elements annihilation formation, Xiao Hua's spiritual sense and Buddhist consciousness were also completely dissolved, and now he couldn't release them. Even Xiao Hua's mind was somewhat muddled. Looking at the flickering 5-colored brilliance in front of him, as well as the dense growth rings, Xiao Hua laughed bitterly. He understood that this was probably the most dangerous place in this spatial passage, right? Sure enough, a swoosh sound entered Xiao Hua's ears. Kacha, 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 kacha. 5 dazzling rays of light intertwined and simultaneously penetrated Xiao Hua's Naiwan Palace and the 2 black and white seals outside his dantian. Those 2 seals flickered at the same time. The black and white lines violently flickered, and in an instant, cracks appeared in the void, as if wanting to tear Xiao Hua's Naiwan Palace and middle dantian apart. Unfortunately, these powerful assassins couldn't escape from the 5 elements. What kind of power could they display in this 5 elements annihilation formation? But just as they were born, they were immediately annihilated by the 5-colored brilliance that swept past. Xiao Hua didn't know how many years he had been distressed, how many schemes he had racked his brains for, how many methods he had thought of, to break the seal without attracting the attention of the seal's owner, but it was broken so easily. Originally, he thought that the opportunity to break the seal was with the Shaman King in Meng Mountains. But at this moment of life and death, at the bottom of the QC, where he had never dreamed of in this so-called 5 elements annihilation formation, the seal was easily broken as if peeling off the shell of a boiled egg. This opportunity was something that Xiao Hua had never thought of. As the saying goes, man proposes, God disposes. Of course, after the seal in Xiao Hua's middle dantian was broken, a muffled dragon's roar came out from Xiao Hua's middle dantian, and the heterogeneous true energy in his middle dantian was immediately annihilated by the 5-colored brilliance. Even when the 5-colored brilliance penetrated into Xiao Hua's body, the sword origin and the 9 stars soaring sun-flying sword were also annihilated. Only the trace of Xiao Hua's primordial spirit and the 8 primordial spirit imprints gathered together and were forcefully sent into his middle dantian. But after the seal in Xiao Hua's Naiwan Palace was broken, a layer of golden light appeared outside his Naiwan Palace. Under this golden light, the 5-colored brilliance couldn't penetrate it. In short, because of the primal chaos energy in Xiao Hua's body, he was able to escape from the Song of Time demon formation. But his Taoist, Buddhist, and sword cultivation were completely annihilated by this 5 elements annihilation formation. Completely annihilated, only leaving behind a little bit of foundation left from the tribulation lightning of 3 elements. Xiao Hua's mind was also muddled by the Song of Time demon formation, and he was also injured by the 5 elements annihilation formation, gradually becoming muddle-headed. Looking at the gray fluctuating growth rings in the entire space and the 5-colored brilliance blooming like a lotus, Xiao Hua's vision gradually blurred, and he gradually closed his eyes. However, just before he closed his eyes, he saw a 7-colored conch-like object that was strangely condensed not more than a foot away from him. Xiaohua very habitually probed with his mind to put this object into his space, but when he touched it, his mind became dizzy, and he fainted. He didn't even know if this object was put into his space or not. In the colorful space, a naked man with his eyes slightly closed, his slender body shuttled through the gray fluctuations of growth rings at an extremely fast speed. The five-colored brilliance also swept across the man's body. This kind of scene was very dazzling. After an unknown amount of time, the huge space gradually shrank. The five-colored brilliance divided into several rays, and the gray ripples also gradually slowed down. Woo! With a soft sound, the naked Xiao Huarua escaped from the space tunnel with a swimming fish. Outside the tunnel was an endless sea of blue water. Then, with a loud woo sound, countless bubbles emerged from Xiao Hua's body, carrying him towards the distance and high altitude. And behind Xiao Hua, the space became even smaller, finally turning into an existence smaller than the tip of a needle. Not to mention nascent soul cultivators, even tribulation transcendence cultivators and Mahayana cultivators wouldn't be able to easily find this place in this endless Gui he see, right? Xiao Hua floated higher and higher along with these bubbles, and at the same time drifted further and further away. Taoist Master Dube Yi and Shan Xingzi, who were chasing him, had already turned into ashes. The dead Xue was right. If all of them went to the depths of the Gui he see, Xiao Hua would definitely be able to survive. But after this great Meru Buddhist formation, Clear Song of Time Demon formation, and Five Elements Annihilation formation, where was this place? Who would be so idle as to set up these three strange formations in the depths of the Gui he see? And the power of these formations was so huge. Don't forget, in the millions of Meng mountains in the Huda village, what kind of cultivation base did Elder Wu have? He also didn't dare to rashly touch the Yin and Yang seals on Xiao Hua's middle Dantian and Naiwan Palace. But these two incomparably powerful seals within these three formations were like yellow talismans being gently opened. Could it be that these three formations were like what Shan Xingzi said, innate divine restrictions? There were too many mysteries, too many unsolvable mysteries, too many dangers. This was also the reason why cultivators on the Dawn Rain continent rarely came to the Gui he see. Chapter 3103. Xiao Hua, Shan Xingzi, and Dubi had disappeared. One fainted, two fell, and no one knew. However, they were being chased by the early Yuanying stage Thunder Meng Taoist. Although Reverend Lei Meng's cultivation base was not as strong as the two mid-stage nascent soul cultivators, but with the help of the mystic technique of Imperial Thunder Sect, and under the condition that Xue Xueha had no choice but to cast a blood curse on the two nascent soul cultivators, he was barely able to keep up with the three of them from afar. The deeper Thunder Meng Taoist chased, the more frightened he became. He was not like Xiao Hua, he did not have much preparation, and did not have many elixirs and other items. Seeing the increasingly thin heaven and earth spiritual energy, he hesitated. Even if he flew to the end and occasionally met some sea beasts, he did not dare to waste his magic power to kill them. The Yuanying in his body that was very sensitive to heaven and earth spiritual energy had already told him that the further ahead, the heaven and earth spiritual energy could no longer support the magic of a Yuanying stage cultivator. It could only consume the power of the Yuanying stage, and this was extremely bad news for Thunder Meng Taoist. However, the more serious it was, the more inconceivable Thunder Meng Taoist was that the two mid-Yuanying stage cultivators were chasing after Xiao Hua. Just as Thunder Meng Taoist was pondering whether to continue the chase, in the distant sea, an extremely small hole appeared, and waves of cryptic fluctuations came from the distance. Not good. An instinctive fear, a shock that came from the Yuanying stage, immediately arose in Thunder Meng Taoist's heart. What kind of heavenly might is this? Immediately, Thunder Meng Taoist had another intuition. Xiao Hua. That's right. That should be the direction Xiao Hua and the other two went. Thinking, Thunder Meng Taoist immediately released his divine sense, wanting to see what was going on. Unfortunately, not only was the location of the celestial phenomenon too far away, but the layers of fluctuations in the air also destroyed Thunder Meng Taoist's divine sense, making it impossible to reach. Forget it, Thunder Meng Taoist thought for a while, then gritted his teeth. This is also I's final limit. Xiao Hua, if there is no more news of you, I will also be powerless. While speaking, Thunder Meng Taoist gathers his magic power and flies towards that direction. Unexpectedly, the celestial phenomenon was extremely powerful. Wave after wave of strange vibrations not only blocked Lei Meng Reverend's divine will, but also limited his magic power. Even his nascent soul was restless because of an inexplicable fear. It was as if this fluctuation could kill a nascent soul cultivator at any time. By the time Reverend Lei Meng arrived at the location of the celestial phenomenon, everything was already gone. When Lei Meng Daoist had just appeared, countless tiny vortexes had spread out over tens of miles to hundreds of miles, with tiny bubbles bubbling out like boiling water. However, in the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, there were no longer any abnormalities. The sea surface was calm, and the sea breeze blew from time to time. What a tranquil sea! If not for Lei Meng Daoist's suspicion, who would have thought that the famous nascent soul cultivator, Wu Ming, who had fought a great battle with a Dao sword cultivator, was buried here? Lei Meng Daoist did not dare to return like this. He was clear that even if he left some divine will mark here, under the unpredictable storms of Kueha Sea and the extremely thin spiritual energy of this world, he would be wiped out in a few days. Furthermore, Kueha Sea is so vast. Once he leaves, he may not be able to easily find this place again without a divine will mark. Therefore, Lei Meng Daoist once again lingered for a few days, until he could no longer find any abnormalities. During this period, Lei Meng Daoist naturally gritted his teeth and used the secret technique of Imperial Thunder Sect. The result was exactly as he had expected. There was no trace of Xiaohua. Everything had vanished like smoke. Sigh, although I could not catch up previously, but at least I know that Xiaohua is in front. At least there is a trace of hope, a trace of hope. Lei Meng Daoist sighed as he raised his head, looking towards the extreme east. He even released his divine will for over 100 miles, but did not find any abnormalities. He muttered, "Now it's all good. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust, the sea is also the sea of destruction." A nascent soul cultivator suddenly rose into the sky, but before he could even emit a brilliant light, he immediately fell. What a tragedy, what a pity! My Imperial Thunder Sect. At this point, Lei Meng Daoist finally understood Master Qian Leizi's mood that day in Great Thunder Palace. There was no other reason. In front of the mysteries of heaven, human strength was just an action. Man can conquer the heavens. That was a lie. Xiaohua. Lei Meng Daoist looked at the sea beneath his feet that had some waves, and then at the sky that had some dark clouds and muffled thunder. He knew that another storm was about to come, and he definitely could not stay here any longer. He sighed. Since the first time this old man met you in Thunder Accumulation Cave, this old man has once again sent you off. It can be said that we are fated to meet. Your background is unknown, and your cultivation is also hard to fathom. This old man does not know if the information sent by the sword cultivators of Huan country is true. However, this old man still hopes that you are the true disciple of Imperial Thunder Sect that this old man was thinking of. Now sigh. At this point, Lei Meng Daoist sighed again, unable to continue. Since Xiaohua had already fallen, even if Master Qian Leizi had some thoughts of protecting Xiaohua, this kind of protection no longer had any meaning. It was impossible for Imperial Thunder Sect to let a living Xiaohua, a living nascent soul nameless, return to Sky Thunder Peak. Then would Master Qian Leizi still protect Xiaohua? Even though Lei Meng Daoist did not like this kind of ending, he also understood that Imperial Thunder Sect was unable to face the doubts of the other sects of the three countries regarding Xiaohua. Imperial Thunder Sect was unable to explain the various strange things about Xiaohua that the sword cultivators of Huan country had mentioned. A living nascent soul, no matter if it is foundation establishment or qi refinement, is still more valuable than a dead nascent soul. Xiaohua, you also do not blame Lord Sect Leader. You have already left, but Imperial Thunder Sect is still here, and so is Myriad Thunder Valley. Facing the reality, Lei Meng Daoist felt powerless in his heart. He casually said a few words, circulated his magic power, and gradually left. Within this region of several hundred li, lightning flashed and thunder roared. Lei Meng Daoist was afraid that he would not be able to find the burial place of the three nascent soul realm cultivators. However, before Lei Meng Daoist could fly out of Guehi Sea, a lightning sound transmitting talisman flew in front of his eyes. When Lei Meng Daoist used his divine sense to take a look, he could not help but be shocked. What? The ones who died in the bamboo forest were Xue Xue and Wu Ming? How is this possible? When I was ordered to leave Imperial Thunder Sect, Wu Ming seemed to have not come out of seclusion yet. And that Shui seems to be a Foundation establishment disciple. How could they have arrived in front of me? Or perhaps. Lei Meng Daoist listened, raised his eyes and looked ahead, and said thoughtfully, after Wu Ming came out of seclusion, he did not stop at Myriad Thunder Valley at all, and directly rushed to the bamboo forest with Shui. Only then could they have arrived in front of me. But how could they know where Xiaohua flew to? Unfortunately, all of these were only guesses. Shui had no choice but to leave. Xiaohua, Daoist, Dube Yi, and Shan Xingzi had all died. How could they know what had happened? As for why Daoist, Dube Yi, and Shan Xingzi were chasing after Xiaohua, Immortal Ascension Sect and Immortal Music Sect might be able to give him an answer. However, what was the status of Daoist, Dube Yi, and Shan Xingzi? Could the two sects easily answer? Even if Qian Lazy wanted an answer, it would not be good to ask, right? After all, the two's cultivation had surpassed the sect masters of the two sects, and they no longer asked about the affairs of the two sects. If Qian Lazy wanted to ask, he could only point the spearhead to Shan Xingzi's master, Feng Shu of Immortal Ascension Sect, and Daoist Dube Yi's master, Xian Lu Sect's Funshan cultivator Chan Si Miao. Two Funshan cultivators. Lei Meng Daoist knew that this was impossible. In fact, it was just as Lei Meng Daoist thought. When he returned to Great Thunder Palace and reported this matter to Qian Lazy's face was gloomy, and he said that Shui went to Myriad Thunder Valley as soon as she came out of seclusion, and Wu Ming of Myriad Thunder Valley also just came out of seclusion. After talking with Shui for half an hour, he immediately left a jade slip and left Imperial Thunder Sect with Shui. As for the jade slip, Qian Lazy also looked at it, and it only contained Zhuo Minghui's last words and a sentence to Wu Qing. Wu Qing, Daddy is gone. Although Daddy feels guilty towards you, Daddy knows that there are some things that must be done. What Daddy wants to do, you may not know in your whole life. Perhaps no one in Dawn Rain Continent will know. But Daddy must do it. When you grow up, you will naturally understand. Alas, yes, there are some things this sect must do. Although I don't want to do it. Qian Lazy sighed and returned the jade slip to Zhuo Minghui and said, Xiaohua was expelled from Imperial Thunder Sect. There is no need to hide anything. From the moment Xiaohua left Sky Thunder Peak, no matter if he was a terrifying phoenix or a nascent soul nameless, everything about him has nothing to do with my Imperial Thunder Sect. Yes, subordinate understands. Lei Meng Daoist bowed and replied. As for Myriad Thunder Valley, as I said before, it still exists. Qian Lazy looked at the pale Zhuo Minghui and waved his hand. Wu Ming has done a lot for my Imperial Thunder Sect, and he left, but we can't let him be bitterly disappointed in the underworld. Yes, subordinate understands. Lei Meng Daoist's heart warmed, and he turned to Zhuo Minghui and said, everything about Xiaohua from now on has nothing to do with Myriad Thunder Valley. If anyone provokes us again, they can come find me. Yes, disciple understands. Zhuo Minghui only knew about the news of Wu Ming and Shui's death now, and she really didn't dare to believe it. Moreover, until now, she didn't know why Shui and Wu Ming died, and why Xiaohua died. To them, this matter is just a secret. Chapter 3104. Soon after, the Imperial Thunder Sect's order to expel Xiaohua was no longer kept a secret. It quickly spread throughout the entire country of Xi, and then spread to the 3 countries faster than the wind. The terrifying phoenix is Xiaohua, and because Xiaohua violated the Imperial Thunder Sect's rules, his qualifications as a disciple were revoked, and he was expelled from the sect. But because of his achievements in the Great Battle of Dao Sword, his cultivation was not abolished. All the cultivators who heard this news were extremely shocked, and they lamented that the world changed too quickly. Just a moment ago, he was still a hero in the Great Battle of Dao Sword, but in the blink of an eye, he was a sinner. He became a pitiful worm without a sect. Of course, there were still some small sects that began to look for Xiaohua to be an elder or a consecrator. After all, Xiaohua's reputation was too resounding. With such a consecrator, not to mention other things, it would be much easier to recruit disciples. But in just a few days, there was another secret from the Huan country that spread to the 3 countries. The nascent soul cultivator of the Imperial Thunder Sect was none other than Xiaohua. Moreover, Xiaohua was a sword cultivator and also knew soul techniques. If Xiaohua's expulsion from the Imperial Thunder Sect was a small stone thrown into a pond, Then Xiaohua's nascent soul cultivator Wu Ming was a huge rock. The entire 3 countries were shaken. For several months, all the cultivators were talking about only Xiaohua. Some admired him, some were jealous, some were emotional, some were sympathetic, and there were many cultivators who were laughing at the Imperial Thunder sect. Yes, being able to expel a nascent soul cultivator from a sect, this was unheard of in the Dawn Rain continent. However, whether it was a small stone or a huge rock, in the end, it would fall into the pond. When the news of Xiaohua being chased by 2 middle-stage nascent soul cultivators and 3 nascent soul cultivators falling in the Gui He spread, all the discussions and rumors immediately disappeared. This news was definitely not leaked by Thunder Tablet Daoist and the Imperial Thunder sect. After all, Thunder Tablet Daoist was not the only one who saw Daoist Dube Yi and Shan Xingzi chasing after Xiaohua. 3 nascent soul cultivators fighting without regard for face naturally attracted people's interest. The rumors and discussions disappeared, but everyone seemed to be listening, waiting for an explanation, waiting for a result. But what made them disappointed was that no matter if it was the Immortal Ascension sect or the Immortal Music sect, they didn't have any intention to explain. Soon, sword cultivators settled in Celestial Patrol City. Heavenly Devil sect established itself in the Cultivation 3 kingdoms, and the true bloodlines of various cultivation clans were gradually stimulated. On the Dawn Rain continent, more and more exciting events appeared. Xiaohua, a nascent soul cultivator who rose like a comet, was soon forgotten by everyone. Other than Fairy Hongxia, who was in the Valley of Ice, holding a pink jade slip in her hand, her eyes filled with tears. At this moment, she was filled with regret. She was extremely regretful of her own willfulness, and also somewhat jealous of Shue's selflessness. She was probably the only one who knew the truth of Shue's death for Xiaohua. Alas, everything was already in the past. All regret was useless. All the sweet nothings and tit-for-tat were already in vain. Fairy Hongxia looked at the frozen ice shards in the Valley of Ice. She really hoped that Xiaohua would mysteriously appear again. However, she knew that it was just wishful thinking. Although Xiaohua was formidable, facing 2 middle-stage nascent soul cultivators, there was absolutely no possibility of him surviving. Furthermore, the 2 middle-stage nascent soul cultivators had already fallen without any news. How could Xiaohua possibly survive? Darling Xiao, Fairy Hongxia muttered, this concubine knows that she was wrong. I missed out on the good time to spend with you. Although this concubine was somewhat demanding of you, this concubine truly loved you. However, now that I saw Shue's love, this concubine knew how shallow I was. For your survival, Shue was willing to give up her life. This concubine asked herself, if this concubine had made a choice in that instant, this concubine could have done it too. If I was like little sister Shue's forbearance, this concubine would definitely not have done it. This love is the love that husband deserves. This concubine is ashamed of her inferiority in front of Shue. However, husband, since you have left, the words that this concubine said to you are still valid. This concubine is husband's wife in this life. In this life, I will only have darling Xiao as my husband. Today, this concubine swears a blood oath that I will never talk about dual cultivation with anyone else. Finished speaking, Fairy Hongxia's ice phoenix body flew out, wailing in the ice valley, crying blood. Xiaohua, Shue. In a secluded valley in Xuanlei Palace, there were 2 small mounds at the bottom of the valley. In front of the mound stood Sun Shu, but her tone was very indifferent. Senior sister knows that if you were in the sky, the 2 of you would be birds flying together. If you were on earth, the 2 of you would be intertwined branches. Senior sister is very jealous of the 2 of you. Regardless of life or death, you can be together, with each other's company. How can there be loneliness in this world? Loneliness has always been intentional. A faint voice came from above the valley. Junior brother Qian, you've come? Sun Shu did not seem to find it strange, and did not raise her head. I thought that you still bore a grudge against Xiaohua, and would not come to pay your respects. Humph, how can I bear a grudge against junior brother Xiao? Qian Diheng's figure flew to the bottom of the valley, his white Taoist robe the same as Sun Shu's. Your Heavenly Thunder Palace disciples, as well as the many disciples who returned from Sky Patrol City. Aren't they all complaining about Xiaohua? Sun Shu glanced at Qian Diheng and said coldly, I seem to have heard someone say it himself. Of course I said it. Qian Diheng did not deny it. I even said it in front of the sect master. But I know even more clearly. Someone needed me to say it. I also did get that messaging talisman from Xiaohua. And that messaging talisman indeed. There's no way to explain how it ended up in my hands. Since you understand, Sun Shu still wanted to say, but was stopped by Qian Diheng. There are some things that you don't have to say out loud. But there are some things that you have to say even though you know it's against your heart. You know better than me how Xiaohua is. I know better than Xiaohua what you're thinking. But why don't you say it out loud? Sun Shu blushed slightly and shook her head. There are some things that are better left unsaid. Yes, there are some things that are better said than not. Qian Diheng also nodded. Although this Qian has said those words, it is still better than not saying them. Even though I said it out loud, I still respect junior brother Xiao. Not to mention that he's a nascent soul cultivator. Even if he's a spirit-severing cultivator, he's still my junior brother Xiao. There's no mistake in this life. Saying this, Qian Diheng walked to the two mounds and knelt down. Although there were no tears in Sun Shu's eyes, there was a kind of sadness in them. After a while, Qian Diheng got up from the ground and looked at Sun Shu. He said indifferently, although Xiaohua left, the Imperial Thunder Sect still has me. If you have any problems, you can find me. Saying this, his figure flew into the air and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Damn it, how could this guy? Zhang Qingxiao, who had experienced Xiaohua's life and death several times, could not determine whether Xiaohua was dead or alive. Holding a jade slip in his hand, he frowned and looked at the night sky. My Devil Realm secret technique can determine whether you're dead or alive. Unfortunately, I don't have your blood essence. I don't even have a strand of your hair. Zhang Qingxiao scratched his head, but then his eyes lit up and his figure immediately turned into wind. I forgot. You still have Zhang Luber by your side. Junior sister has Luber's life jade slip. If you die, Luber will naturally not be alive. But if Luber is no longer here, what should junior sister do? Zhang Qingxiao was probably the first one to realize that Xiaohua was not dead, right? As for Sword Domain in a Sword Palace, Jioxia, who still looked like she was in her 20s, simply looked at the sword slip in her hand with disdain. She sneered, Humph, Daoist Xiao, that's Daoist Xiao. It would be strange if he could die. Not to mention 2 Yuanying stage cultivators. Even if there were 10, he would still be fine. Saying this, she casually threw the sword slip in her hand on the table on the stone wall in the distance. Then she opened her mouth and saw that there was a blue ripple in the sword palace. Layers of sword chi rippled in the sword transformation pool like water waves. As Jioxia opened her cherry mouth, a wisp of sword chi more sparkling than crystal rushed into her mouth from the sword transformation pool. After half a cup of tea's time, the hedgehog-like sword chi around Jioxia withdrew back into her body. Jioxia frowned and slapped her forehead. Something that looked like a nascent soul flew out from her forehead. It was a little pink fox the size of a fist. However, the little fox's tail shook slightly. There were 4 of them. Behind the little fox, a series of afterimages were fanned out. Swift. Jioxia sat down cross-legged and opened her mouth. The pink chi rushed into the air. The little fox let out a jeep sound and opened its mouth. The pink chi entered its mouth. With a light boom, the little pink fox suddenly expanded. Its 4 tails were especially obvious. Pa 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 pa. 4 consecutive sounds rang out as the little fox's 4 tails swung. Inexplicable, shattered phantoms appeared from the little fox's tails and gradually gathered together in front of Jioxia's eyes. When Jioxia saw it clearly, she couldn't help but frown. Although these afterimages were broken and incomplete, she could clearly see that they were the surging waves of the sea. In all the afterimages, besides the waves, she couldn't see anything else. Strange, Jioxia's face flushed red. She patted her hand and the 4-tailed little fox entered her body. She frowned and said, It seems that Xiaohua really went to the Kuai He Si. However, my divination technique can't see whether he's dead or alive. If Xiaohua is dead, it's impossible to create this illusion. But if Xiaohua isn't dead, I should be able to see some traces of him in this illusion. I've never encountered such a situation before. On the Dawn Rain continent, people related to Xiaohua were more or less thinking about whether he was dead or alive. But no one would have thought that Xiaohua would really appear in front of them one day. That attitude was so high that it made people look up to him, and so inconceivable. However, this time was so long ago that it was enough to make people forget. Chapter 3105. Everything in the Xiaoyu continent seemed to have nothing to do with Xiaohua, whether it was hatred or longing. Right now, he was in the depths of the sea, where the waves were surging. His eyes were tightly shut, and there was no expression on his face. He was neither sad nor happy. His entire body was slightly curled up, and his hands were clenched into fists. His body was moving up and down along with the waves. Sometimes he would be thrown high into the air, and sometimes he would be smashed into the bottom of the sea along with the waves. But no matter what, Xiaohua's body would always float back to the surface of the sea very quickly, just like a bird feather, neither flying nor sinking. After an unknown amount of time, the peaceful Guihe Ocean began to bustle with noise and excitement. Previously, there were only a few fishes, but now, there were gradually more and more fishes. One after another, fishes that were much bigger than Xiaohua rushed out from the bottom of the sea and cheerfully chased each other through the air. One after another, water pillars shot out from the top of these fishes' heads. At the same time, the cyan scales on these fishes' bodies began to shine under the scorching sun and speckled with splendor. The fishes flying in the air let out a cry, and dozens of them flew down. They originally wanted to get close to these fishes, but the water pillars that shot up hit their wings. GG. Some of them nimbly landed on these fishes and grabbed several scales. Some of them were hit by those water pillars and fell into the water with a pucici sound. But as soon as they touched the water, these fishes flew up again, and with a gao sound, they flew high into the sky. Occasionally, a loud hong sound would be heard, and an enormous black fish that was several dozen zhang long, like a mountain, would rush out from the azure water and rush into the air. Following that, waves of water would surge out. That rumbling sound was actually emitted from the mouth of this enormous fish. This enormous fish's body actually appeared extremely quickly, and in an instant, it would bump into those careless fishes. Pu-piu muffled sounds were heard, and many fishes were actually killed into blood and slowly slid down from the scales on the fish's body. Hong long long. The enormous fish frightened the fishes and once again landed on the surface of the sea. Following that, waves of water soared into the sky, and like an earth-shattering water curtain, it once again knocked down many startled fishes. The sky that was originally filled with fishes swimming and birds flying was instantly shattered. What's more, after the giant fish swam away, it was followed by tens of thousands of small fish. These small fish were sparkling, and were even smaller than a thumb. Thousands of sparkling lights were like quietly sprinkled mercury on the surface of the jade-green water. It was so beautiful. The sea birds that had been scared away by the giant fish were now chirping excitedly in the air. One by one, they swooped down without any regard for their lives. Every time they touched the surface of the sea, they would immediately fly higher. Their slender beaks were holding small but plump fish. The chirping of the birds became louder and louder, and the sky became even noisier. The sea birds that came out of nowhere covered the surface of the sea within 1,000 feet. Every one of them was in a hurry, but in an orderly manner, they all participated in this rare feast. Specks of spirit fragments, splashes of water, and layers of bird feathers, it was a scene of flourishing vitality. When there were fewer little fish, there would naturally be fewer sea birds. The sky slowly turned dark again. Following the unknown undercurrent in the sea, behind the tens of thousands of small fish, Xiaohua floated along with the waves. A few sea birds that had arrived late had yet to taste the feast of the sea and sky. They immediately changed their direction, turned their heads and swooped down unwillingly, wanting to take advantage of Xiaohua. However, when they were still a few feet away from Xiaohua, Xiaohua's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened. Those eyes were not pitch black, only reflecting specks of starlight. Those tens of thousands of starlight were actually faintly moving. Several sea birds seemed to be frightened by the starlight. They forcibly stopped their descent, flapped their wings, and hastily fled in a sorry state. While they were struggling, a bird feather leisurely floated towards Xiaohua's face. As if the bird's chirping had alarmed Xiaohua, those starlight violently swayed. A ball of fire flashed in his eyes, and his pitch-black pupils slowly appeared. At the same time, a kind of indescribable sorrow emerged from those eyes. Xiaohua's eyes moved, and he lightly blew a breath. That fluttering feather was blown to the side, touching the water and floating on the surface of the water. This is... Xiaohua woke up. With a glance, he saw the vast and boundless sky, as well as the familiar burning clouds and the gradually setting sun. However, without waiting for him to take a second look, with a plop, Xiaohua's entire body sank into the water. Who? Xiaohua hastily urged his magic power, wanting to use the water avoidance art. Unfortunately, although he used the Heart Sutra, his meridians were empty. Not to mention a trace of magic power, even that golden core, had long since disappeared. Damn it, Xiaohua opened his mouth, and a mouthful of seawater immediately rushed into his mouth. Pooh, Xiaohua helplessly closed his mouth, and with a stroke of his hands, his body nimbly rushed out from the bottom of the sea. Sigh, after decades of hard work, I've been beaten back to my original state. Xiaohua's body was originally as light as a goose feather. Later on, after being contaminated with primal chaos energy in the endless void, it returned to its original state and became as heavy as an ordinary body. And now, he slightly balanced himself, and his body was once again lying flat on the blue waves. Even his hands were stretched behind his head. The only thing missing was a green foxtail in his mouth, and he looked just like a shepherd boy in a mountain village. Life is always this cruel. As soon as you see the dawn, as soon as you see a trace of hope, your pride will be smashed to smithereens. Xiaohua looked at the dusk sky, the white clouds, and the dogs, all dyed in blood red, and his heart was very desolate. Xiaohua slightly pondered in his heart. Ever since he woke up in the Dawn Rain continent, until now, fate had been playing tricks on people. From a first-level qi refining cultivator, how many twists and turns had he gone through? How much bitterness had he suffered? With great difficulty, he cultivated to the early golden core stage. With great difficulty, he fought for a great reputation in the great battle of Tao and sword. But due to a freak combination of factors, he was unexpectedly expelled from the Imperial Thunder sect. Losing his sect wasn't particularly painful. But what made Xiaohua's heart turn cold was that the frost bamboo he had always placed his hopes on actually wanted to plot against him. What kind of Buddhist expert was this? With great difficulty, he came out from the ruins of the Buddhist sect, but he was actually chased by two middle nascent soul stage cultivators. Although Xiaohua had always been worried about this pursuit, he had always been thinking of ways to avoid it. But he didn't expect the momentum to be so fierce, far exceeding his ability. Although he used the Phoenix illusion, and Shueishueha had no choice but to give up their lives for him, he was still captured. If it weren't for the inexplicable threefold formation in this Kueha Sea, he definitely wouldn't have been able to escape from the hands of two middle nascent soul stage cultivators. Dozens of years of cultivation were like children in their eyes, and the affairs of the world played tricks on people, although Xiaohua escaped with his life. But all of his cultivation was crippled. The golden core that he had painstakingly condensed had already turned into a trace of flowing water, falling into this Kueha Sea and disappearing without a trace. Not only did the cultivation of the Tao sect turn into nothing, even the Buddhist sect's Buddha Saraira had almost disappeared. If it weren't for the 10,000 Buddha painting in the ruins of the Buddhist sect, perhaps the Saraira would never be seen again. Of course, within this threefold formation, the yin-yang seal that was like a fishbone in Xiaohua's throat was also easily broken, no longer leaving behind a trace of hidden danger. Moreover, Xiaohua's soul cultivation was also not affected by these threefold formations. It could also be considered a great fortune amidst misfortune. Let's see how bad it is. Xiaohua thought, and was about to use his divine sense. Unfortunately, the Buddha Saraira was gone. How could his divine sense still exist? Xiaohua couldn't help but smile bitterly. Forget it, Xiaohua's mind fell into the space again. The space naturally wasn't affected by the threefold formation. That green-robed Xiaohua sat cross-legged in the sky, while holding the sword gourd, his hands occasionally forming hand seals. Cough cough, fellow Taoist. Xiaohua's mind, which had turned into a jade archive, coughed and asked, "Is everything all right?" Green-robed Xiaohua didn't even raise his head, as if he already understood everything that happened, and replied, "This space is independent of the Dawn Rain continent. It won't be affected by the formation outside. However, the refining of this spirit-slaying light is indeed troublesome. You'll have to wait for a while longer. Fellow Taoist has worked hard." Jade Archive, Xiaohua said with a smile. "Now we've temporarily avoided danger. We won't return to the Dawn Rain continent in a short period of time. So fellow Taoist can slowly refine this spirit-slaying light." And I know. Green-robed Xiaohua pointed at the restriction in the distance and said, "Now, is it possible to refine some basic pills? There's no need to trouble fellow Taoist." Jade Archive, Xiaohua said with a smile. Although the spirit-slaying light isn't that urgent, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the Gui he sees is scarce. All magic tools aren't easy to use, so the spirit-slaying light is still more useful. This penniless Taoist can handle the matter of the pills myself. In I's opinion, these spiritual herbs that have undergone yin and yang must be extraordinary. Simple pills must also have extraordinary effects. I hope so. Green-robed Xiaohua heard that he didn't need to do it himself, so he lowered his head and continued to ponder over the refining of the spirit-slaying light. Jade Archive Xiaohua stretched out his hand. That three-legged vermilion bird phoenix pattern furnace appeared in his hand. He flicked his hand again, igniting the Samadhi true fire, and began to warm the furnace. In the middle of refining the pills, Jade Archive Xiaohua looked at other places. Everything was normal, apart from Little Yellow and Little Black, who were lying on the ground with their limbs in a strange posture. There were faint fluctuations from the 9 suns and 6 moons flowing into their bodies. Even the iceworm king egg and other items that Xiaohua obtained at the beginning seemed to be gradually exuding vitality. And, with such vitality, it's a world. Jade Archive Xiaohua was secretly delighted. He then looked at the furnace. Black light flashed around his body, and he once again escaped into the yin side of the netherworld. The yin side of the netherworld was different from the yang side. The netherworld sea was turbulent, and gusts of netherworld wind blew in the entire space. Where did the vitality come from? There was only the power of death emitted from the black sun. On the contrary, the netherworld lotus and the netherworld bamboo were still faintly shining. The stone statue was also flickering with demonic fire, constantly burning Zhang Xiaohua. Looking at the netherworld lotus, Xiaohua's heart ached again. He clearly knew that today's situation for Shui would be many times better than her cultivation achievements. But subconsciously, he still hoped that the lively, competitive, and possessive Shui, who saw things she liked, would be alive and standing in front of him. Chapter 3106. Good fortune, good fortune. Jade Archive Xiaohua couldn't help but sigh. He took a few more glances at the netherworld lotus before leaving the netherworld. Refining a low-level pill was very easy for the Jade Archive Xiaohua. But when Xiaohua took the pill, he discovered that he seemed to have made a mistake. Yin and yang seemed to have an effect on living spiritual objects, but it didn't have an obvious effect on the spiritual grass. Or perhaps Xiaohua didn't notice this effect. The effect of the newly refined pill was no different from what Xiaohua usually took. Of course, Xiaohua wasn't too depressed despite his disappointment. His cultivation had always been very difficult. Even if he cultivated from the beginning, it would only take a few decades. Xiaohua had now made a decision. No matter how thin the heaven and earth spiritual energy was in this Kueha Sea, he would only choose a small island and lay down a formation. He wouldn't ask about anything else. He would raise his cultivation to late nascent soul stage, or even spirit severing stage. Thinking about the cultivation on the Dawn Rain continent, apart from a very few periods of seclusion, Xiaohua spent most of his time busy with karma and couldn't cultivate in peace. Therefore, the improvement of his cultivation had always been slow, like a child staggering in the mud, and every step he took was extremely difficult. It was also because of this that Shui and Wu Xian fell. Every time Xiaohua thought of Shui and Wu Xian, the two people closest to him on Dawn Rain continent, his heart would feel like it was pierced by a needle. Now he already knew that his enemies were not only the 3 nascent soul stage cultivators from Shi, but also the 2 old monsters whose cultivation had reached spirit severing stage. How could he repeat the same mistake and return to Dawn Rain continent without full confidence? After taking a few medicinal pills, Xiaohua slowly activated his cultivation method to refine the medicinal pills. At the same time, he also activated the dragon transformation art and celestial body bestowment technique. He crazily absorbed a large amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy from the surroundings of Kueha Sea. At first, it was very small, but then a strong gale gradually formed. After Xiaohua cultivated for a moment, he suddenly discovered with astonishment, that's not right. The deeper I fly into Kueha Sea, the thinner the heaven and earth spiritual energy is? Why is the heaven and earth spiritual energy here far richer than before encountering the triple formation? Although it still can't compare to Dawn Rain continent, it's enough for cultivation. Thinking of this, Xiaohua was immediately overjoyed. Since the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was rich, He naturally had more confidence in recovering his cultivation and advancing to the nascent soul realm. Maybe we should find an island. Xiaohua couldn't use his divine sense at this time, so he naturally looked up. Unfortunately, the waves were boundless in all directions, so how could there be any land? Do you want Little Yellow and the rest to come out? Xiaohua's search was fruitless. Instead, he thought of the two little fellows. But these two fellows finally took the initiative to cultivate. Isn't it inappropriate to disturb them like this? Swoosh! Right at this moment, several silver shuttle-like little silver fishes passed by Xiaohua's surroundings. Quite a few silver fishes even blankly bumped into Xiaohua's body. In the air, the previously dissipated sea birds gathered once again and flew towards Xiaohua while shrieking. Strange. Xiaohua turned his head strangely, only to see that behind him, more than 100 zhang away, something that looked like a brown flower branch poked out of the sea and rushed towards Xiaohua's direction. Looking at the bottom of the flower branch, there was another several zhang of dark brown scales. Wasn't that another rather large sea fish? Great! Xiaohua couldn't help beaming with joy when he saw it. Truly a mount sent by the heavens. It's better to let the two little fellows cultivate. This Xiao can handle such a small matter by himself. Immediately after, Xiaohua lay down on the ground again. His figure drifted along with the waves, but he released his divine sense. When the large fish got closer, only several zhang away, his figure suddenly flew up and easily crossed the sea surface, landing on the back of the large fish. Good boy. This fish should be several tens of zhang long, right? Xiaohua's figure landed very gracefully. Although his Fa Li hadn't recovered yet, he still had ethereal steps and other martial arts, so he wasn't afraid of being discovered by the large fish. However, the place where his feet landed was precisely the dark brown scales, which were even larger than his feet. Looking at the fish's spine, which was even larger than a house, Xiaohua was stupefied again. Roar! Seemingly aware of the slight discomfort on its back, the large fish shook a few times. An indescribable huge force was born from the scales, forcing Xiaohua to have no choice but to jump up. Fortunately, the large fish quickly swam towards the east and didn't make any other abnormal movements. Seeing that the large fish was stable, Xiaohua also sat down cross-legged. In order to not disturb the large fish, he didn't activate the immortal body bestowment technique. He only took a few medicinal pills and used his heart to refine his true qi in his body, condensing his true essence and slowly recovering his Fa Li. That large fish seemed to be looking for food, and also seemed to be migrating. In short, it swallowed many fish along the way as it swam towards the east. Xiaohua leaned on the large fish's back, where the flower branch was located, and it was quite comfortable. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. These peaceful days only lasted for several dozen days. Although the large fish was still swimming towards the east, its body sank into the sea. Xiaohua was helpless. He could only jump down from the large fish's back and continue to soak in the sea. At this time, Xiaohua already had some true essence in his meridians, but it was still somewhat insufficient to activate the flight technique. Of course, this true essence could be used to refine the flight talisman. However, after refining the flight talisman, he would have to spend true essence to activate the flight talisman. Who knew when he would be able to find an island in this vast sea? Xiaohua also wasn't in a hurry to refine the flight talisman. He only focused on taking medicinal pills. In less than 2 days, another large fish passed by Xiaohua's left side, but this large fish was swimming towards the south. Xiaohua didn't say anything further. He landed on the large fish's back and followed it towards the south of the Kueha Sea. After several dozen days like this, the true essence in Xiaohua's body gradually increased. Only then did he have the confidence in his heart. He flew up from the large turtle shell that he had just changed into. He activated the wind escape technique and flew towards the east. His movement didn't matter, but the large turtle immediately sensed it. With a psob sound, it shrunk its neck and dived deep into the Kueha Sea. It was unknown how many years had passed before it dared to come out of the water again. Although he already had enough true essence to support the flight technique, Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. He continued to take medicinal pills while activating the dragon transformation art and the heavenly infusion technique to speed up his cultivation. Needless to say, the heavenly bestowment technique was already much stronger than before. Without the seal on the middle dantian, the dragon transformation art was obviously much stronger than before. What was special was that when the dragon transformation art was activated, it was relaxed, smooth, and cheerful. Xiaohua really enjoyed it. It was far from the previous oppressive and obscure feeling. Sure enough, as Xiaohua thought, the further east he went, the denser the heaven and earth spiritual qi became. Although the change wasn't particularly big, the amount of heaven and earth spiritual qi entering Xiaohua's body increased by a lot. Xiaohua could keenly sense it. However, although he had flown for more than 10 days, Xiaohua's feet were still ice-cold seawater. He didn't see any reefs or islands. Looking at the dark clouds in the distance that looked like they were dancing ghosts mixed with a dozen hurricanes rushing towards him, Xiaohua couldn't help but complain inwardly. He had trained in the Kueha Sea before and knew that the Kueha Sea was mostly filled with violent winds and torrential rains. In these 10 days, he hadn't encountered any storms. It was truly rare. He naturally also knew that this huge storm might not have any effect on him, but the true essence that he had painstakingly cultivated would be completely exhausted once again. It's best to find a place to shelter from the rain. Xiaohua hurriedly looked around. There seems to be an island over there. Far to the east, at the edge of the torrential rain, Xiaohua could vaguely see a few dark spots under the monstrous waves. These dark spots were mixed with some colorful mottled spots. It was somewhat eye-catching. Unfortunately, Xiaohua currently only had his eyes and soul consciousness. His soul consciousness couldn't reach far. It was difficult for it to be of much use. Immediately, Xiaohua urged his flying technique and hurriedly flew towards those dark spots. Swoosh! Just as Xiaohua approached those dark spots and recognized that they were some reefs that were exposed above the sea surface, the majestic rain and the strong wind blew over. The pitiful Xiaohua was also unwilling to use the golden light protecting his body. With a sweep of his soul consciousness, he found a rather large cave and went in. Although the wind and waves were big, the rain poured down like a waterfall, it had nothing to do with this abject cultivator. Xiaohua even sat cross-legged in the somewhat damp cave and raised his eyes to look at the gloomy sky. He said to himself with extreme regret, "Alas, this storm is still a bit weak. There isn't even any heavenly thunder. It's really boring." Soon after, Xiaohua closed his 5 senses, urged his heart sutra, and entered secluded meditation. This secluded meditation lasted for more than 10 days. When he used the sun-shrouding art, his soul consciousness improved and Xiaohua woke up again. He wasn't in a hurry to come out of the cave and hurriedly checked his cultivation. When his soul consciousness entered his lower dantian, he couldn't help but be stunned. As early as when he was in the 5 Elements Annihilation Great Array, Xiaohua already knew that the golden core he had painstakingly spent more than 720 dry separation pills and absorbed countless gold qi and sword qi from the sword mound was completely destroyed by the Great Array. He had no choice but to cultivate from the beginning again step by step. But at this time, in his soul consciousness, it wasn't like he had imagined. There was no trace of the golden core at all. On the contrary, at the location of the golden core, where the 2 lightning cores were at the front and back of the golden core, and where the tens of thousands of golden cores were originally condensed from gold qi were at, there were traces invisible to the naked eye but detectable by soul consciousness. But these traces seemed to be different from the golden core from before. Previously, in Xiaohua's lower dantian, that golden core was the location of true essence, and all the magic power came from there. The 2 lightning cores circled around the golden core one after the other, and traces of lightning rushed into the golden core. All the other gold qi cores didn't produce true essence or magic power. But now, the traces of these golden cores were no different from the traces of the golden core. At least, Xiaohua's soul consciousness couldn't see any difference. So much so that if Xiaohua didn't know that these were traces of the lightning cores being erased, he wouldn't have been able to determine anything special from the traces. Chapter 3107. In other words, these thousands of traces were all the same. They were either traces of the gold core or traces of gold qi. But it was clear that Xiaohua's true essence, which was condensed from true essence, flowed into these traces. These traces were naturally traces of the gold core. Damn it! Xiaohua couldn't help but groan. It was already so difficult for him to condense a gold core. Now a gold core nebula actually appeared in his lower dantian. Not to mention having a nascent soul. Even if he wanted to restore this nebula-shaped gold core to its previous gold core realm, how much effort would it take? Heavens, are you playing with me? Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Unfortunately, this was only the first abnormality after the gold core was annihilated. Immediately after, Xiaohua discovered the second abnormality. Because as true essence flowed into his lower dantian, the traces of his gold core didn't change at all. In other words, Xiaohua could sense his own gold core, but it didn't increase in size like an ordinary gold core. Could it be that there are too many nebula-shaped gold cores? My true essence can't be distributed? These gold cores can't increase in size? Xiaohua could only suspect like this, but he already had a premonition in his heart. It seemed that the complexity of the matter was far from what his divine sense could see. As for what the real answer was, the current Xiaohua naturally couldn't explain it. He could only wait until his cultivation gradually recovered in the future. Then he could carefully search for it. Thus, Xiaohua temporarily put his lower dantian aside and sent his divine sense into his middle dantian. Following the breaking of the seal in my middle dantian, this Xiao seems to remember that this Xiao cultivated some carefree heart sutra before. Moreover, I cultivated it to the 18th layer of qi refining. And I'm afraid that day when this Xiao insisted that qi refining should be at the 18th layer. It was because of this. Before Xiaohua's divine sense entered his middle dantian, he thought to himself, however, since this middle dantian is also true qi and also an aura refining cultivation base, I'm afraid that it was also completely wiped out by the 5 elements annihilation great formation, right? As Xiaohua thought, his middle dantian was empty, somewhat similar to his lower dantian. However, there was no trace of an aurous core. Instead, it was a sword-shaped primordial spirit that flashed with a faint golden light. Around it were 8 swords of different sizes that rotated extremely slowly. Xiaohua's origin soul that had entered the dream executioner's body looked like a sword, but the golden light around it made it look like a human. However, if one looked closely, they would see that there was a small heart inside the sword. It looked like a beating heart. This surging wave spread out from the sword's shape, and through the golden light, it spread to the 8 small swords around it. This small sword also trembled along with the heart-shaped undulations, forming the shape of a heart sword. An indescribable sense of righteousness and sharpness emanated from this sword-shaped primordial spirit. It felt as if it could pierce through the heavens. What a pity for my sword origin. Xiaohua was a little regretful. He knew in his heart that his ability to transform into a sword was simply too coincidental. There would not be a second sword tomb in this world, and there would not be any more gold qi for him to condense sword essence. If he followed the Huan country's sword cultivation method, he would have to work 100 times harder than before to enter the sword transformation realm. Thinking of this, Xiaohua's mind suddenly lit up, as if he had thought of something. Almost impatiently, his divine sense left his middle dantian, and he took out a jade slip. Wasn't this the secret technique from Huda Village's G-Man? After Xiaohua carefully read it, he closed his eyes and pondered for a long time. A rare smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This was the first time Xiaohua smiled from the bottom of his heart after the great change. That's right, it should be like this. At this moment, Xiaohua was like a pearl of wisdom in his chest. He laughed softly and said, "My middle dantian's 18th layer of qi refining cultivation has been crippled, but the foundation of my true qi is still there. Isn't it precisely because I can transform my true qi into the righteous qi of Confucian cultivators? Moreover, my sword intent is the heart sword. Isn't it the same as the core heart incantation left by Huang Yi? The most wonderful thing is that the core heart incantation is in the inheritance of Confucian cultivators. I also obtained a core heart from a mysterious space. That core heart is the most righteous qi in the world refined by Confucian cultivators. It can be used to display the core heart incantation. Everything really comes naturally and seamlessly." Go, Xiaohua clapped his hands. The Confucian secret technique, core heart, tortoise shell, and Confucian clothes were all sent into his middle dantian. They fell in front of his heart sword primordial spirit. His entire middle dantian was immediately illuminated by a red light. Everything was scarlet red. An indescribable feeling emerged from Xiaohua's heart. This feeling was a kind of rebirth, a kind of freedom, a kind of uprightness, a kind of breathing, a kind of lofty sentiments. Hiss, Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air. The cultivation of Taoism was also extremely subtle. When one cultivated to a profound level, it would also make one's ears prick and cheeks scratch with joy. All kinds of strange feelings would come one after another. Similarly, it was also indescribable with words. However, Xiaohua had never experienced such a grand and unyielding aura like the heart of cinnabar, which pressed forward courageously. It had never appeared even in the sword intent of Huan country's sword cultivators and Xiaohua's uncondensed core heart. And it just so happened that Xiaohua was extremely fond of this incomparably upright momentum. It was also in line with his temperament. How could he not be astonished? Confucian cultivator. Mysterious Confucian cultivator. After Xiaohua's astonishment, he was delighted and sighed. A cultivation path that can stand up to my Taoism. Sure enough, it has its own uniqueness. It's a pity that this righteous path of heaven and earth was actually destroyed by Taoism. It's really a pity. While Xiaohua was thinking, that Confucian robe landed in his middle dantian. It was precisely on the body of the sword-shaped primordial spirit. A rather refined Xiaohua stood majestically in his dantian. An indescribable momentum was emitted from within the red light. After settling the sword-shaped primordial spirit in his middle dantian, Xiaohua's divine sense once again fell into his Naiwen palace. When he saw the layer of faint golden seal characters outside his Naiwen palace, Xiaohua was greatly alarmed. An ancient memory immediately poured into his mind. Innate divine restriction? Rabbit talisman? Golden crow talisman. Xiaohua closed his eyes for a moment. The expression on his face was one of ecstasy and confusion. The extremely powerful capital star formation on Dawn Rain continent is actually only one of the 360 innate divine restrictions on my Naiwen palace. Moreover, it's the simplest defensive formation. The other formations, aren't they even more powerful? But how can my Naiwen palace have so many powerful innate divine restrictions? And I only need to comprehend more of these divine restrictions. Won't I also be able to attain Tao? Unfortunately, Xiaohua's primordial spirit could no longer be separated. After thinking for a moment, he truly sent the almost invisible Buddha Saraira into his Naiwen palace. Then, he sent the exquisite leaf scripture that was almost completely repaired in the Buddhist sect's ruins into his Naiwen palace. Similarly, the exquisite derivation pagoda immediately emitted a Buddhist light as soon as it entered. The entire pagoda began to slowly expand until it was more than 90 zhang tall. Every layer was about 10 zhang tall and emitted a golden radiance from within. Understood. Seeing the exquisite derivation pagoda in such a state, how could Xiaohua still not understand? This exquisite derivation pagoda isn't purely used to store gold leaf. Its greatest function is to cultivate Buddha Saraira. Sure enough, when the Buddha Saraira entered the exquisite pagoda, the entire first layer of the exquisite pagoda emitted countless golden radiance like a heavenly maiden scattering flowers. That's right, there's also the golden crow I obtained from the Buddhist sect's ruins. In the Buddhist sect's ruins, Xiaohua only obtained a few Buddhist artifacts and the golden crow. Now, he naturally had to carefully examine it. Heaven's eye connection? The golden crow that was sent into the exquisite pagoda was also opened. Seeing the golden radiance on the pages, Xiaohua frowned. What is this? However, when he briefly looked through the contents of the book, he couldn't help but be overjoyed again. He thought to himself, people often say that one who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune later on. Today, I escaped from the Buddhist sect's ruins and escaped with my life from the hands of 2 nascent soul cultivators. As expected, I was extremely lucky. Those with the heaven's eye connection can see the 4 great colors of the world through their eyes. It is called the heaven's eye. What the heaven's eye sees from the 6 paths of the earth to the 6 paths of the earth, all living beings, whether near or far, covering or fine, all colors can be seen. Isn't it tailor-made for this Xiao? The Dharma eye in this Zhao's left hand seems to be increasingly useless, and I don't know how to cultivate the Dharma eye soul imprint between my eyebrows. In particular, isn't the Mo Zhao corpse from the Mo Zhao Black Forest also useless? The 3 elders of the Ardent Fire Mountain once had a secret technique that could use the brain matter. The brain matter can also improve one of the 5 senses of the fleshly body. Isn't this heaven's eye connection suitable for use? It's really a good thing. Soon after, Xiaohua handed the golden centipede and the secret technique to the Buddha Saraira. The 3 things Xiaohua relied on for his cultivation were also heavily damaged by the 3 layers of formations. One was the nebula gold core of the Tao sect in the lower dantian. One was the overwhelming elixir core of the Confucian cultivator in the middle dantian, and one was the Buddha Saraira of the Buddhist sect in the upper dantian. Now, they were all destroyed and rebuilt. Under Xiaohua's arrangement, each of the three primordial spirits began the most basic cultivation. Xiaohua's divine sense once again entered his meridians. That primordial spirit cultivating the dragon transformation art was still as heavy as before. Without the seal on the middle dantian, a feeling of relief emerged from the primordial spirit. Xiaohua knew that his meridians were not damaged. He only needed to let his primordial spirit continue cultivating the dragon transformation art. Sooner or later, it would succeed. Xiaohua's divine sense once again looked at the primordial spirit in his fleshly body. It was still energetically cultivating the immortal body empowerment technique. Only then did he return his divine sense to his bloodline. As early as when he entered the Gui He Si, Xiaohua had already given the Blood Drop Paradise's magic slip to the primordial spirit in his bloodline. Later, because of the 3 layers of formations, Xiaohua put the blood ring into the space. He looked at his bloodline and found nothing unusual. His mind entered the space again and took out the blood ring. However, when he took out the blood ring, Xiaohua's mind found something different. What is this? Xiaohua stretched out his hand, and a blood-like 5-colored crystal fell into his hand. Why is this thing next to Shang Huaming's god statue? Could it be, this is something from the god statue? Wasn't this god statue sealed in the jade rui by the Empress of the 10,000 Demon Realm? Chapter 3108. Jade Archive. Xiaohua frowned as he looked at the god statue that was already standing upright in his space. Because when the entire space was separated into yin and yang, Xiaohua didn't see this god statue, so it must have happened after that. And in the following period of time, other than grief, Xiaohua mainly cleaned up the mess and didn't pay too much attention to the god statue's appearance. Today, not only did the god statue appear, but it also sent out this blood droplet-like crystal. It was really strange. What happened? Xiaohua pondered for a moment, then looked at Dai Ber, who had returned to the appearance of a little girl. However, this girl had been moved to another place by Xiaohua. Just like Jiang Luer, she couldn't come into contact with other things in the space. Could it be because this girl returned to her human form? Her aura can make this jade scepter release the god statue? But even if the jade scepter can mistake Dai Ber for the 10,000 Demon Realms Empress, this god statue can't send out this crystal for this reason. Jade Archive. Xiaohua was very puzzled, but suddenly, he grasped at the air again, and a rainbow-colored conch-like object appeared in his hand. An inconceivable thought appeared in his mind. Could it be this thing? This 7-colored conch was found by Xiaohua in the 3rd Great Formation. At that time, this thing was stagnant in the corner of the Clear Time Demon Formation, which was also the moment before Xiaohua fell unconscious. Xiaohua really forgot about this matter. If he didn't remember this matter, he wouldn't know whether to put this thing into the space or not. Xiaohua's mind withdrew from the space, holding the 5-colored crystal in one hand and the 7-colored conch in the other. His eyes narrowed slightly. Although his face was very calm, his heart was like a raging river and overturning sea. The 10,000 Demon Realms Empress said clearly that she came to the Dawn Rain continent to find a person called Minghua. This person's status in the 10,000 Demon Realm, the Empress didn't say clearly, but she only mentioned something about the Demon Clan's body extension technique. It was said that it was a supreme technique that only great sage venerables could cultivate. Minghua who could cultivate this technique. How bad could he be in the 10,000 Demon Realm? What was special was that this so-called 10,000 Demon Realm Empress came to the Dawn Rain continent to search for the person. Xiaohua knew the weight of this person, even if he used his heel. But it just so happened that this dark mantra had a connection with Shang Huaming. The statue left behind in Shang Huaming's ancestral temple could actually be absorbed by the goddess's jade rui. Xiaohua understood that the founder of Shang Huaming's sect was most likely related to the dark mantra. Of course, in the millions of Meng Mountains, Xiaohua also saw a Grand Witch Elder called Minghua. But looking at the Grand Witch Elder's ferocious and ugly appearance, Xiaohua was too lazy to associate him with the delicate empress of the 10,000 Demon Realm. Xiaohua simply didn't take out the jade scepter again. Who cares if that dark mantra is the dark mantra that the empress spoke of? But now this rainbow-colored conch, which was hidden in the 3-layered array, had actually caused the jade rui to release the god statue, and the god statue had even released the mysterious 5-colored crystal. It could only mean that the rainbow conch had an extremely important connection with the dark mantra. Thinking about the 10,000 Demon Realm again, Xiaohua could almost conclude that this rainbow-colored conch was the original body of Dark Mantra. That Dark Mantra must have also encountered this three-layered array back then. No, it was very likely that there was a great secret in this three-layered array. Dark Mantra wanted to explore the secret with his own power, so he was trapped in the array. But Dark Mantra's cultivation base couldn't resist the corrosion of the Song of Time after all. In the end, he had to transform into his original body and condensed in one place of the array, not daring to move at all to resist this array. If it wasn't for meeting Xiaohua, Minghua probably wouldn't know how long he would stay here. Of course, Xiaohua's various guesses were based on the premise that the release of the five-colored crystal was due to the rainbow-colored conch entering his space. If there were other reasons that he didn't know, he wouldn't be able to say anything. Under this three-layered array, what secret is hidden? Xiaohua thought of this, and his gaze became a little distant. Is it an ancient relic? Or a treasure of the demon clan? It actually allowed a powerful demon clan expert to come from the demon realm to the Dawn Rain continent, and even be trapped in this array for so many years? Thinking of the power of the three-layered array, Xiaohua looked at the dark rainy night again and mocked himself. Who cares what kind of treasure it is? Not to mention that I don't know the location of the three-layered array. Even if I can find it, I'm afraid I can't go in again. 5 elements annihilation array. All things of the 5 elements will be destroyed by it. Song of Time demon array. Even a nascent soul with a lifespan of 1,000 years will be obliterated by it. Tiske. The heavens really have eyes for me to be able to take it out to escape. Immediately, Xiaohua didn't dare to throw away the rainbow-colored conch, and also sent it into the space. However, he was far away from Jiang Luer and Dai Ber, and didn't let them be together. Then, Xiaohua was about to send the 5-colored crystal into the space, but he stopped again. He thought to himself, the bone tempering technique of the Sunset Island has been cultivated for a long time. But I haven't obtained the Earth origin, so the bone tempering has been unable to reach perfection. This needs to be found, but the primordial spirit left in the bones can't rest. I might as well let it practice Shang Huaming's bone tempering technique. Since I'm going to cultivate it, I'll also comprehend the 5-colored crystal. That's right. Thinking of this, Xiaohua's eyes lit up again. Also, that heavenly laws embodiment technique, my physical body seems to have comprehended it, but I can't use it. This Zhao's bones, can they be used? Also, if this rainbow-colored conch is really the dark flower, then this 5-colored crystal is also a holy object. Even if it isn't, I can still obtain some body extension technique from him. Can I cultivate the body extension technique outside of the heavenly laws embodiment technique? Thus, the bone tempering that had been stagnant all this time was further cultivated under Xiaohua's arrangement. After arranging the bone cultivation, Xiaohua sent the blood ring back into his body. Although there was no primordial spirit left in his blood vessels, it was just as Xiaohua had thought before. He had succeeded in cultivating the blood shadow technique. This blood drop paradise was a technique of the devil realm. Using the blood shadow technique to control his blood vessels, and using the black flame and devil chi in the blood ring, he could cultivate it. In particular, Xiaohua's physical body was a demigod body. It could block all probing with divine sense, so the devil chi in his blood vessels wouldn't leak out. Cracks. Xiaohua had just finished arranging everything for his cultivation, and had just pulled his mind out of the mysterious dark cloud of soul cultivation when he heard the sound of heavenly thunder outside. Countless lightning bolts were wreaking havoc on the surface of the Gui he see as if there was no one there. Ha. Xiaohua laughed a few times. He urged his remaining primordial spirit to fly out of the cave, and shouted loudly, "Why is the heavenly law? Life and death come first. The heavenly law is not few. I will follow the path of karma. Today, I will enter the cycle of reincarnation again. I will cultivate the golden body again. Don't talk about looking down on the world. Don't talk about revenge. I will hold up the sky with one hand and kill all the evildoers in the world." Just as he finished laughing, a lightning bolt as thick as a thumb struck down. It was the power of heaven and earth laughing at Xiaohua's pride. Go, Xiaohua released the Buddha Saraira. The Buddha Saraira now was different from before. In the past, the Naiwan Palace was in the Buddha Saraira. The Buddha Saraira couldn't come out of Xiaohua's body, so Xiaohua used the projection of the Buddha Saraira. Now that the Buddha Saraira was reborn, it fell into the sea of consciousness of the Naiwan Palace, so it could freely enter and leave the Naiwan Palace. As Xiaohua sent the Buddha Saraira out, the lightning bolt really hit the Saraira. Zilala! A little bit of golden light came out of the Saraira. The storm in the QC had always been the main theme. This storm that Xiaohua had not encountered for a long time had lasted for more than 10 days. Xiaohua had even sent the Buddha Saraira into the sky and was continuously bombarded by the heavenly lightning for 4 to 5 days. In the end, the heavenly lightning might have been exhausted. Only then did it stop and change into a torrential downpour. In the beginning, Xiaohua didn't dare to use his body to touch the lightning of the Buddha Saraira. He could only hide under the Buddha Saraira. Afterwards, Xiaohua simply took out that indescribable small bucket. The small bucket also attracted the lightning. When the lightning fell into the small bucket, a small amount of lightning leaked out from the small bucket's damaged area and landed on Xiaohua's body. This little bit of heavenly lightning was undeniably hard for Xiaohua's body to bear, but every time the lightning struck, the nebula golden core in his lower dantian would flicker and give birth to purple lightning. Moreover, during the lightning strikes, an indescribable feeling of fullness filled Xiaohua's body and even flowed into the space. Therefore, Xiaohua gradually used this little bit of heavenly lightning to temper his body. Seeing that the rain had stopped and the clouds had dispersed, a slanting ray of sunlight shone through the thick black clouds, like a sword of light piercing into the sea. That boundless brilliance was born from the waves of snow that were still rolling up. Xiaohua put away the Buddha Saraira and was about to take out a set of Taoist robes from the space. However, his gaze fell on the extremely dazzling 7-colored brilliance in the waves of snow. He couldn't help but be stunned. Then he looked left and right in disbelief. He released his divine sense again and looked at the surrounding several hundred zhang. He clapped his hands and laughed. Haha, isn't this the great flag reef that disappeared? How did it run here? Sure enough, under Xiaohua's feet was a messy reef. Countless intersecting reefs jutted out of the sea. Many parts of these reefs were damaged, showing signs of being damaged. Below these reefs, there was a layer of thin, fingernail-sized protrusions. These protrusions were 7-colored and extremely dazzling. At this moment, under the illumination of the sunlight, they refracted the sunlight and looked like 7-colored stone pillars. Wasn't this the Great Flag Reef where Xiaohua and Shueshue met Kwa Qiaober and Kwa rhyming in the Guihi Sea? The dangers of the Great Flag Reef were still in front of him, but this Great Flag Reef was no longer the Great Flag Reef. That considerate person was also gone. Xiaohua couldn't help but sigh. Things were still the same, but people were different. Chapter 3109. Perhaps it's fate. Xiaohua looked to the west. Although the sun had yet to set, the west was shrouded in mist, and he couldn't see anything. He sighed and thought, it's said that the deeper you fly, the more dangerous it is. Moreover, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is increasingly scarce and not suitable for cultivation. However, this Xiao has already experienced the dangers of the Qianhe Sea. I didn't expect that in the depths of the sea, there would be a place with such dense spiritual energy. Of course, this Zhao's current cultivation doesn't necessarily rely on spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Since I encountered Great Flag Reef here, this Xiao will cultivate in seclusion here. Immediately, Xiaohua found a slightly flat place and sat down cross-legged. He took out a few refined pills and put them into his mouth. Dragon transformation art and heavenly body bestowment technique were used at the same time. Strands of water-type spiritual energy of heaven and earth were produced nearby like a hurricane and rushed into Xiaohua's body. Soon, the sun set and the stars filled the sky. Countless astral powers from the outer realms blew down. Not only did it cover Xiaohua, even the vicinity of Great Flag Reef was gradually submerged in the astral powers. Under the Qianhe Sea, the fishes were attracted by the astral powers and gathered together. Unknowingly, several months had passed like this. Xiaohua had gradually become accustomed to this kind of lonely cultivation. Every time he woke up from a short period of seclusion, he would immediately enter the space. Although the inside of the netherworld didn't change at all, Xiaohua's heart was at ease every time he saw the 2 purple balls on the netherworld bamboo and netherworld lotus. Gradually, the grief and indignation began to calm down. Whether it was the cultivation of the Tao sect or the Buddha's Saraira, they were all steadily recovering. However, the heart of elixir of the Confucian cultivator had once again exceeded Xiaohua's expectations. In just a few short months, Sword Heart Xiaohua had already successfully transformed the foundation of the 18th layer of the Carefree Heart Sutra of the Middle Dantian into the righteous qi of the Confucian cultivator using a secret technique. He had passed through the most basic stage of refining essence into qi of the Confucian cultivator. Moreover, the righteous qi was gradually fusing with the heart of core. When the time was ripe, he could immediately use the torch imparting technique to directly receive the crystallization of Confucianism within the heart of core. Thus, in one fell swoop, he would enter the true stage of refining qi and returning spirit. Xiaohua even has a feeling that with the foundation of the 18th layer of the qi refining realm in his middle dantian, his Confucian cultivation technique might even surpass that of Taoist and Buddhist cultivators, allowing him to refine the spirit and return to the void. He might even be able to reach the final stage of the void refinement fusion stage. Little Yellow, Little Black, and Little Silver also came out of Xiaohua's space many times. Especially after coming out at night and obtaining the Star Force, he no longer wanted to cultivate in the space at night. After Xiaohua heard Xiao Hei's explanation, he suddenly understood. Although he didn't know what was around him at night, it was obvious that this was the thing that he refined when he closed his eyes to refine pills at night. Since this thing was useful to Blackie and the others, he naturally kept them by his side. Time is the song of Zhaoga. After a song is sung, another song will rise. When this Xiao returns to the Dawn Rain continent, it will be the time of Zhaoga's prime. Xiaohua woke up one day and checked his cultivation base. Confidence rose in his heart. He looked in the direction of the Dawn Rain continent in the west and said indifferently. Then Xiaohua entered the space and took some pills from the green-robed Xiaohua. He came out and was about to take them and go into seclusion again. Little Silver, who was next to Xiaohua, suddenly became impatient and flew to Xiaohua's side. Lying on Little Yellow's back on the reef, Little Silver hurriedly chirped. It was strange. If they were inside the space, Xiaohua would be able to understand what Little Silver was saying, but outside the space, Xiaohua couldn't. Roar, roar. Little Yellow was a little impatient and seemed to be blaming Little Silver. But Little Silver's little tail curled up pitifully in midair and trembled slightly. He held his paws in front of his chest, looking so pitiful that even Xiaohua's heart ached a little when he saw it. Without another word, Xiaohua sent Little Yellow and the other two into the space. His own mind also turned into a jade archive and Xiaohua entered it. What are you doing? Little Yellow's voice rang out. Can't you see that Mummy is cultivating outside? Mummy, Mummy. Little Silver's small voice rang out. Mummy, tell Mummy that I feel something. Let's go. Boy feels that something very powerful is coming. What powerful thing? How come Mummy doesn't know? Little Yellow was about to scold Little Silver when Jade Archive Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air and cursed inwardly. Although Xiaohua had escaped the pursuit of perfected Dube Yi and kindness Xingzi and escaped with his life through the triple array, it was obvious that perfected Dube Yi and kindness Xingzi had been entrusted by someone to chase after Xiaohua. The two of them and Xiaohua had both disappeared, so how could the people behind them not ask about it? Xiaohua had encountered the triple array, but that didn't mean that everyone who entered the depths of Kueha Sea would encounter it. What if someone else also came after him? Damn it! Jade Archive Xiaohua almost slapped his forehead. Why did I overlook this? Although Xue Xue predicted that I would definitely be able to escape if I went deep into Kueha Sea, she didn't say that I would definitely be able to escape the pursuit of those two people. I still haven't fully comprehended the Capital Stars array, and I haven't refined enough jade talismans, so I can't escape their search on Great Flag Reef. Thinking this, Xiaohua didn't dare hesitate as he hurriedly escaped from the space. He didn't linger at all as he activated the wind escape technique and flew east again. He had only flown for a few li when a powerful and ice-cold divine sense came from the north like frost. It swept past Xiaohua and immediately locked onto him. An irresistible coldness mixed with sharpness instantly pierced Xiaohua's divine sense. Moreover, it followed the divine sense and attacked Xiaohua's Naiwen Palace. An image of a figure more than 10 zhang tall, surrounded by black qi and with a dozen or so huge tentacles instantly appeared in Xiaohua's mind. Ah! Xiaohua screamed with almost no strength to fight back as he fell from the sky. He fell into the water with a splash. Seeing that Xiaohua couldn't withstand a single blow, the divine sense that had hit him immediately withdrew and swept elsewhere. However, the remnant divine sense didn't stop as it rushed towards Xiaohua's Naiwen Palace. Buzz! Golden light flashed on Xiaohua's Niwen palace as the rabbit talisman appeared and blocked the divine sense. Phew, Xiaohua fell into the water. Seeing that the rabbit talisman was successful, he immediately let out a sigh of relief. He didn't dare to devour the divine sense and allowed it to slowly disappear. Then he activated his magic power, used the water avoidance technique, and quietly went south from the bottom of the water. After flying for a few li, Xiaohua came out of the water again. With a flash of black qi, he used the ink trace concealment technique, which was even more handy than before, and quickly escaped towards the east. In the north, less than 100 miles away from the Great Flag Reef, there was a sea beast that was more than 100 feet in size. It was rushing towards the Great Flag Reef at a speed that was several times faster than the flying boat. The sea beast waved its dozens of huge tentacles in the air. Every time it waved its tentacles, there would be a whooshing sound. It was the sound of the air being torn apart by the tentacles. Not long after, the sea beast appeared in the vicinity of Great Flag Reef. With a rumbling sound, a powerful current emerged from the surface of the sea and carried the sea beast into the air. The huge body of the sea beast circled around the entire Great Flag Reef a few times before it landed at the place where Xiaohua was meditating earlier with a rumbling sound. It paused for a moment. Roar, roar. A few frustrated roars came from the back of the sea beast. Then, the sea beast waved its two tentacles and smashed down on Great Flag Reef. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A series of collapsing sounds could be heard. At least 30% of Great Flag Reef had been destroyed by the sea beast. The sea beast was still unwilling to give up. It suddenly charged into the depths of the sea, causing waves that soared into the sky and crashed against the Great Flag Reef. Its enormous body gradually disappeared, and its direction was the direction that Xiaohua had headed to earlier. South. Damn it. Xiaohua used the trace concealment technique to quickly fly towards the east. While escaping, he cursed, "This Xiao thought it was those two old bastards from Immortal Ascension School and Immortal Music Sect chasing after me." It turned out to be an extremely powerful sea beast. AI, it's no wonder. This Kueha Sea is the world of sea beasts. It would be strange if there weren't any sea beasts. Unfortunately, this Zhao's cultivation hasn't recovered yet. Otherwise, hee, how could I let you leave so easily? After that, Xiaohua didn't dare be careless. As he flew, he refined the jade talisman for the capital star array, preparing to use it when he reached a safe island. Xiaohua even let Little Silver out. As soon as he sensed a terrifying aura, Xiaohua immediately used the trace concealment technique to escape. Like this, he flew for several more months. Although Xiaohua was very cautious, the sea beasts encountered a lot of danger along the way. There were even a few times when he was almost killed by sea beasts. Because in the depths of Kueha Sea, there were actually more sea beasts. Furthermore, many sea beasts had special magical abilities that Xiaohua couldn't compare to. There were even some sea beasts that could detect Xiaohua's trace concealment technique and forcibly knock him out. In the end, seeing that the jade talisman for the capital star array had been refined, Xiaohua didn't dare to fly any deeper into Kueha Sea. He knew that although the spirit qi of heaven and earth was a lot richer than before, the deeper he went, the denser it would definitely be. Who knew, he might even reach a paradise. However, he already didn't have the fortune to enjoy it. If he flew any further, he would definitely become food in the stomachs of sea beasts. Let's find an island as soon as possible. Xiaohua released his Buddhist consciousness. Compared to divine thought, Buddhist consciousness was, after all, simple and not easy to discover. This was something Xiaohua discovered after experiencing several dangers. There really weren't many islands in the depths of Kueha Sea, but even so, most of them were occupied by some strange sea beasts. As soon as they saw Xiaohua approach, they would immediately rush out of the island, and even a group of sea beasts would protect the island. Seeing this, Xiaohua was very astonished. This was something he hadn't encountered when he was training in Kueha Sea the last time. Even when he was talking to the island master and elders of Sunset Island, he hadn't heard them mention it. In Xiaohua's eyes, the behavior of these sea beasts was almost the same as that of ordinary cultivators. Chapter 31:10. The sea beasts in the depths of Kueha Sea are really going to become demons. Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he gave in and went to other places to find a place to settle down. Although the strength of many sea beasts was far inferior to Xiaohua's, and Xiaohua was satisfied with the island, it was difficult for Xiaohua to have the idea of forcing them to leave their home. After all, he had escaped far away from home. Putting himself in their shoes, the soft-hearted Xiaohua couldn't be ruthless. Thus, Xiaohua had no choice but to fly towards the east for many days before he finally found a suitable island. This island was not big, only a few kilometers in radius. There were no spirit grasses or spirit trees on it, only clusters of seaweed floating around the island. The entire island was not ordinary. There were no layers of rocks or moist soil. Although the entire island had undulating hills, these hills seemed to be connected. On the hills, the ground between the hills had layers of ripples, as if waves had condensed on it. Xiaohua had been to the Flame Forest Marsh and had seen the flow of magma in the Fire Lake, as well as the appearance of the magma around the Fire Lake. Although he had never seen magma gushing out of QC, he naturally understood the origin of this lava island after thinking about it for a while. Since this lava island had emerged from the bottom of the sea, it must have been born from the Fire Lake at the bottom of the sea. Although the lava was rich in fire attribute world energy, it was not suitable for sea beasts that needed water attribute world energy. Moreover, it was impossible for spirit grasses and other things to grow here, so it seemed that no sea beasts had come to occupy this island. Forget it, here it is. Xiaohua thought about the sea beast he had just encountered. Its body was incomparably huge. It was not afraid of his spiritual sense attack at all. When the wishful staff hit the sea beast's tail, it only let out a roar. Xiaohua's execution spirit Yuan light was still being sacrificially refined and could not be used. Xiaohua also couldn't use other means and could only flee in panic. He had only flown so far and had already encountered such a powerful sea beast. If he continued to fly, he would be courting death. Xiaohua's life was very precious now. If there was nothing special, he would never take too much risk. Immediately, Xiaohua used the earth escape technique to dive into the depths of the island. Sure enough, as Xiaohua thought, the fire attribute world energy in the depths of the island was abundant. Unfortunately, the lava island's soil was simply too solid. Xiaohua was unable to go any further after using earth evasion. Xiaohua released his Buddhist perception to take a look. This place was several miles away from the sea surface. Ordinary sea beasts were unlikely to find this place, so they wouldn't be harassed. Especially for this kind of barren island. Even if the old farts from the Immortal Music sect and the Immortal Ascension sect came to look for it, they definitely wouldn't care too much. Then, Xiaohua took out the wishful staff and casually chiseled out a space of 10 feet in size. Then he released a few puppets and flew out again. After Xiaohua had finished inspecting the surrounding 10 miles, he flew back. At this time, a simple cave dwelling that was several tens of feet in size had been opened up by the puppet. Anyway, Xiaohua didn't plan to grow flowers and plants in this immortal cave. It was already enough for him to use. There aren't many islands nearby, and the closest one is around 10 kilometers away. Furthermore, the strength of that strange sea beast is only around the middle stage of Foundation establishment. You won't pose any threat to me. Most of the other islands were similar to this one, made of lava. However, they are all extremely small and can't be used. Xiaohua looked around the cave dwelling. He had never been a picky person, so he was very satisfied. He stored the puppet into the space and rubbed his nose as he thought. However, Xiaohua almost jumped up immediately. Damn it, are you kidding me? On the Dawn Rain continent, a Foundation establishment cultivator is a senior, a realm that thousands of aura-refining disciples can't reach in their lifetime. However, in the depths of this QC, any random sea beast has the strength of a Foundation establishment cultivator. Do you still want me to live? If there really comes a day when the sea beasts of this QC attack the Dawn Rain continent, even if it's the Cultivation 3 countries, it would be difficult to deal with, right? Moreover, I haven't gone to the depths of the QC yet. Just now, I'm afraid the one that almost stopped me was a gold core cultivator. Doesn't that mean there are even nascent soul cultivators inside? Too scary, too scary. I'd better cultivate honestly. Xiaohua was very careful. He was especially cautious as he threw out the jade talismans of the capital star array one by one. He looked at the entire array very carefully several times. Then he grabbed with his hand. The entire array flickered with brilliance and covered the cave dwelling. It disappeared without a trace from the lava island. Even so, Xiaohua was still not at ease. After a while, he came out of the star array again and released his Buddhist consciousness to explore from the outside for a while. Only then did he feel relieved. He turned to look at the misty place in the west and narrowed his eyes. A rare trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Then he turned around and rushed into the island. The sun and the moon are like shuttles, weaving all things in the world. Time is like a song, singing all kinds of things in the world. The feather immortal assembly back then was forgotten by others, and the great war of Tao and sword today was still forgotten by others. Even Wu Ming, the nascent soul cultivator who rose rapidly in the great war of Tao and sword, no matter how strange Xiaohua's background was, no matter whether Xiaohua was a foundation establishment cultivator or a nascent soul cultivator, no matter whether he was alive or dead, he would be forgotten by others in the end. 100 years was very long, long enough for a mortal to live 2 lives. 100 years was also very short, short enough for an early gold core cultivator to advance to the middle gold core stage. However, 100 years was absolutely important to Xiaohua. He had never been so calm before. He had never gone into seclusion like this before. He had never actively pursued power like this before. Of course, Xiaohua's harvest was also great. In the first 10 years, Xiaohua repaired the damage that the Taoist sect and the Buddhist sect suffered when they passed through the 3 layers of formations, and even converted the true qi cultivated by the Carefree Heart Sutra into the true qi of the Confucian cultivator. In the following 100 years, Xiaohua worked hard in the Buddhist sect, the Confucian cultivator, and the Taoist sect. As for the Confucian cultivator, Xiaohua used the secret technique passed down by the Confucian cultivator and integrated the core of Dan into his own boundless righteous qi. His entire middle dantian was filled with crimson righteous qi. Just as Xiaohua expected, when he used the secret technique to convert true qi, he had already passed the refining essence into qi stage of the Confucian cultivator's cultivation method, and was advancing towards the refining qi into spirit stage. However, what Xiaohua didn't expect was that after he entered the refining qi into spirit stage, he actually stopped advancing. The core of Dan that should have disappeared didn't completely disappear, and the true qi that he used the secret technique to convert didn't produce the core of Dan that he expected. Of course, Xiaohua's hard work wasn't in vain. The thumb-sized crimson outline had already been formed, but it lacked the opportunity to condense. Now, the crimson righteous qi was slowly being condensed into the outline of the core of Dan. And the outline of the core of Dan was actually condensed inside Xiaohua's sword-shaped primordial spirit. It was compatible with the sword intent of the heart sword, just like the sword heart mentioned in the sword cultivator's cultivation method. Sometimes, when Xiaohua checked the core of Dan, he was really suspicious. That Huan country's sword cultivator should be a branch of the Confucian cultivator. Wasn't that kind of sword intent that pressed forward and destroyed everything indiscriminately, the boundless righteous qi stage? But Xiaohua didn't understand this core of Dan that couldn't be formed, just like the sword heart that hadn't been condensed before. He checked the only art of Dan in his hands, but couldn't figure it out. Fortunately, although he didn't condense the core of Dan, Xiaohua also made progress in other aspects over the years. For example, Xiaohua's 9 stars soaring sun flying sword that disappeared. Because of the art of Dan of Confucian cultivators, the sword intent of these 9 flying swords still existed. Later on, it condensed the outline of the core of Dan. Therefore, when Xiaohua was comprehending the Confucian cultivator's cultivation method, he suddenly had a wonderful idea. He sent a wisp of the Tai green light into the outline of the core of Dan. Later on, Xiaohua saw that this method was effective. The Tai green light could actually turn into a sword qi and fly out. It was no different from a flying sword. Therefore, he simply refined a wisp of Tai green light from the innate jellyfish and sent it into the outline of the core of Dan, turning it into another wisp of Tai green light. Now, these 2 wisps of green light were even fiercer than the previous Dream Slayer and Mountain Splitter. Under the control of the 2 primordial spirit images, they directly had the power of a spirit tool. Xiaohua originally thought that his Confucian cultivator's cultivation method would surpass the Buddhist sect's cultivation method. However, during cultivation, he discovered that his Buddha Sarira's advancement was even smoother than before. Not to mention the daily cultivation of the exquisite Heart Sutra in the exquisite Derivation Pagoda, just the premonition of a thunderstorm and sending the Buddha Sarira out of the great formation to be struck by lightning also accelerated the growth of the Buddha Sarira extremely quickly. In particular, with the nearly complete Exquisite Heart Sutra, Xiaohua's Buddha Sarira was completely condensed from the beginning. Moreover, every time he completed a layer of cultivation, a lotus would be born on the lotus throne. Before this lotus reached perfection, it would absolutely not allow the Buddha Sarira to enter the next layer of cultivation. Therefore, the cultivation of the Buddhist sect was 10 times more difficult than that of the Confucian cultivators. But even so, Xiaohua still cultivated the Buddha Sarira to a size of 4 qi. In other words, it was the 4th layer of the Exquisite Leaf Sutra. Moreover, the 4th layer of the Exquisite Leaf Sutra began to gradually condense and advance towards the 5th layer. As for the 9 characters mantra, Xiaohua had already comprehended the 4th character in the Buddhist sect's ruins. Until now, he had not made any other breakthroughs. What made Xiaohua feel a little strange was the Buddha fire. Previously, after entering the 3 layers of formation, Xiaohua saw that the situation was not good and transferred everything in his body into the space. The small bucket and other items in the Buddha fire were also the same. However, the Buddha fire itself could not be moved and could only be placed in the Buddha Sarira. However, as the Buddha Sarira was repaired, the Buddha fire was born again. Moreover, according to Xiaohua's observation, not only did the Buddha fire not receive any damage, it became even denser. In particular, the originally invisible golden threads could now be faintly seen. They swayed along with the flickering of the Buddha fire, very dazzling. This Buddha fire was the immeasurable karmic fire, Xiaohua already knew. However, he did not know what the golden threads in the immeasurable karmic fire were. However, he still took out the small bucket and used it on the night of the lightning strike. When not in use, he placed it in the Buddha fire to refine it. Chapter 31:11. Compared to the cultivation of Buddhist and Confucian cultivators, Xiaohua's biggest headache was the cultivation of Taoism. The cultivation of Taoism was originally his specialty, but now, it made it difficult for him to make any progress. Xiaohua's golden core in his lower dantian could no longer be seen. However, because it had experienced the 3 elements lightning tribulation, the 5 elements annihilation great array could not completely erase it. Xiaohua could still sense some traces. After that, Xiaohua's cultivation proved that this golden core could still be reformed. However, after 100 years of cultivation, the golden core still could not be formed. However, it was also wrong to say that it did not form. Xiaohua could clearly sense that the nebula-shaped golden core had different sizes. Moreover, they were all different sizes. Xiaohua could even sense traces of lightning on each golden core. However, his divine sense could not see them. In other words, Xiaohua's current golden core was not only a nebula, it was made up of many golden cores. Moreover, he had refined it into a dark core. A golden core that could not be sensed with divine sense. This kind of golden core, how could it conceive a baby? The jade slip in Xiaohua's hands had never recorded this before. Therefore, even though Xiaohua's cultivation had reached the late stage of golden core, he still did not have any signs of conceiving a baby. The most important thing was that he did not know how to conceive a baby and did not know how to do it. Regarding this, Xiaohua could only describe it as the road to happiness is strewn with setbacks. While smiling bitterly, Xiaohua carefully pondered. According to the strangeness of his golden core, it should be related to the 5 elements annihilation great array. That great array that annihilated all 5 elements, although it did not destroy Xiaohua's golden core that had undergone the 3 elements lightning tribulation, it still left behind a source of trouble. The golden core could not be formed normally. Also, it was related to Qin Jian's invisible golden thread sword. At that time, Xiaohua was holding this sword. The main body of this sword was also part of the 5 elements. Naturally, it could not escape the great array's annihilation. But this flying sword was formless. The material within it might have surpassed the 5 elements and could not be obliterated by the great array. And this formless material had been rushed into Xiaohua's dantian by the great array, fusing together with the traces of Xiaohua's golden core. This might be the reason why Xiaohua's golden core was formless. In addition to cultivating Buddhism, Taoism, and Confucianism, Xiaohua's blood drop paradise had also made small progress. His blood was originally the bright red of his bloodline, but now it was mixed with strands of devil qi. Within the devil qi, there were countless devil lights. These devil lights were sparkling and translucent, almost condensing into crystal threads. Within these crystal threads, there were also golden threads that divine will could not detect. As for the heavenly man body infusion technique, heavenly laws embodiment technique, dragon transformation art, and the others, they had also made great progress. However, these improvements were still lacking compared to the main cultivation method that he had been cultivating. Forget it. On this day, Xiaohua came out from his meditation. He stood up impatiently and said in self-mockery, "It seems that I really don't have the fate of being pregnant." After reading these nascent soul cultivation methods, there was no improvement at all. If I don't return to the Dawn Rain continent to find some opportunities, I'm afraid that I can only seek breakthroughs in other areas. However, if I want to refine Buddhism and Confucianism to the spirit-severing stage, it will be extremely difficult. As he spoke, Xiaohua flew out of the capital star formation and rushed to the surface of the Guihe Sea. It was noon, and the scorching sun was overhead, making the entire surface of the water hot. Xiaohua squinted his eyes and looked to the west. His eyes turned, and he said in a strange tone, "It's already been 100 years. Why haven't those two old monsters come to find me? Could it be that they really think that I have fallen? Or perhaps they have already come, but they didn't discover my capital star formation? Yes, the two seals on my body have already been broken. Even if they damn it." Thinking up to here, Xiaohua slapped his forehead and immediately came to a realization. That's right, since there is no seal, even if the two of them come before me again, as long as I use the sky-stealing sun-swapping secret technique, how could they recognize me? However, Xiaohua immediately shook his head. Forget it, I definitely can't take this risk. They are at least spirit-severing stage old monsters. What kind of methods do they have? I will definitely not return to the Dawn Rain continent if I don't have absolute confidence. I can't afford to provoke those two old monsters. That old monster not far from me is probably not my opponent now, right? Today, I will go and find him. Xiaohua's gaze moved from the west to the north, and the corners of his mouth revealed a trace of a smile. It turned out that when Xiaohua was in seclusion, he would often come out to find some fun from time to time. Starting from the island closest to him, within a radius of 1,000 li, the sea beasts on hundreds of islands of various sizes were provoked by Xiaohua for no reason. The strength of the sea beasts on these islands was also very different from foundation establishment to nascent soul. Xiaohua was almost invincible among the sea beasts within 1,000 li. However, 10 years ago, Xiaohua encountered a sea beast with a large body, a strong body, and profound magic power. After 300 rounds of battle, he was no match for it, and was chased for several hundred li. In the end, he had to rely on the demon realm's concealment technique to escape. Now that Xiaohua was depressed, wasn't it precisely to find that sea beast to vent his anger? Rumble, a thunderous sound was emitted from Xiaohua's body. Lightning flashed, and Xiaohua's figure streaked across the sky, flying straight towards the north. Wherever the thunderous sound passed, on the large and small islands, many sea beasts withdrew their heads. They originally wanted to come out of their caves, but they also immediately hid back. They originally wanted to release their divine sense, but they also hurriedly retracted it. The thunderous sound in broad daylight was really familiar to them. They knew that the monster who only fought with them, but never used any killing moves. Every time he made a move, his flesh would be torn open. Very quickly, in front of Xiaohua, there was a lush green island. It was perhaps several tens of li in size. There were many huge trees towering on the island, like towers. The branches and leaves of the huge trees were like treasured swords, and at the top of the branches and leaves, there were fruits that were even bigger than a head hanging. Under the huge trees, the entire island was covered with fine white sea sand. On top of the sea sand, many crabs and other sea creatures were swimming carefreely. It was the image of an immortal island. Compared to Xiaohua's island, it couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. Xiaohua still hadn't flown close when a cold divine sense swept over from the island. Xiaohua also didn't hold back, and similarly released his divine sense. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Like firecrackers, Xiaohua still hadn't seen that sea beast, but he was already fighting with it using his divine sense. Roar, an angry roar that could almost resound several li came from the depths of the island. Obviously, it had suffered a hidden loss from Xiaohua in the battle of divine senses. Soon after, the entire island rumbled, and immediately, a sea beast that was no less than 200 zhong in size flew out from the island. This sea beast was very strange. It had a square shape, and on top of its triangular head, two large eyes emitted a gloomy brilliance. Its square body was orange-red, and fist-sized protrusions were connected to each other all over its body. This sea beast had 4 tentacles. The front 2 were extremely long, more than 10 zhang in length, and the back 2 were slightly shorter. These 4 tentacles were also dark in color. The tentacles were like scissors several feet long, and when it waved, a cold light flashed. This was the first time Xiaohua saw this sea beast, and he almost thought it was a huge crab. Moreover, this sea beast's shell was very hard. Xiaohua's suppressing cloud seal smashed down, but it couldn't smash the shell. It was very strange. Of course, the strangest thing wasn't this. What puzzled Xiaohua the most was that when this sea beast flew, there was a layer of mist under its body, as if there was a layer of faint mist supporting it. Xiaohua really couldn't understand what kind of flying technique this sea beast was using. Haha, old monster crab. Xiaohua laughed, waved his hand, and took out the 3-feet-long wishful staff, and shouted, "This Zhao's weapon has finally been successfully refined. Today, I will let you know this Zhao's methods." Saying that, Xiaohua waved his hand and shouted, "Grow." The wishful staff really grew to 10 zhang, and after a few more grow, the entire wishful staff grew to a length of 10 zhang, seemingly not inferior to the sea beast's tentacles. Looking at the wishful staff in his hand, Xiaohua smiled with satisfaction and held the wishful staff. Speaking of refining the wishful staff, it was also beyond Xiaohua's expectations. He thought that the heaven-pacifying staff was extremely easy to refine, and that it would take at most 10 years to refine it. But when he really refined it, he realized the trouble inside. To refine ordinary magic tools and magic treasures, he only needed to quench the impurities in the materials to use it. But the heaven-pacifying staff was different. The 5 elements were the 5 elements, and any other trace could not be integrated into the 5-element star disk. Therefore, the countless materials in the soul nest were refined by the primordial spirit transformed green-robed Xiaohua bit by bit using the thunder refining technique. After refining for 100 years, he finally finished refining the materials for the heaven-pacifying staff. Fortunately, Xiaohua had obtained the thunder refining technique. Otherwise, it was really impossible to refine the 5 elements materials so pure. Later, it took more than 10 years to use the blood refining technique to fuse these materials with the 5-element star disk. Finally, the wishful staff in Xiaohua's hand was also fused into it, refining it into a better wishful staff than the heaven-pacifying staff. In the hands of Xiaohua, the wishful staff could be shrunk to the size of an inch, and the largest could be 10 zhang, with a thickness of a few feet. Although it could not really reach the point of reaching the heavens, Xiaohua was happy to scratch his ears and cheeks. Today, Xiaohua dared to provoke the sea beast again because of the success of the wishful staff. Roar! Seeing Xiaohua waving the wishful staff, the sea beast roared and waved the 2 tentacles in front of its head. Kacha-kacha sounds came from the tentacles and hit Xiaohua's wishful staff. With a loud cob sound, the wishful staff hit one of the sea beast's tentacles, and several sparks were produced. The sea beast's figure retreated a few feet. Looking at the tentacle that was hit, there were some cracks in front of it like a flying sword. The sea beast spat out a breath of clear air, which fell on the tentacle, but the cracks quickly healed. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.